under. And it's nice to stay here for Navi. Might even catch an AWP, but m0NESY is very aware of the potential right in front of the connector. An angle he would peek regardless. And a 5-on-4 G2 again. Sit back and relax. Minute 10 on the clock. Liquid want info, but that will be their demise. Also, nice idea there actually for Liquid. They throw the nade in, they peek off the back. They know that smoke blooming in Palace is going to give them a bit of a, a surprise. And we can see how that kicks up dust and it causes visual issues. NiKo still gets one, B play denied, and a 4-on-2. Nitro, the only man here.
Yeah, this Apartments player should have him. It's missed shots. That's ugly for Nitro. Oh, that's not going to feel good. You had an opportunity there. They had no idea that you were out in the B site, able to fire a good 4 or 5 shots off before the reaction comes in, and every single one of them just sails past the Apps man. With no early game heroics from someone like Elige this time around, it's leaving Team Liquid in a really, really rough spot. And I think as this game goes on, we need to, I would say, look towards Elige or Osi to step up and try to fill this void, this clear difference in firepower that's being shown right now. Osi scoped on top middle. Alexi looking like he wants to run it. Gets the info that the AWP's on Cat. And now suddenly doesn't feel that urge to re-peek top mid anymore.
Yeah, obviously wanted to stay on the angle, but G2 just keep chaining double flashes into mid. It's so hard to know which is the one you got to dodge and when it's coming and if there's more. And so while G2 see the AWP in mid, they give it a bit of respect. They bound out. Another jump could be a problem, but these are nice safe jumps for Shox. He's showing as little as he can while still getting the info that the AWP is here. m0NESY backs out. Liquid are forced to use a smoke. And this is actually, yeah, you see G2 as they hit the smoke, they start to run. They realize the timing now favors them. For all Liquid know, they could still be in B, but by now, back to middle for the late retake. m0NESY going to get run boosted over what could be an AWP here, but OC has left position, gone back to watch a CT flank. Shox has pushed into the B smoke. He's about to clear Apartments. This double ramp setup is now ready for action, and it needs to be.
Jiggling this versus NiKo is terrifying. Especially with how clean he's looking today. That is an ugly ramp smoke. Even though you deal with Jax, who's been lurking the Apartments constantly, you've still got this A hit in your back pocket if you're G2. 25 seconds, NiKo setting up the comp play with flashes from ramp. And that's going to get Alexi out, but that's now the bomb spotted, and NiKo brushed aside. Nitro, his first kill going to come in on one hell of an individual from the other side. Quite a way to get on the board. You get rid of a big threat in that round and you force a save out of Hunter. Team Liquid, it's not just that they win this finally, it's that they keep 5 alive, which out of all the ways for them to get one on the board, this is exactly what you want. Up until now, every time you've lost a round, you've had to come in with deagles and armor. Sometimes even the armor's a question mark. And so at least now you've got a little bit more staying power.
Yeah, even on that second half of Vertigo, when Liquid finally would get a gun round here or there, it would be like these clutch outs, these 2v2s, these very economically devastating rounds for Liquid that meant they just had no, longevity in that game. Good round out of Shox, man. He just gets so much info on the reposition up Apartments and confirms that that is an A play. Nitro is able to play safe, and the ramp setup's good. Fast into middle this time for G2, and there's a quick trade. m0NESY out behind the boxes. Naf doesn't know. 4-on-3. It looked good for a moment for Liquid with a beautiful flashbang, but OC, he still hit one. Can't fire 2 shots in the AWP. So Alexi will trade, but m0NESY's already up, Cat, and you can't give this kid a chance because he won't care. Quick shot, 3 in the round now, and G2 locked and loaded for a 6th. Step heard.
Alexi's hunting. He's not even giving him the respect to save. He wants this, and Nitro's wiped down. Alexi gonna deny the save, gonna deny that M4 getting bought into this next round of play. Now, as mentioned, right, the one round they did win, 5 players alive, you're still reinvesting, but now's the opportune time for attack timeout. There are clear problems here. And I mean, where do we even begin? If you're able to stop NiKo, okay, well then you've got to worry about Hunter. If you're able to stop Hunter, well then you've got to worry about m0NESY. This is so scary.
Yeah, and this is where, again, you come down to talking about the depth of this Liquid roster. Obviously a new team, and so you're still in that a building phase, I guess you could call it, but ultimately I do worry about the depth of Nitro as an in-game leader on a CT side where, you know, moves have to be made, gambles have to be called. You want to be proactive, but right now G2 are defaulting in the early round on Mirage every single time, and they're doing late mid takes. Like Liquid, they just can't get comfortable anywhere because G2 don't respect them. Double orb coming through. Nitro locking in an AWP, a sign of the times.
Holding back the ears.
Yeah, I'm kind of down with that. Let's see if he can hit those quick shots. That's a fast one. This is a rush for G2. Not really done this before. They wanted to quick con split. Alexi's going to bail out of mid. Wise timing for it. Liquid had 3 players there. Elijah's freed up to help out today, but G2 will still be committing late.
This is weird. Hunter's committed like all the way out on Tetris, and Nitro didn't see that. He never knew that a man made it in. Now it's going to become clear, right? Now you start to consider it, but that's not going to make matters any easier. Nico opens up, secures that entry into the A site, and they've got jungle and con smokes down to take real estate. Use a con plant open. There's the spam coming through for Naflight. Still kept even by Nico, doing everything he can to keep G2 in this one. It's the spam once more. Naf from short. Man's got his lineups, and it's all left onto Hunter. CT players short man, and shots rallying through this smoke. Hunter tagged up by them, and there's the closer. Nafly on the catwalk. Might have had a troublesome start to this one, but in that round there, he very much is the deciding factor for Team Liquid.
Yeah, he knows exactly where to aim, and that's why it's a surprise that G2 go back for it. Maybe they don't realize where that spam's coming from, but the kill feed says it's a smoke, and the only smoke down is in the connector. So, yeah, it's just the same lineup twice, man. The only way to get around that is you can plant a little further back. You can take one step back away from the triple box. You are a little more open to CT, but there's a lot of cover there for G2. Instead, they just assume he won't do it twice, and that is their undoing. Nice further damage on Hunter as well. Nitro close ramp. You see Nico? No, he hasn't. And he doubles up. Of course he does. Instant headshots and an instant round, you would presume, for G2. Monacy's picked Doty out of the window rotate. And a 5-on-2, the Liquid tail between their legs within seconds. 125, they've already called it. And little do they know, Hunter's waiting for this exact save.
You didn't even get a chance to play. You didn't even get to play around. And Hunter, punishing them even more. Brutalized by the Kovacs. And that's 7 for G2. The response is immediate. No more smokes, no more flashes. Instead, it's the famed classic Nico, go kill, doubles up at ramp. These were clean as well.
Yeah, Alexi, he's known for these signature tactics like Nico go A and sometimes even Nico go kill A. But yeah, just clean as you can get. Liquid go back to the double ramp setup, and it's something that Nico's already seen before. He was not surprised by it. Even Nitro's timing's a bit awkward on the swing, as Nico was already out. Little flash down lower. Meanwhile, B-Stream update. Pens have taken a map against Astralis. Terrifying times we live in. All right, Jax, what you got for us here, bud? I was going to say, that'd be one hell of a lineup, but anti-flash for now. And still the jump spotting. Monacy or G2 have seen a lot of aggression in B from Shock, so it makes sense why they're being a little safer with this one and making sure they can't get spotted. Hoping Shox pushes in. Meanwhile, G2 try to take middle, and I say try, well, they will succeed. Naf in the ladder room, getting aggressive. Oh, off the flash. He still gets the kill. It's going to be Shox dealing with his B play. He's heard it all coming. Good flash from the short side. He can't see a thing, but Jax dropping in, checking the wrong side. Shox with a kill. Nico trades, and now it's down to the scout of a Liege. Needed that headshot. Without it, a round will fall by the wayside, as good as his flank is for Nitro. If he makes any steps, Hunter's going to hear, and there it is.
Oh, that's so clean. 1 footstep, all it takes. And Hunter swivels, head, turns back around, and just takes it off of Nitro. Man.
Look at the numbers for Hunter.
Yeah, I was going to say, 14 and 4 and 14 and 5 on the 2 of them.
We're here on Mirage, and it's G2's pick for a reason. This is not Fnatic anymore. Liquid struggling to put up CT rounds. They had that one clean gun round on the A site. They've tried double orbs on multiple players, all to the same result. OC, top of his team right now, but not much to be happy with if you're a Liquid fan at the moment. And this one hasn't even been the m0NESY show. Not yet, at least on the T side. He had that double D ground in the second and an AWP 3K.
I mean, dude, that's kind of the beautiful part, though, right? Like, when Nico and Hunter play like this, you don't need big numbers out of m0NESY. Like, all of his kills are kind of coming rounds that are already so far gone. All he is like the insurance policy. The guy just guaranteeing the round, as it were.
Oh, no.
OC tries to peek through the smoke and is on the receiving end of a one-tap from Nico.
You could see that smoke was not going to do him any favors anyway, right? It just gets lobbed on the con molly, and you could tell that OC wasn't going to get any vision in that anyway. Nico still just random spams him out of the round, but you can see the desperation and the need, or the the feeling that you need to be taking early fights on this CT side. But all it does is dig the grave deeper for Liquid. Welcome to the big leagues. Lee AWPing. Desperate times we live in.
All right, Nico out of ramp and spotting Nitro back in CT. Flash goes high, but right now Nitro is the only guy that can face this A play. Now on a limb, out from CT, and there's m0NESY with the opener. Swings out of Palace, and while blind, is able to deal with the CT player. Shocks on this rotation in at jungle. Hey. Maybe a chance, the little run, the couple of steps, and he's cut down. Nafly from short. Did they not learn the first time? He spams them out, but is now left in a very rough clutch. 1-on-3, and m0NESY's posted. There's the lock-in. The insurance policy of m0NESY always delivers.
Yeah, Liquid are paying the excess right now. It doesn't even feel worth it. Poor Nitro, man. You could see he realized m0NESY was Palace after he threw utility, so Nitro goes to hold it, and then as that happens, Elige steps up in CT with the AWP, picked up, and he goes, I've got your Palace. I'll cover you. Don't worry. You can watch the site. And the second the Nitro looks away, Elige gets flashed off the angle, and m0NESY just perfect peaks Nitro. 2-9 right now. Being that CT anchor, having a rough time.
And, you know, mate, it doesn't even really feel like you've put G2 through their paces at all. No. If anything, like, they're kind of, lent back right now. Everything's coming so freely to G2. Hunter wins the opener down in lower. The dink brings him down to 12.
When Elige is hitting 88 damage dinks with the Deagle, man, that's when you know that this one's cooked for Liquid. Poor him. Nothing can go right. And G2 can do no wrong. They check spawn, but they're a few seconds early here. Liquid are only just taking Palace. Mid retake utility as these B players come in from under to split A. And so, okay, it's only pistols, and they're a man down, but Liquid positionally aren't out of this round.
The spot from Naf is kind of ballsy. Like, the only thing he's got is shadows to work with, right? But if they swing it close, you never get to see that shadow. You never get that given away. You've even got flashes on m0NESY if you wanted to be really keen about clearing this. And Naf, oh, that's nice, but only one. Spot the aggression, and now they up and leave. Nico's like, boys, I'm in B. You won't believe it, but it's completely empty. And he's called for that rotate. Getting him here has won the round for G2. Any chance of upsetting with the pistols is now out the window.
Yeah, by the time the penny drops, it's already too late. They have to go get the gun on ramp, and that is all that Liquid can celebrate about in this round. G2 have made it clear. Nice little lurk play for Nico. It's often been Hunter walking around the apartments, holding off for aggression, but he just waltzes in off the back of all that early info gained by Naf's 5-7. And so double digits already for G2. And, it's a shame for Liquid. It's going to hurt to get eliminated like this if it goes on this way. But for G2, I think it's a big reassurance for the team that we want to see in the Spodek. I think Prof made some good points when talking about m0NESY on the desk, and he was saying how, if m0NESY is going to bring this team and help them win a major, and if that is going to be in Antwerp, then he needs the stage experience now, and no better place than Katowice to get it. Don't want your debut to be the major, although it works.
Plus, you know, like, being real, it would just be a treat for all of us. You know, I think a lot of us want to know, like, how real a deal is m0NESY? You know, we all saw the top 20 players of the year, just how many people picked this guy. You know, it was the obvious kind of the safe pick,
sure,
right? But I think a lot of us want to see, you know, does LAN it accelerate someone who's already looking to be one of these top AWPers in the world? Or does he struggle on LAN? You know, are these ideas that he's going to be just fine? Nothing more than ideas. ENG opens up the round in middle. A one-way smoke gain from the molly.
Jumping on the wood there saves ENG's life. But it goes sailing past his shoes. Yeah, Team Liquid smoked the mollied the window, so the smoke blew badly. Wasn't the lineup. Oh, ENG, he had no idea, and Hunter's crawled through connector. One footstep's all that gives it away, and even Nav can't finish the kill. He dies to the wrap on jungle. This has gone from bad to worse, and m0NESY's about to put Shox into bed, tuck him in, sheets up to the neck, but he bounds out on a re-smoke. G2 want nothing to do with it. They've lost enough man to the catwalk spray.
I like this. Shox coming through the con smoke. Yeah, it's only one, but now you've got info. Now you've got the 2-on-2. Still don't know exactly where Hunter's gotten to in all this, and he's now wrapping them in CT. Jax just staying alive, just buying time, just playing the numbers could be enough, but they're out there around him and cleared from the site by Nitro. Hunter now round in the palm of his hands. Eventually, they can consider the CT wrap, but they're looking at Palace, they're looking at Ramp. Well, they're on the bomb, and Hunter's gonna get them off. Oh man, that looked like a bit of a miscomm for Team Liquid. They knew where he was from earlier. He gets all the way through jungle, right? He killed Naf over there. Shox comes through the smoke and never sees him repositioning. No one spots him out in the open at any point. A part of me's left wondering, like, how do they think he got to Palace in amidst all that?
Pretty busted are Liquid right now. You can't imagine the motivation's at an all-time high, and that certainly won't help. I guess the mid-site smoke gives them wonders that maybe in the mid-round he got somewhere towards ramp, but no, really, no excusing.
I just think
Liquid.
so deep jungle.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's
you know, at this point,
one.
is anyone keeping track of who's killing who and where they are? Like, there's got to be head in the hands moments for some of these players. Think about how that round went. ENG, he would probably got a bit tilted there. He was just jumping to connector. Hunter walked in. Nav almost kills a player coming up connector. He misses the spray and he dies to Hunter as well. Like, yeah, okay, the player is there, but Liquid have got to be in their heads the way that Hunter gets those 2 opening kills in that round. And that much is proving to be the case. And maybe the cause for elimination. 5 rounds from it, G2 kicking Liquid while they're down. Want that 12-3 half, want it as clean as they can get it. And there's not much pointing the other direction.
Yeah, it's just back to these kind of slow mid takes again in the early round. OC will win a fight over in the apartments. That's a devastating flashbang cleared by Nico. And now they look to split this B play. OC gonna need to land a flick, and now that he's left the angle, m0NESY's on it. Ooh, on the swing, m0NESY's taken out of the round. ENG gets here, helps out from bench, but it's still a kill for Hunter. OC attempts to dive through the smoke, but Hunters saved their lives and allowed for that plant to come in. Shox now arriving to the scene, gets the info about the short player, knows where Nico is. Does that make him any easier to deal with? Yes, he will come out ahead. And Hunter falls as well. Shox mops up the Kovacs and puts 4 on the board for Team Liquid. G2 are still steamrolling in this first half, though, even with those heroics from Shoxy to find a little something, a little source. It's still pretty bland for Liquid. G2, they're looking for G2-0.
One jungle. Two jungle.
Yeah, they're not gonna push him spawn.
Flank at Palace in like 5 seconds.
Okay. One dead jungle more. Default.
And one default and one
Default
the
dead.
dragon.
I'm running a Palace.
Nice! Get that knife out, Johnny. Let's go.
He will hold window.
He's dead.
Cross
Window
one.
one. Planting default. I think long. Bad smoke gate, I think. He can swing you, watch out. I'm going cap. Nothing, yeah.
Peek entrance. Peek entrance from me, I'm plant, okay?
1, 2, 3. Thing. Can we pick a 2 after?
Wait.
I'm carry, I have HP.
We'll peek together.
Tell me when.
Wait. 3, 2, 1.
Nothing.
Nothing. Watch out, BFs.
Yeah.
Short dead.
Sure.
Last one was kitchen. Nico, I expect nothing less from you, bro.
I can't understand a word you are saying. I can't understand one word about what you are saying, man.
Ты охуенный игрок, не запаривайся, все будет заебись.
Yeah, it's okay.
Next выиграем 100%.
You that guy. Here we go. Always toxic, man.
Шокс, алло, Шокс, ты меня слышишь? Ты меня замутил? Шокс, hello, Шокс.
One thing is certain, and that's that G2 do not want this to be their last series at Katowice. They've got playoffs in mind, and to do that, they got to get past Team Liquid. Right now, Hunter and Nico, the Kovacs, more kills on those two players than all of Liquid combined. And I think that speaks volumes. You can see it in the scoreline, 11-4. And that little knife kill in the pistol onto Hunter. Oh, lordy. Oh, lordy, did you wake up a beast. m0NESY over here in window. And a mid-rush coming his way. The molly forces him out. It's fast for Liquid. They've got this mid-control. We saw a lot of this from G2 in the first half. Liquid are trying to do it themselves now as they make their way up con.
Oh, quick tap for Nico, USP King, but he's going to get dethroned. Jack's pushing in 4 frags in the game already, but he wants to get involved in this one. Finally, a chance to shine, and it's shut down by a Liege. With a com player coming in, m0NESY moving out from jungle. Hunter sees that planter, won't stop him, takes the cover instead. m0NESY still gets dropped in the meantime. Good cover from OC, has left things in a 2-on-2. Nade over the top is lovely. Oh, a Liege eats a bullet. Nitro trying to cover from Con. Alexi, he can go back for the kit. He's picked it up, but a kill is Nitro's, and that's what we needed for Liquid to believe. A long way back into this game, but that's a start. Both pistols now for Team Liquid.
Yeah, but mate, I mean, it feels like every time Liquid are able to win these pistol rounds, there is a response from G2. Normally keen to force, and this round's no exception. There's even a hero M4A1S dropped into play. That is a rarity to see in this second round. And I don't imagine Team Liquid are going to be ready for it. Boosting m0NESY at lower. Using this A1S to try and squeak an early frag.
Well, it is the G2 boost, so no better team to show it off. Probably seen, but at least just hears a silent shot, doesn't know where it's from. Liquid, they can just pummel B right now. There's nothing stopping them. Only Hunter with a CZ. If he gets a multi, if he suddenly pulls 2 out of nowhere, maybe there's hope for the retake, but otherwise Liquid are getting, locking G2 out, finishing the kill. 5 bullets for Hunter, spam through the smoke. Nico and Modesty doubling up on the second. It's Naf alone, Blink, and this round has been corrupted, unearthed by G2, and Naf needs to restore normality. 1v4, hit by the scout, pushed by the SMG, pistols out, and he's gone to Monacy. 3 frags from the young gun, that hero gun in the right hands.
It speaks volumes, mate, with how confident they feel in Monacy, right? When you've got Nico in your team, when you've got Hunter having a game like this, Nico being the best rifler in the world, and yet you feel comfortable enough to give Monacy that hero A1S to make a play, they've got full faith.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to live up to the hype that Monacy's actually been put on, right? Comparisons to Simple out of the gate, the best player in the world, you know, a couple of academy leagues, and this guy's just flexing right now on top tier competition here at Katowice. It's unbelievable. Most people would crumble under that kind of pressure. I know I would. But Monacy built different. And again, I want to clarify, I said it in the first map, 16 years old. He's better than you'll ever be. And this is just the start. For Nitro, it might be the end of this round for him. Alexi deep in the B apartments, channeling his inner Shoxy. 5-on-3, and G2, who forced Liquid to force back as they did earlier, are as good as locking out this round.
Yeah, and it might come very, very cleanly. Woo! Okay.
Wow.
What?
Despicable.
Like, you just have the confidence to do that to Shox, a literal legend of the game, and you just jump at him in the window with a scout? Oh, man.
And you know, to pump you up when you're Monacy there, it's like, you know, side by side, you look to your left, Nico, you look to your right, Alexa B, and they're dropping you guns on a LAN tournament. Like, of course you're going to have self-confidence. Of course you're going to have faith. It's all anyone has been rallying behind.
This was devastating for Nitro as well. Like, just mentally had already decided that, yeah, it's clear. You know. Oh, man.
In the hard way. 4 Glocks. This is 14 for G2. It's looking back to Vertigo, where we said for Liquid, it's going to rely on 1 gun round, and that's it. They may have won the pistol. It did them no favors.
And that's been the story of this series, really. 1 kill from the Glocks. They're flooding in. They do make it a double. Chance at the plant, and that's all you really wanted in this round. You know, like, you've done what you came to do, what you set out to do. And even though you lose Nitro, getting 2 kills when you put nothing into it, the extra $800, all gonna help.
Unfortunately, Harry, you know, as much as we want to picture this as a positive story for Liquid in a round like this, none of that's going to matter if they just get swept in the gun round, and there is no reason to believe that G2 will not come in swinging to this follow-up. No worries about slow starts, no worries about dropping the ball after a confident first map. Every fear neglected for G2 for now, but they're looking to make this lower bracket run where only 1 team can make it. In the lot, G2, Liquid, ENT, Astralis, and more to join them with the losers of Navi, Furia, or Faze Fnatic also heading down to face G2 on their run. Safe to say, one of the favorites, if not the favorite, to make this lower bracket run, but never know.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in a lot of ways, it was surprising enough that they found themselves here anyway. So they had to up their game. They didn't really have a choice. There's no cruise control when you're in the lower bracket. Winning this round could tee you up for the incredibly dominant 2-0 that feels like is inevitable at this point. Jax over at stairs, and he might get tested in this round. Him and Nico looking like they want to try and take some mid control away. While this is happening, a contact play out through ramp would be lovely, but with utility going over, a mid getting taken by G2, this one should start to become clear. Now you've seen Elige waiting back in top middle. He's the man to go back and get the bomb. Nitro's lurking out of the B apartments, and he does hit this timing to discover the site is clear. Shox with the opener, but the trade's back nigh on immediate.
They're leaving.
They need to. Nitro's got all this ground. Nitro's the guy who's got to save the day here. It's not enough for him to just have B. Now he has to hold it.
Oh, no. Oh, Alexi,
Oh,
his
no.
brain is whirring, and he has figured this one out. Even though Nitro has a sight, Alexi can cut off the bomb that is running. He won't even stop it. He lets it sail on by to backstab and close this map. It's going to be Elige dead in the apps. Bomb loose. 15 seconds. There is physically not enough time for Liquid to win this round.
Yeah, Nitro's got to do it. Nitro's got to get the bomb. Here he comes, but no peek from Alexi. He's just going to let him get it. Chance at the plant, but it's wide for Apartments. He's got to go back in again, and now just rush down. One for Nitro, but the round falls the way of G2.
Wow.
And even though he gets all the frags, the glory goes the way of the G2 squad.
I mean, he might have even got the plant if he went safe. He knew the only player that for sure was going to push him was Alexi on the flank there. Obviously, you're still scared of Mark. You're scared of everything at this point. But it's again, the indecision for Nitro. He fakes it out, or not fakes out, he realizes that this plant is not going to work, has to change it. At that point, even though he gets off, it's not going to matter. Just living to the last second for m0NESY. And so the kills for Liquid, but they don't matter when G2 play the round.
Honestly, he's about to get tested over in the ladder room. Jeez, he's swinging it wide and does manage to get out of there. The mid-skirmish leaves Liquid looking worse for wear.
Okay.
And this could be the beginning of the end for Team Liquid. 1 HP on Elige, 31 for Nitro. And a 3-on-5 to try and navigate when, just a shot away from death. They both fall. Jax never intended for the double there, but the spray finds it, and Shoxy, Shoxy, 1-on-5, and that's the end. G2 lock it in. It's not even close. Liquid were never even in this one. They embarrass them and continue this lower bracket run. That's the G2 we wanted to see. That's the m0NESY we wanted to see. Just how far can they take it?
Hey Future Pros, back on Mirage, this time with a flash. This flash should help you when taking the B side. To do this flash, get into this corner. Aim at the top part of this wall in the center. Run forward and throw the flash just before you collide with the edge of the wall. With practice, you should be able to do this one quickly and on the fly.
GG's out on the side of G2, who have secured a victory, and a very important one in a matchup that did have elimination written all over it. There's only one bye-bye going on here, and that would be to Team Liquid. Commiserations, of course. Not what you would want to see from this group, but perhaps there's still time, as they say in Counter-Strike. Who knows? We've got Maniac, we've got Prof on the desk with me, and we're going to be joined by Nico real shortly. But, of course, for us, just wrapping our heads around it is one thing very special for G2 here.
Yeah, definitely needed win and a statement win in the scoreline and the performance of the big players and the small new players coming on the team. Talking about Monacy over there. But yeah, and then on the other side of Liquid, not that surprising, especially in this matchup, but in general, what we saw from Liquid so far from this team, this 5, hasn't been convincing at all.
Lacking, to say the least. It's rather unfortunate, but not fortunate enough that we skip out on this very, very awesome time we're about to have with Nico, who seems to be on the other end of the telephone. Hello, Nico.
Hey guys.
Hey, man. Just some questions right out of the gate here. First and foremost, we're not going to talk about the Fnatic thing, but really and truly, is this new G2 a lower bracket team?
Yeah, definitely. We are a completely different team than what we have been yesterday. It was completely chaos yesterday. Communication was bad. Some unnecessary frustrations as well. The mood was not the best, especially for a new team. That should not be happening. So today we really showed up, and I mean, if we keep this level consistently, we're going to be very strong, obviously. But I think we really hit our highs today. Like, our individuals were really popping off, and as a team we played really good as well. So this is like, if we peak really high, I think this is what we can display, I would say.
Nico, that was an awesome reaction. Of course, you are talking about it. I'm very curious, what were the words exchanged after the loss versus Fnatic? How did you guys apprehend that defeat?
As I already said at first, like, communication was really bad. That's what we have worked on the most. And team play wasn't there. Many frustrations that are not unnecessary. And that's the basic thing that we have fixed. And obviously there were some mistakes in game that we have done, particularly on Inferno City side, which probably lost us the game. That's what we fixed as well. Unfortunately, we didn't play Inferno today. But yeah, like, we could really see the immediate mistakes from yesterday in game, which you don't really see on practice, and you are not able to fix them, you know. So we immediately rewatched the game, and we talked about the mistakes and how we should just approach the game, basically. Because, like, first map was good against Fnatic, but then last 2 we just, like, disappeared for no reason, right? So we had a different approach as well, and I'm glad that we stepped up today.
You definitely did. Now, on a happier note, it's obviously Monacy's debut in that type of tournament. Can you give us a few words how he's feeling, he's vibing in the moment right now?
I mean, today he's been great, really. Like, yesterday, the first game, I could see that he was lost, that he was nervous, and he was just, I think he was feeling a lot of pressure, even though he doesn't want to admit, but I could see that it's not the same guy that he's playing practice with us, you know. So we tried to help him. Our coach had a very good talk with him yesterday as well to make him more relaxed, and I think it helped him a lot, which we could see from the game today. And I really hope that he won't have those kind of moments that he had yesterday. I mean, it's normal to have when you're 16, it's your first LAN, you know, but if we can minimize it, it will be really good for him, I would say.
Talk to me, you mentioned the pressure. What is the kind of the expectations for you here? Like, you are in the lower bracket, there are a couple of maybe not the most dangerous teams, but potentially Navi could be also in the lower bracket if things work out unfortunately for you. What's the kind of the expectation and the pressure to perform here?
We didn't have, like, amazing expectations coming to this event because we didn't know how we're going to turn up on LAN, right? It's our first LAN, like, LAN with new IGL, with a very young Opper, with new coach as well. So we had no idea what to expect, but one thing was for sure that losing first 2 games would have been a huge disappointment. So the goal is always to get to playoffs, I would say, for us. And from there on, I think many things can happen. I think every team is beatable, and we are beatable easily as well, as we could have seen yesterday. So it seems like there is no strong team as of right now. Maybe Heroic is, like, the best performing day from the first 2 days, but I feel like once we get to playoffs, we can beat every team, but if we play like yesterday, we can lose to Airy as well.
Hey, Nico, last question I got for you, man. I understand it's been kind of a long, short day at the same time. For you to play in Katowice in the Spodek, how important is it to you personally?
It's super important. It was like my first biggest arena that I have played in as well back in 2017 when I lost to Astralis. And this is probably the only event that my family is coming as well to support me from crowd. So it's a very special event, my girlfriend as well. So yeah, I'm looking forward. I mean, not looking forward, we still need to get there, but if you get to playoffs, I'm really looking forward to play in arena again.
Yeah, there's something very special about it. Hey, Nico, thank you for your time. Congratulations. See you later.
Thank you, guys.
Cool. And that's Nico. If you've never heard of him, you don't know his name, well, you're going to learn real fast. Isn't that right, Prof?
I mean, definitely. That would be pretty hard to not know him and actually be on this stream. But who knows? There's different kind of people going around on Twitch. This is one of the...
Tell me more about that. This is a topic we can get into. Let's dive in.
Pretty interesting content. Maybe they're into different content, maybe like League of Legends or something. So now they're straight in their aim and they're watching the real stuff.
Well, look, we can't all be perfect, right, Maniac? So it's just kind of the way it is. For G2, it's not perfection, but they do stay alive through the brackets. And being the lower part, you brought up a very, very scary concept, which is you either have Furia or Navi in your way.
Yeah, neither of these teams will be an easy fit. Obviously, you don't want to play Navi if you're G2. I'm not learning you or teaching you anything new right here. But Furia are no joke either. They're absolutely no joke. I think Safe is a huge upgrade in terms of firepower. They looked better against Astralis. In fact, they breezed through that game. I was very impressed. So if you're G2, you take it one match at a time. You're trying to make sure that this is the G2 that you get. Not the one that playing against Fnatic, the one that today deserved Liquid.
Ooh, I'm just looking at the bracket right here. Looks like there's a map up on Astralis, is there?
That's Astralis, that's what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of the angle that we are expecting, that I am expecting at least. Astralis hasn't been that great. Ents are kind of on the rise with this upgraded lineup, and they're a dangerous team, right? And that's the kind of the lower bracket that's going on. As you mentioned, Furia and Navi, you don't really know what to expect from Furia yet, but they're not someone that you can write off.
No, they're not, especially after a 1916 in the first map. I mean, that alone, also an elimination game. So you had overtime, you're on an overpass, GLHF, we just hope for the best for that one, right? I mean, Astralis is one of those things that I hate to beat a horse when it's down. Doesn't seem very right.
No, I mean, we had very little expectations to no expectations for Astralis coming into this event, but we all agreed that going out last would kind of be the end of the hopes. I think my hopes personally, I wouldn't know where to look. For these 5 people? Yeah, for these 5, I wouldn't know where to look. I wouldn't know how to figure out solutions for them. It's been 3 months. If they go out now 2-0 by ends, then so do my dreams.
Well, check this out. Apparently, if Astralis lose here and go out here, it's their worst ever placing.
Yeah, that's pretty much...
That's kind of even hard to wrap your head around when you say it, you know?
I mean, when you compare this lineup to previous Astralis
that's
lineups,
a dangerous game.
Then you would kind of expect this lineup to have the worst results.
Yeah.
Maybe not that.
Not this bad, though, right?
I don't know. We'll see.
Fair enough. Either way, we got that going on the other stream over there, as you can tell. So what we're going to do is, I believe, get out of here. I don't believe that there's much else to cover. We got more games coming your way here at the Intel Extreme Masters. But me, sayonara. See you tomorrow.
Having a good day?
Yeah.
Goodbye.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Next one is synergy and communication. I would say in the old G2 is half-half, right? I would like also rate synergy and communication like about like a 6 or a 7, right? Because even though like the synergy was good, the communication was not so good because like, you know, we had Drax, he was like struggling with English a lot of times, and then like the trio, like the Balkan trio, right? Me, Nico, and Hunter, like we, you know, we had the synergy, the comms, like we would speak.
Did you guys go in and out?
In our own language, like, you know, in and out, right?
So in clutches you spoke like?
Yeah, for like the most part, it would be like kind of Serbian, especially between Nico and Hunter. I think they really prefer speaking in their native language when they're in clutches together. So.
Do you think it will be the same in the new team, if they're only 2?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Is that weird for you mentally to just switch back and forth in languages in the middle of a match? Does it just come naturally when you're in a clutch, or do you have to be like, okay?
I'm just more thinking like if 2 people are speaking the same language. I know we had this discussion as well in OG that like me and Nico could in theory speak Danish as well, but then let's say, you know, that Nico and Hunter is in a clutch and maybe Alexi like sees something or he's not sure if the players who are in the clutch heard like an important information or something, then maybe you have no clue like what they're speaking about, right? So I think it can hurt you in that sense, but also if you have 2 good clutchers and they speak their own language, I guess I wouldn't mind it. I just think we made the rules so to have it like that everybody understands exactly what's going on, so nobody ever feels like they're getting like
we also
left
tried,
out of a round or whatever.
We pretty much tried to go like the same direction as you said like at the beginning, but then when you're in a clutch situation and it's a 2v2 and if you're speaking your native language, the flow, the comms go way faster, like, you know, instead of like having to pause for like a second or 2 and then think, how do I say this on English?
But it's also hard to measure because like in theory, I guess you should do what's more like mathematically correct. So let's say you actually win a higher percentages of clutches if you actually speak your own language, then I guess that is like
it's hard
the
to argue
correct
against
decision,
that.
even though it seems a bit like weird.
Exactly.
But I guess you can't measure it, right? Because you cannot replay the clutch when you're speaking English. And
I imagine the pressure of the moment too sometimes just pulls you back in that language and you don't always get to make those choices.
What about the synergy and communication? Like
I think Jax is like in both the lineups, right? And I think the synergy when Jax is there is like he's like the glue, right? He brings everyone together. Like he's this guy in a group of people.
He's a great personality.
He's making everyone like super comfortable, right? So I think like the synergy is super high. It was in the old team and it is for sure.
Do you think Modesty is going to cause any communication issues with another language being thrown into the mix?
No, I don't think so.
I think you're going to learn pretty fast as well. When you speak like English all the time on an international team, I think you get pretty used to it. And I think a lot of the information in CS, like it's not advanced in the sense that like everybody can say like out long, coming short, like this basic stuff. I guess it's maybe only in like, I don't know how the team talks are going and I'm not sure exactly like how good of an English speaker he is, but I think he will be fine.
He has good English.
Yeah, I think he'll be completely fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
I would rate it like maybe both pretty much 7, right? I don't think they really like gain or lose anything with like the swaps in terms of like comms and the synergy that they have, right? Then the last one
is overall peak. Now you can be as biased as you want, Nexa.
No, that's
feel free.
I think like in the old G2, I think like we peaked several times. No, I think like our peak in G2 was like around 8. Like we had our chances to win a couple of events, but like, you know, we really weren't like a team made to like win trophies, right? That's like my honest opinion. And with the new team, I mean, just having an opera who potentially can perform or maybe even be, let's say, better than what Simple and Zai were showing now, right? Just having that potential, the peak level for sure has to be like 10.
So we gave like 7 and an 8, that's 15, right? Then we gave a 6, that's 21.
You're doing great so far.
7, that's 28, plus 8, that's 36.
Nice.
If I'm correct, right?
That's why you're the guy calculating your economy in CS.
That's the old one.
And then the new one, we gave 9 for firepower, 6 for experience, that's 15.
40.
What?
40.
Oh, you already did it? Okay, yes.
Woo.
Yeah, that's...
Cruise right through. So 36 for the old G2, 40 for the new G2. Yeah. That's not bad, all things considered.
Yeah.
That's close.
It's fine.
But here we are, showing them, making them wish they were you. We've heard the most when it comes to this. Yeah, every shade of blue, but don't even care what they all say. They think we're out of control. Yeah, truth be told, we know it.
Думаешь, не монитор только.
Renegades Fox Seminole vibe that we had, and if we can bring that, we're going to trash these American noobs.
Тут 100% где-то чел.
Green, what's your problem, Green? What is your problem?
I'm quiet because this is boring. Hopefully we get it to a round that excites me very surely.
Ну ладно, Элика легко найти, возможно, еще, но Илюху нереально, мне кажется.
There's the first not bad at all. There's a second. It's working out. Let's go next time. My goodness gracious me.
Что это такое? О!
Ракета побежала!
Тихо, тихо!
Ракета, Ладно, я тебе время выиграл. Да я вас точно найду, я уверен. Ну хотя, не знаю.
Ты не смотри никуда.
О, гайс.
Просто посмотрел. Ну не смотри, нахуй ты в меня просто смотришь в монитор.
Все.
И в мою тоже не смотри.
Все, я закрыл глаза.
Нет шансов, пацана. Кирилл, точнее, у тебя.
Окей.
Ну просто ноль.
Курица живой вряд ли может быть, верно?
Какой шепот.
А что ты меня так рассматривал? Я не понял. Таунты, пацаны.
There's the first not bad at all. There's a second. It's working out. Let's go next time.
Renegades Fox Seminole vibe that we had, and if we can bring that, we're going to trash these American noobs.
Побег. Да нереально, согласись попасть, Кирилл, блядь. Это нереально заимить, это скотч, блядь.
Last man standing.
Ты такая крыса, Илья.
Я что сделал?
Не, ну просто.
Ебать, а можно было?
Как?
Шприц, ебать, он бегает.
Таунт, он где-то здесь, он не нажимает таунт, потому что он где-то рядом.
Oh dear.
Он на все ГГ.
Всех хз. Ты прям вокруг него бегал весь раунд.
Все, да, нет шансов. Зря, конечно, свистнул.
Ничего нахуй, да. Нет, я вот что, посмотри. Оп.
Я не успею.
You would really be questioning your existence, right?
Counter-terrorists win.
but it's searing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality, satellites singing serenade. Send our signal, please. you wanna say? I've been looking for you, looking for you, looking for you. Take me down, leave me lost and found. Take me down.
On default.
1 HP! Nice. Alltså jag blir shotguns again! Nice.
Short. Nice.
Never mind, I have max out. Nice. Throwing. Boxes, things. 1 HP, nice.
No!
Take weapon.
One is low.
Nice.
No!
Didn't you hit him? 61!
I said flash top mid, Jack, and you did not.
Why you keep talking so much? Brollan, they hear you, man.
Jack, you need to listen.
Oh, CT spawn. CT spawn last. No 40 HP.
Ooh. Oi.
What? Where are you?
Kishan.
99! Nice!
I knew you were there!
Please win. No. Please win.
Yeah!
Nice.
No!
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Nice.
Debutantes, underdogs, rookies. In 2014, there were many ways you could describe Cloud9. However, that could only apply to the organization itself, as their CSGO roster they acquired from Complexity just 2 weeks before Cologne was far from inexperienced. And that experience manifested itself in the most crucial moments, with one of them being a battle against Dignitas. Thanks to Dupree, an even duel on Mirage could soon end with Cloud9's defeat.
Team Dignitas, they've got the smokes down to cut the Cloud9 off, and in fact, they're going for huge plays! Dupree!
But with someone like Hiko on the defense, even the best entries might just not be enough.
That bomb plant's already been happening for quite a while here, so Hiko and Sean, that's a good kill from Hiko, but they realize Dupree's still in there, so Hiko comes in with another kill, and back to a 2-on-2. That bomb's so far ticked, they gotta move quick right now. They're going for it, the defuse is already happening. Hiko, are you kidding me? He's gonna go for it, they win the round. Hiko picks up a triple, and Cloud9 win it. What?
Stay rush.
Nice.
Doors, not looking at us. I'm going for this.
Nice.
Inside.
Yeah, I see him.
Going.
Oh, I can reach him in the hole. Oh no. How have you managed that?
I didn't know you could get stuck here. Did you know you could get stuck here?
I had no idea. Alright, should we see if this works?
Yeah.
Oh, saved! Oh! One more?
Yeah, hold on.
Strafe!
He's looking at us.
Okay.
I would have
Everything is
bumped it,
saved.
takes that. Parachuter Bertram coming in, Commander.
Guy on top of the tower parachuting up as well. There's so many parachuters.
We're gonna try and block him out of the sky. Oh, he's got a shotgun!
Nice. Get out of that, I'll be impressed. was shooting at me, but I don't see him.
Yeah, he's somewhere in the trees.
Yeah, he's down, I'm good.
Under the... Oh!
Perfect. How about that one?
That's pretty nice.
Impressive performance. Thank you in advance.
Where you see me coming better run for cover, 'cause I'm not slowing down, I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster, I came to conquer. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, 'cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's emotion, the legend's begun. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. as we move through the dust. Nights turn into days, one by another. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. At the end of the line, the trust in our hearts beating louder. Under darkened skies, we await, bound to each other. But our spirits never die. Faded as we push through the darkest times. I'll be there by your side. We arise. Everything's breaking. Our souls will awaken. Our spirits never die. Storms in a helpful hand, broken bones in a bloodstained flag. Open road and nomadic plans. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'ma bring it in the firefight. I'm coming to get ya. I'm coming to get ya. I'm the reaper in the dead of night. Lightning strikes in a quiet town. Bodies fall upon sacred ground. By that flag and a king is crowned.
5 years, the Lanxess Arena of Cologne has been the about competitive Counter-Strike.
got SK, we've got Liquid. Second map coming up. I hope you're ready for it.
Liquid, you've got some problems right now. It's definitely looking good for SK.
Liquid starting on the terrorist side and SK on the CT side.
Let's be honest, 2016 wasn't the best year for Team Liquid, despite having great names in their roster. That's why their performance in Cologne might have surprised quite a bit, especially when you consider the teams they had to face. They managed to climb all the way to the grand final, and now stood against the mighty Brazilians from SK Gaming. However, soon enough, Liquid realized that this might be just too much for them to handle, and after being swept from train, they again found themselves struggling for breath on cobblestone.
FNX in position. There's another spray, and FNX all three.
And that's when JDM sparked a faint glimmer of hope.
40 seconds on the clock as JDM picks up 2 big kills, a third one coming in. The American sniper saves them, and that's an ace in 1 round. JDM destroying SK.
My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Почему все медленно?
My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Ой. Нет!
No, it's compatible. I'm not pretending it is. But that's what I'm giving it.
Денис, ты нет.
Валера.
Тихо, тихо. Как это выиграть?
Ну у тебя, походу, нет шансов, братан.
Ну спамьте подсказки.
Ну я спрятался очень жестко.
Это что за...
Ладно, тут нет шансов.
А на Б может быть или нет?
Какое у тебя лицо серьезное, Илья.
Да я думаю, блядь, что за хуйня. Ну нахуй, М-ку купил, ебанус.
Ты сейчас умрешь!
А тебе нельзя было делать, блядь?
Можно.
Блядь, куда? Я не знаю, короче.
Я хочу посмотреть, где вы все.
Очень интересно, конечно. Нам нужен обзор.
You would really be questioning your existence right now. We're going to trust these American moves.
Да не прыгай, я тебя нашел уже.
Нет, ты можешь убегать, в смысле?
Не-не-не, это...
В смысле нет?
Прикинь, как кружка может. Ёбаный.
Тебе надо попасть.
Или у тебя ничего не светило вообще там, да?
Ладно, я понял.
Да ты такой чел, просто Кирилл.
Да ладно, не убегай, братан, я не могу попасть, невозможно попасть.
Или, прикинь, ты проиграешь.
Не, я просто не понимаю, нахуй он убегает.
Не, ну бегать, кстати, реально
Тебе
нечестно.
догнать нужно. Это нечестно, когда ты говоришь, тебе ничего тут не смущает. Да не, забей, у тебя шансов нет. Денис выиграл, короче.
Изи вообще, да? Я слился.
Бро, Илюх.
that's why you don't see many teams run this over and over again, but it works for Navi. They seem to get on the bomb side and hit their shots. That's really what it's all about.
Twist aggressing. They have to double peek. He's getting his shot. He's hitting it. Simple shot.
This is a shooting gallery for Simple. It's practically deathmatch. Just the greatest. Simple with 5. Get out of my server.
Let's get it on!
As a team, I would say we have to do so much stuff yet. There's like so many things happening at the same time. We're trying to fit with the new roles, with new positions in every map. We're trying to feel comfortable playing each position. We're trying to improve more our chemistry. Because whenever you change the lineup with like an Alper or a new IGL, or you change like big roles in the game, you need to change a lot of stuff. So we are still trying in the process of looking for the best optimal positions for each player and the best pace for the game for us, and try to find a balance is something very hard. But when you find it, it lasts for so long, you know, because when you find your pace, your chemistry, you can just keep change things up, and it's gonna be easier this way. So I think right now we're looking for this kind of chemistry in the team and this kind of comfortableness, if that's a word, so everybody can play more confident.
Welcome back, everybody, to the wonderful country of Poland, where we are about to continue IEM Katowice 2022. It's Furia versus Navi, the number 16 team in the world, facing off against the current titans of Counter-Strike, Navi ranked number 1. It's sure to be electric. We can see the players on screen now entering the venue, and you can feel the tension rising. My name is Parla, and I am your desk host for this one, and I'm joined on the desk by some very talented and qualified individuals. It's going to be Alan and Maniac.
Long time no see.
Here we are.
Long time no see.
Boys, how are you doing? Great to see you.
Pretty good, honestly, pretty good. I don't really see how I could not be enjoying the moment when we have these teams playing, when we're here at the event. It's a good time, and I get to be at the desk with you.
Yeah, Maniac, it's great to see you again. It's been a while since we've shared a desk, and so a pleasure as always. Alan, how's the event been for you so far? And are you looking forward to this amazing matchup?
Certainly am. I feel like even though we're going to favour Navi, let's be honest, in this matchup, there's a lot of compelling storylines, and especially today, one of these teams is going to be in the Spodek, and certainly for Navi, they want to be in there so much.
Yeah, I think for us, it's very important to frame Navi as the clear favorite at this event. We still had a couple of questions. They started 2022 a bit of a rocky way. Blast was complicated for them. But when you look at the other teams, you look at the contenders, you have your Gambit losing a series, you have G2 losing a series, Vitality also on the precipice right now. Navi is reminding everyone that this is LAN. This is where they shine, this is where they excel, and they are the ones sitting on the throne.
I think they are going to be more motivated than ever, considering Boomich is now back with them physically, Alan.
Yeah, for sure. And certainly, when we saw them up against ENT, they looked really shaky, in my opinion, and they definitely could have lost that series. So for Navi, seeing all the other big contenders having issues, maybe aside from Virtus Pro, they'll be thinking, we need to clean up our game. We need to shore up our weaknesses because we really should be the favorites for this tournament.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. I also think that winning a title doesn't mean you play every game in an excellent level. That's not what it is about. I mean, you're going to have some scrappy games. You're going to struggle a little bit, mostly at the beginning of the tournament. What matters is that when it truly hit the fan, you will play the good Counter-Strike. This is now. They can make it this product today.
Guys, before we break this matchup down further, let's take a look at our Colex players to watch.
The Intel Grand Slam winners first go around to try and earn a spot on the Spodek stage. He definitely got the team and the individual performance to take him there. Can anything even stop him? Serrato, with a top rating in the tournament so far, he definitely looks to have what it takes to put a fight versus the best. If his performance can trickle down onto his teammates, we might have a winning formula. Bid is close to home, while Serrato traveled far to fight, but both with the same goal, the IEM Katowice trophy.
Welcome back, everybody. It's great to have a check-in there with Heku and taking a look at our Colex players to watch. Who should we talk about? I think let's start off on the Furia side of things with Serrato. This guy was once rumored to be the next coldzera. We've seen amazing performances, but has he peaked, and does he need to do that to topple Navi?
Well, I appreciate the historical reference. He's surpassed coldzera right now. There's not even a question anymore. Serrato is 3 times the player that coldzera is at the moment. Look, he embodies what it is that we like about Furia: firepower, skill, determination. That's what these guys bring to the table, and Serrato is obviously a great example. He had a wonderful, wonderful series against Astralis, and to be able to shake up Navi just a little bit, we need all these heavy hitters.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed watching Serrato of late. For me, it's actually his CT sides where he's really, really strong. Beast. And I do think for this player, although Furia gets a rep for being really aggressive and have that bravado, I do think Serrato has really great decision-making, especially, as I said, on the CT side. So, as we're saying, it's definitely going to be a tough matchup, but if Serrato can show up in great form, then maybe at least we'll get a competitive series.
Yeah, what else do we need to see from Furia to topple Navi?
Oh, well, we can start with Safe. Obviously. He had been rumored to join the team for the longest time. He was in the waiting line, in the pipeline of Brazilian Counter-Strike. He comes in now, and I think there is a trickle effect. When you have Safe with the AWP, not only do you have a great player per se, but you free Art for some of the responsibilities. Now he can just focus on himself. He can play the double AWP like he liked to do with Henny. And at the time, man, that was something great to watch. So that's what I'm hoping for. I'm hoping to see Art shine as well with the incoming of Safe.
Yeah, I also feel like with Safe, he's a very different player to how Art was when he used to main ult for this team. Much more kind of playing the percentages, more passive, you know, taking good angles and good fights and really thinking about it. And we saw Safe come in the first game against Wiz the Krakow. It didn't go well for him, but over the course of ESL Challenger 48, growing throughout every series, maybe the final was a little bit shaky against Virtus Pro, but from what we've seen here, Safe is really here. He's really delivering, and we need him to be in top form for this Furia team to exceed kind of the expectations of what they're setting for themselves.
Now, it goes without saying that Navi are the clear favourites here, and we've already established that Boomic is back in the studio, and luckily we have an interview with him.
Hey everybody, the Navi boys are getting ready for the upcoming series, but right now I have Boomic right next to me. Boomic, how are you feeling right now?
Да, хорошо себя чувствую сейчас. Вот, чувствуется, что готов вернуться, скажем так, к ребятам в коммуникацию, потому что пару дней у меня болело горло, вот, но сейчас не знаю, с чем это связано. Вообще там позитивный тест был, 2 негативных, и сейчас просто без понятия что. Но готов играть и чувствую себя хорошо.
Yeah, basically he's saying that he is ready to play, that he's feeling really good. You know, there were some maybe mashups like when it comes to the test, but right now the most important thing is that he will be able to play with the guys while sitting right next to them, and he's feeling really good. Like maybe in the beginning there was something around the throat, but now he's all good and fine. And was it actually hard for you to lead your team while you were not sitting like right next to them?
Ну, на самом деле, спокойная атмосфера, потому что находишься один и как-то фокусируешься больше на геймплане, на игре. Так что было, на самом деле, удобно. Единственное, чего не хватало, там, это между картами дополнительного времени, там, поговорить с тренером и с игроками, да. Плюс каких-то эмоций нет, потому что сидишь один, некому кулачок отдать. А так, в принципе, то же самое, но не было там дополнительных минут поговорить с тренером, там, между картами. Вот. А так, в принципе, обычно.
Yeah, he's saying that like it was actually maybe like not that hard. It was pretty calming. He was like sitting there all alone. The only thing that he really lacked is the fact that like, he can have a conversation with his coach right away, and he can fist bump like his teammates. But outside of that, it didn't cause him any troubles. And right now, I'm sure that he's looking forward to play here along his guys. So thank you very much, Boomic, and good luck.
Thank you.
Love to have that live translation from Heku. Guys, what do you have to say about Boomic's words there? Because it's clear that he's very motivated to be back.
Yeah, and I mean, what he's been able to accomplish with Navi the last year is nothing sort of phenomenal. And I feel like when you are a player next to Simple, next to Electronic, next to Bit, then you are really further down the list of people getting compliments. And he, as an IGL, has been lifting trophies left and right and center. Navi's game in general is much better than it was a year ago, much cleaner Navi as well. So props to this guy. And also, it's cool to hear him talk Russian. That's a fast debut right there.
Yeah, it was good stuff. And I do feel like what we need to talk about is the combination between Blade and Boomic. I feel like together, having a player like Boomic who individually is very strong, and then Blade to bring all of the tactical side, he can do all the prep before the games, having them together on the team adds so much value. And of course, now that Boomic is back in the studio here with us and with the players, that relationship grows even stronger. And of course, in huddles like these, they can have those conversations really before the games, the nitty-gritty, and decide how they're going to approach these big matches.
Let's talk about the fact that Navi undeniably are absolute lanimals. Matthew, do you want to jump in? Because you've got some fantastic stats to share.
Look, it's absolutely ridiculous. I'm going to give you a list of events. Blast Spring Series 2020, IEM Katowice 2020, IEM Cologne 2021, PGL Major Stockholm, Blast Fall Finals, Blast World Finals. All the LANs that Navi have attended, which they have won. It's absolutely incredible. And with this guy, with Bit on board on LAN, they have only lost one series. One best of 3 ever since he was here. That was Liquid, that was World Final. The rest is absolutely phenomenal. Big doesn't know what it is to lose a LAN. He just doesn't know what it is. He's never lost.
Insane. It's completely insane. And honestly, if there wasn't COVID, we'd be looking at this team and saying they might even be winning more tournaments just playing in that offline environment. But as the veto is coming in, Dust 2 coming out from Furia, that's always their permaban. Same affair for Navi, so no surprises there. But Furia going for the Mirage pick, I didn't actually see that one coming.
I thought they would, because I think it's kind of a leveling field for Navi. Right? There are a few maps where they are unplayable. I think Mirage might be a bit more of an accessible dream if you're Furia. Not a bad map for you either. Navi, they don't ask the question twice. Just go for Nuke. That's the map they pick. That's the map they win. And I guess the show is going to be great. We win.
Hopefully. And actually on the Nuke front, even though we're saying absolutely solidified pick for Navi, they always love to play it. They picked it into Ent and got absolutely wrecked 16-4. So at least they've got I guess they've had a conversation behind the scenes about making some changes. But in that game alone, they might have shaken their confidence just a little bit.
Yeah, Furia got to this point by beating Astralis 2-0. And as you just alluded to, Navi just about beat ENGE 2-1. Maybe we could read into that. Nonetheless, this match is pretty much ready to go. And if I'm not mistaken, our casters will be ready to take things over.
Hello. Hello, hello.
Hello? It is us.
Yes.
It is I. It is we.
It's you, it's us.
So, folks, Navi, Furia, Mirage.
Mirage.
Sorry, I wasn't ready. I wanted more analysis, dude. I wanted a bit more of an unpacking before this treat was presented to me, but here it is. It's on a plate. It's dished right up. And it's time, all right? Without further ado, we get into a big one. Furia, are they outclassed? That's really the question mark around this one. I had high hopes for them based off of what we saw from their previous game. They looked good. You know, it was a great reminder as to what Furia can achieve. But it's Navi. And right now it was Yuri just trying to piece out some bit of a B hit. Is this going swimmingly? I'm not sure. For a second, it looked like Navi had it all under wraps, but now they're fighting back.
Yeah.
And Fury have got them a little bit nervous.
Yeah, you know, a plant's a win, I think, in this position. And they gush simple. That'll slow them down a touch. They can assist this bomb plant, and that, I think, needs to be priority number one, if they can manage it. But it looks like they're really thinking about how they can win the round off this gush.
With 2 players low, it's...
Okay.
That's weird.
Yeah, they're just playing it standard, so it looked like they could have gone for a cat plant if they wanted to. They opted not to. And Simple, with no health, still gets his kill. Safe, what can you do, my friend?
Well, you said his name too loud, you made him nervous. So he dropped the first few shots, but he does still kill Simple on his cross through the windows. And Safe's reposition's going to find that second player out. Safe, 1 versus 3. Come on, send them a message. But instead, he's packed into the bottle, and it's Electronic with the CT pistol round win.
He got packed into the bottle?
Yes.
Oh, that would suck.
Imagine.
10-second defuse. A little bit strange in that 2vx. It was like there was no real idea. They could have planted for Safe in that position to go off cap, and they just put the bomb down. Even with cat control, I don't know. It didn't seem like they were thinking about doing too much, but Safe nearly clutches it as well. And again, like if, you know, the bomb's planted for cat, then he doesn't have to play it like this, or he's out in the open. At the same time, he could have tucked behind the pillar. But the bomb on default makes him nervous. It's not nice when we don't see ideas.
And if you're playing versus Navi,
bring some ideas.
Nervous.
Yeah.
Okay. You can't be nervous, and you got to have ideas. Because if not,
Navi will eat you alive. Navi always eat Furia alive.
Always, always, or like sometimes always.
I remember we had this exact same conversation the last time, and you're like, "Oh, I think there's a chance they're playing so well," and then they just get dumpstered in 2 maps.
You know, we had it off broadcast, so the people don't know.
It was actually in the pregame.
Oh shoot!
You're getting really old.
Getting rusty. Electronic, maybe he is too. You know, time to hang it up, perhaps. Poor guy gets wrecked by drop. Deagle to the face.
Just like that, huh?
Mid. It's over. It's over. Win a major, have a kid, get out. No, jokes aside. This is a nice force buy from Furia that has already opened up with a man advantage, and Bit will be looking to bring it back. Perfectly timed boost from the catwalk to give him the headshot, but Safe's overfaced from ramp. And with the 2 CTs in that bomb site, just 2 moments there of just double teamworks, right? We get the boost over on cap between the 2 B players. We get this perfect double peek down ramp from the 2 A players. And now they're able to just walk away with a man advantage and keep eyes on middle. So beautiful little attack on both extremities. And it leaves Furia to have to fall silent and look to break through with this last 30 seconds.
They let Boomich get to his safe space here in CT spawn. And it looks like they might actually allow a plant. Now, Boomich is going to take contact. If they get by him, he can let this go. And there's a chance he even stops this plant entirely now.
Smoke down to the triple. That's good from Yuri, but it also opens up this attack from Simple.
My God.
It almost got predicted. In fact, Yuri tried to find that exact kill. Dude, Simple's presence, simply his presence is enough to make you panic ever so slightly. Yuri opened himself to the connector play, and sure enough, Navi lock it down. So, clean little 4v5 there.
Yeah, not bad at all. So, of course, the main things that have changed since the last time they played, I can't remember if Drop was on the team, but I don't think he was. So, Drop and Safe have come on, basically, and what we saw from Furia in their last series was insanely promising across the 2 maps they played. a great Mirage. Safe had an amazing game, especially on that CT side. He was cleaning up. So, you know, just because in the past it's been really difficult for Furia, they actually have picked up one best of 3 out of their last 6, but...
There you go. There's the silver lining.
I guess that's a nice...
Oh, we found it.
Yeah, it's a little thin, but it's there. This is a kind of a new Furia. It is kind of a new Furia. And in the past, when it was really bad, what happened is that Furia would run at Navi like they run at every other team, no matter how good they are, whoever they are. You know, it's like going to prison and then starting a fight with the biggest guy, right? That's Furia.
Sure.
Except that Simple would just run back at them. You know, more aggressive than ever. I feel like that for some reason, he loves to play against Furia. And that was always really problematic. But you know what might make the difference?
Safe?
LAN. LAN.
Not safe?
LAN Rhea. Safe is 27 years old.
That is true. And he said that his age is actually a strength in his position, right? It's a forte. It's not a weakness. It's not a problem.
Yeah.
Youth is overrated. Experience is not easy to come by. At least that's what the old guys will say. Frag grenade to the bottom of connector, and it's going to do good damage versus Furia. 2 players weakened. Then the smoke comes out, and oh my god, Electronic just pushes through. Art did not see that one coming. So 5v4 off the back of it, more utility damage, more utility usage, and the T side answers as well by hitting down Bit a tidbit. Simple, clean gap in the window, but the follow-up smoke will take that back from him, so he's not going to be able to further the man advantage.
Oh, they're covering all the right positions right now. And Boomich won't win his duel, but Electronic is here to try to trade this. They'll molly close, and Electronic almost got into his spot to get trapped. This molly that he throws in as a counter will be huge, because then Fury have to respect it for the full time. Theirs is down. He'll just move off the default.
Molotov on the wrong position. Electronic will be happy that that didn't land at his feet. He still has support from stairs. And this outward position from Furia now confirmed. Electronic's position as well to the opposite end. But remember, Bomb is actually heading around through the apartments, so Furia doing a good job of at least selling this fake. However, Simple shows up, tears him to pieces, and now suddenly this 2 versus 4 into the B bomb site is really and truly all they have to work with. Bit is ahead of the utility, so his timing is gonna should work out well. Drop actually catches wind of this. And now Safe has been tasked with going and clearing him from this pillar. Bit working with such little HP, serving up a distraction. And you know Drop realizes it, but he can't look away. He just can't. Safe trying to find sanctuary within the bomb site, tagged low and still able to answer, but Perfecto finds him through the smoke, and we have the 4-0 Navi start.
They mirrored all of the aggressive options that Furia took that round, whether it was the connector presence, and Electronic was really the star of the show. He was, you know, he wasn't the guy who pushed into A-ramp when they thought he would. He wasn't the guy who was under Balk when they thought he was. And they tried to molly both positions and couldn't lock him down. Then he did some extra damage. And both him and Bit had great disengages in this round. Off a default, Electronic does about 70-80 damage, falls off, lets Simple finish that fight. Bit does the same thing on the pillar, spots 2, holds his spot, makes it really uncomfortable for Safe to try to get out of his position on the back of default. And before you know it, Furia have no odds of winning the round. So a very collected first rifle. Second rifle?
Good flash, keeps Simple off the mark. Ooh, peek over top of it. Boomich, nicely done. Finds the second headshot. Now, Simple's still dropping shots here, but not a problem. It's not like he's taking damage. It's not like the T's have an opening. It's just not as quick as it could be. Good thing for Boomich. Keeping K-Serato and Art both at the 0-5 start. So they have been completely neutralized and neutered in the opening bout of Mirage. Safe's just trying to fight in this 1 versus 1, and he can't even win that, dude. On an individual level, this is that Navi. Not the Navi, but that Navi.
It felt like going into playoffs that everyone was gonna suck.
I was worried, man.
Honestly, there were just so many teams that, for some reason, we're third tournament of the year. It felt like everyone was in their first tournament of the year, with the form that Gambit were on, that Navi were on coming into this event. You know, G2 dropping their match, Vitality bleeding. I mean, it was getting weird there for a second. But by the end of yesterday, when Gambit played, on map 3 after dropping one map to Copenhagen Flames, they looked like themselves. Vertigo was absolutely insane. So I feel like we're going to get a very high-level match between them and Vitality following this one. And in this series, with Navi versus ENG over on Overpass yesterday, I mean, it came to the third, and they had to make a comeback in the third. Yep. But when they did, they started to look like themselves. And they looked like they were far better than ENG. So that's kind of a good sign for the teams that we expect a lot from.
Electronic, there was an argument there that maybe he would have gotten caught, but he'll find cover in the box and delivers the 2K that he always seems to. So let's talk about, you know, the pieces here for Navi that we've seen so far. Simple, just tearing up multiple moments on that A site, 6-1. Electronic, 8-1. Bit, 6-2. I mean, on an individual level right now, you know, Navi didn't even skip a beat.
Yeah.
There's no little bit of warm up.
And they haven't been pushing into A ramp, into Palace, up mid. They've just been playing right on the borders of all of these different positions and waiting for Furia to make a move, and then they just make one a little bit faster. And that's been just enough.
I feel like Furia on their best day could make many rounds close. But Furia...
That's such a kind thing to say.
Thank you. On a slower day, are going to get 6-0 on the start. So, 2K for Electronic, 2K Simple. And again, you're dead on, right? There's no overstepping here from Navi. It's not as though they're taking the fight to Furia. They're just playing a bit reactionary, but they're also not hiding or falling back in any way. You know, they're happy to play that exact middle ground. Meet me halfway.
Yeah.
You know, it's a real gentleman agreement.
And it's the thing where, you know, they're going to come through smoke sometimes or try to create a timing somewhere with a dry peak. And right now in the early round, Navi are on high guard. They have the op staring at A ramp, which sometimes people skip. They doubled up in connector that previous round, even though oftentimes that's just a utility battle and no one ends up coming through. All right, a fast B exec and Perfecto will now get some action.
The pace is here. I will give it to that for Furia. You know, they're trying to push the tempo. They're trying to get Navi off their game. But you got to follow it up with aim of your own. And with fire at the feet of Drop, he concedes that front position.
Yeah.
And Furia, you know, they didn't go for anything other than apartments.
Yeah.
And they hit a brick wall that they just cannot bust down.
Sad part about a B exec is just how important that first guy is. He gets the kill, that can be the round. He dies, you have no exec at all. They didn't even get out.
Nothing.
They leave with minimal grenades, damaged players, and a man disadvantage.
You're not listing anything good.
There's basically nothing good for them about what just happened. Plus, they have the paranoia that Navi pushed Palace, pushed A ramp, took mid control, walked underpass to clear them.
Suppose
late push B after they left.
The only good thing is they walked away.
Yeah.
You know? At least they're still on 2 legs each. A little wobbly on some of these players. With a single smoke, they'll make that A contact. But let's see it, okay? On an individual level, we haven't had any shining moment yet from Furia. And Boomich will make sure that that does not happen from Art. Safe will connect with the op shot. Boomich now suddenly a little bit more pressured. So at least a very good job of cracking open the A site, and the possibility for the plant would be on the front of triple. But remember, no util. Simple, sketched out, jumps back, and a plant now comes through. So that's a little bit of a difference. Now suddenly we're talking about the doable. But then Simple will recover from his previous mishap. And with 30 health between the last 2 players of Furia, they just need to figure out the pieces. Yuri is deep in jungle, and that could serve as a problem for Perfecto, but he is very much locked in on this spot. So as Yuri comes around that corner, he's canceled out, and Drop is able to answer while the bomb gets diffused right underneath his nose. He could smell it, but there was nothing he could do to stop it.
Yeah, that was actually, you know, for Furia not having anything, taking some damage, losing all their nades, and not having map control. They got a bomb plant, and they actually made it close. If Safe gets his kill on Simple, they actually can't scale from CT spawn, and that retake slows down to the point that they could win on time. But instead, Simple wins the really key duel here. versus Safe, who's sitting at Apex, and that makes a world of difference in their odds. So we could see bomb timer ticks past half, and they've already made so much progress. So, okay, timeout called for Furia. What can they do? And we have seen some defaults, but we really haven't seen excruciatingly slow rounds. And I mean, that shouldn't come without a purpose, but I think right now the guard is really high for Navi in those first 20 to 30 seconds, where again, it's actually become, it's like the first thing you do when you learn CS is to op A ramp, but then you stop doing it in your pro matches because people know you're going to do that.
Yeah.
But then again, with Furia, you kind of have to go back to that way. And Navi are showing us they are prepared for those options early on. So the gimmicky plays are getting shut down, which is solid for the game plan of Navi. And I think that is going to force Furia to slow down the pace.
And when when Furia have to slow down that pace, that's when they start losing some of their identity.
I've never seen a bald egg fly.
Oh, man.
Kind of said that like James Bardolph or something.
Yeah.
I don't know how he would say it.
Bald eggs, James. Dan. Dan, James. Bond.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I really wanted that.
It was going to happen. It was going to happen.
We were saying how Simple hasn't pushed in. They haven't gone to that extra level forward. Simple, what you doing with the smoke? Just going to leave that there? You're going to make Boomich come pick that up?
He's just going to play under Balk with it.
Is it Simple?
Oh, wait. Okay.
Simple said, I want you right here. And it's a good thing Boomich picked that up in time, but look at this. KATOWISE gonna push beyond it. Boomich still got a kill with that, but the Palace player comes out wide. Electronic was not able to help Simple, and so we've got a little success. Furia finding a weird timing. Okay, it wasn't a rush out of the gate. It was slower, like you alluded to, but even with the slower round, they still made it, you know, possible to just go for that quick pop, that burst. And it found Navi off guard. KATOWISE deep on the ticket with drop by his side. That's a 1v4 attempt from Bit. He saw KATOWISE's gun just now, but I think he understands that the likelihood is low. So, Furia, 7-1.
Yeah,
Brazil.
They make it happen. Has to be Brazil. It has to be. So, yeah, they do it that way. It works out. Slow it on the pace. Same punchiness, like you're saying, but later into the rounds. And I think that still has to continue. Like, in terms of conditioning, Navi have won the mental battle. Like, if they shut you down early, no aggressive options. And because it's Furia, and it's their name brand, teams are always going to use nades early, just in case, that they try to be overly explosive. So I don't think Furia have to overplay in that from that perspective. But, yeah, I'm really curious if they will try to just go for a straight-up default. Worked quite well. You know what they say. Never seen a good team with a bad default.
You say that. You are the they.
Oh my God.
What do you say about that?
That's wow. That's supposed to be like the free way to kill someone if they're in connector.
Felt like that had like 2 directions within the flick. That was like a Pasha biceps flick.
Yeah.
It had the little L shape.
Does a U?
Little U curves. Little right, up, down, right, up. You know, Simple putting in the cheat codes.
Like a little Konami code or something.
5v4.
If you work that hard to peek connector, you're supposed to just get the kill. But
well, Simple's also not supposed to be this good at a game.
Yeah. But you know what? Ideas win tournaments, and that was an idea.
Okay.
There's still a little bit more to it. But you know what they say, I've never seen a good team with bad ideas.
Stop it. What else do good teams have?
Simple.
That's the solution? You've got defaults, you've got ideas, and you've got Simple. And if you
Carlos paid $600K for a high schooler.
Damn.
To get a Simple.
That's what he's hoping for.
Yeah.
Time will tell. Art. Woo! Quick little shot on that one. Goes back. There's a second player there.
Yeah, they don't know he's doubled up.
Simple's got the position. Saw the jump down. That should be a pickup. He is so fast. Electronic Losing half the health inside of jungle. Drop's not going to be able to trade that one. Little separate engagement there. Nicely done by Electronic. And an attempt from Yuri to spray to the second ticket player. But that, sir, will not work. We've got the Perfecto Simple Electronic show for Navi. And an 8-1 lead for them as well.
Yeah, form's good. You got Simple in your fantasy.
No, I don't. Stunna has Simple.
Oh, Stunna has Simple. Stunna actually got 3 oppers.
I've got 4 oppers.
You?
No.
Oh, he got
Stunna
4?
has 4 oppers. He said, hey, I heard they buy these things for 600,000 bucks.
Right. He got Monacy too. So, but yeah, but Simple didn't have like the, you know, he wasn't in murder form for the play-in and for the event so far. But he's back. He's very back.
Yeah, this game is this is Simple doing what he does best, just dominating players as if they're not even of the same caliber. He'll peek into Art, and that'll cost him. As Yuri also opens one towards middle, so you know you can't count things.
Chickens.
Yep.
Hatch.
Down the hatch with the chickens, as they say. Half the health gone from Bit, but again, it's just the kills, so screw it. If you're winning your duels, you're winning the rounds. And a 9-1 lead looking very likely. K-Serrato on the case. Minute with the bomb on his back. Molotov and a flash.
That's where you unmute to say, I've seen you win these. Works about 36% of the time.
That's not a passing grade.
But on the bright side, there's no one on Cat to stop him on the cross. There's no one on the CT to actually cause him a problem right now. And he has a little bit of time. So he will have the fairest 1v3 possible, I think. Oh, maybe not. Maybe not. That's beautiful timing from Boomage. Right when the bomb's going down, like, can't cancel at that point. You're just going to take the money.
Navi just playing a very high-level game of Counter-Strike on an individual level, looking way better than everybody else. And I think this goes back to what we had mentioned, where it was like everybody was kind of playing subpar CS, whether they were coming from the play-in or starting off. You know, there was nobody who just actually Heroic kind of, I think, are one of the most impressive.
They had a very fast start,
you know, like, and so they reminded us that they are here. There's a lot of talk about the new rosters, you know, in the game, but the old dogs can do it too. Now, at the end of the Gambit match, that was powering up. And at the start of this one versus Furia, Navi have showed us, okay, this is not going to be a fall-off event. They are, you know, they are destined for the arena with performances and individual levels like we've seen in the first 10 rounds of Mirage.
Sometimes we get hypnotized by the thought that Navi are just a collection of really strong individuals, but they are also the best team in the world on many maps, and it's pretty much comes down to what kind of form they're in. When they played against Gambit at the Major, that was the most satisfying game of Mirage I think I've ever watched in terms of how high of a level it was. And right now it feels like Navi are burgeoning on that, and they could be putting that matchup for us, but Furia are not anywhere close to that point. So, you know, we're really just waiting to see if Furia can show us more. But for the time being, it's 5v4 after 5v4.
Quick opening again. Electronics looks so comfortable, whether he's getting rushed at the bottom of connector or whether he's taking the fight to either underpass, or in this case, top mid. He's just very mobile at the moment. And Simple is very sharp. He has missed few shots, barring that one time from the ticket booth where they were still able to pick up the rounds. I feel like he's just hit the target every single time. And Bit peeks perfectly out to catch Yuri top Tetris. So once more, rinse and repeat.
I mean, if they were two animals fighting right now, which ones would they be? What would Navi be? Start with Navi. Something.
Great white shark.
Great white shark, and then Furia has to be probably got to be underwater.
Okay, actually,
go ahead.
I stopped because great white sharks.
I stop.
They've just got a bad reputation. Okay.
Oh, they're actually nice guys.
I would say, killer whale. Navi are the orcas.
Did you know they are unable to ever keep a great white shark in captivity for more than 6 months?
Really?
It would always die.
They're just destined for freedom.
Yep. Did you say orca?
Yes, so Navi are the orca whales, and Furia are the seals.
Oh, okay.
You ever seen those
you actually picked like a real...
Yeah,
that's
dude.
nice.
When the seals get thrown like 45 feet up into the air.
Yeah.
That's horrifying. Orcas are known to kill great white sharks, in fact.
I would have picked something silly like a squirrel and a hawk.
I recently learned that orcas can kill blue whales.
Aren't those the big ones?
The biggest animal on the planet.
You have to work on them slowly.
I read that orca's favorite food is the tongue of the blue whale.
I feel like they'd have to speak some kind of language that you could talk to them back in to get confirmation. Like, sometimes I'm not sure. There's so many animal facts that I just... Have you seen them for yourself, man? I don't know.
All I know is I'm watching a bunch of animals on the side of Navi tear Furia limb from limb because we have not seen any real openings. Pistol was the closest round, barring the one that they actually picked up. We are back to the winning ways of Navi. 3 in a row, looking for a 4th. Electronic and Simple, side by side at the top of the scoreboard. 13 and 12 kills apiece.
I'm not that smart, but I did see this coming.
Okay, I like how that was a very humble compliment you just gave yourself.
So, it's just about expectations.
You know, I'm not drop dead gorgeous, but I'm pretty damn good looking. Lawander's way. Here come the smoke grenades, so Boomich will be on high alert, but I like this variation, creating the wall in front of the bench. Kind of screws with Simple. Nice Molotov beyond it as well, so A-site's actually...
They're not coming, though.
Evacuated, yeah, they're just on the cusp of it. They hold out for a moment, and then with the follow-up flashbangs, they decide to start taking their attack by storm. They will kill Boomich and KSGO, catching 2 frags at the bottom of middle. That's a nice little double up on the Galil, and Simple's even dead. Wow. He is mortal, and Perfecto is alone.
Hey, that's a new strat.
I like that exec.
I mean, I don't think...
Talk me through it.
I have seen that those exact smokes before, or if they've thrown them before. I'm not sure, but hey, cool idea. They do the wall smokes that... Did they have stairs smoked as well? They did, right?
Yeah, stairs, and then 2 in front of...
Connecting to triple.
Exactly.
So it does stop some antics like the bench push that Oppers do off the corner of the smoke from stairs jungle. And it removes some of the spam battles, I guess. But it does open up a line for like where Boomich was able to connect over to triple. And they paused for 5 seconds or so, and Boomich crossed. And I feel like they got 2 players escorted over to default quickly enough that, wow, they used 4 smokes on this. And I mean, that means they can plant default, they can plant opposite default, they can plant back triple. The only issue I could see is if, you know, a molly landed on the cross, they might get really scared. And they also, again, can get wrapped on triple. But clearly, Navi did not know the appropriate reaction. Sure. And that made him a little bit nervous. And Boomich said, well, this is a clear option. Let me try it. But Furia, we're ready.
So definitely creating a round win. An impressive one at that.
That was cool.
Can they go back to back? Because we've seen nothing consecutive from the Furia T side. Ooh, safe. Finds the opening kill. Man advantage here for Furia. Let's go. There's still time to recover a little bit of this T half. You were caught by the sharpness of Navi out of the gate.
And the 2 rounds now have been these, you know, mid-round 5v5 execs on the A site. Oh, maybe they go for it again. You know, how interesting would it be if they actually tried the exact same thing? I mean, they have some of the utility. They're missing a smoke, so maybe they'll have to do something a little different. Looks like some regular A side, right side site smokes.
Boomich is going to get Molotov out of position as well, so that makes things very awkward, except he jumps up the ladder just in time, and he didn't even take any damage, so no audio cue given. And Simple set up, Boomich. Whoa, that's close. Almost slides blind right into Yuri's gut. But rather, Simple now feeling a little timid here.
They don't have a smoke for the cross, yeah.
That's huge, though.
They waited too long.
Oh, things got awkward here for Furia. Now they could have to pay the piper. Navi looking to dance on their graves with an 11th round win. The head presents itself from Bit. He has to back up slightly. And that little bit of pressure,
10 seconds.
If you don't have the smoke, could at least help. Simple, not able to punish on the bomb plant. CT support from Perfecto. Frag grenade negligible. and a fallback as Safe takes position in sandwich. Yuri retreats down ramp, and Simple is right on that line. Collateral shot from Safe, but not the kill because Perfecto jumped and took it to the legs. Safe looking back towards middle. That distraction serves perfectly for Perfecto, and now Yuri, I love this. He moves out of ramp, and he hopes to catch them off guard. Look how the Incendiary goes too far, and Yuri, can he go the distance? Just one more shot, and it's just not there for him. But is the time? That's the question. Just enough. Perfecto with the clutch.
Damn, they'll make it happen. It's another situation where, man, they're letting their smokes go all the way to these last few seconds. Then it looks scary, them trying to get the bomb down. They have been successful twice, but it is replicating the formula for success that has worked for them in the other 2 round wins, where it's late towards A, they keep everyone alive in the default, and they just burst with smoke. So that's something good. I don't mind the idea from Safe to go towards connector. He knows Bit was there, and Bit needs to come in for the retake. And ultimately, I think Perfecto makes a great play that makes Safe's play look wrong, but I actually really like the idea. An NT for him. 2-op setup here for Furia.
When in doubt, pull it out.
Sometimes you... I was going to say, sometimes you lack mobility when you have a 2-op T-side, but they've been going slower.
A4 gang.
Yeah. It's a small gang, but very dangerous.
Yeah, but it's a gang on top.
Yeah.
You know, it's half of Navi at this point.
That's true.
Infected by the Bit. Silence from Furia here at the minute mark. They fall away from that B contact.
Yeah, Furia looking a little bit like Gambit in these last few.
Okay, Serrato walking out top middle, gonna go unchecked. And the bomb looked like it was coming with him, but now instead decides to go around the T-spawn. So we're gonna have 3 players coming at the ramp/palace, and maybe even a 4th, because Serrato also starts to peel off, but...
So last round we saw the right side site smokes, and that's countered by an op and CT. This flash will help, but it's an after image flash, and Simple doesn't have to move. They don't coordinate the peak well enough, and Simple can keep an open line right directly into where the 3 remaining Ts are.
I mean, they've got to call this off, no?
Yeah, I don't think they can even go for this at this point, so they'll hang back and save. Ugh. When's the last time you've seen Furia save?
Oh.
They are playing very different. I mean, they had to adapt. Sure. I do appreciate that they did. You know, they threw out their game plan to play a style that would win them rounds, but it still only amounted in 2.
Ooh, that's a little uninspiring towards the end, but obviously, you know, they were pinned in that position.
Simple's picked the right time to be in CT spawn, about 3 rounds now on these rifles. Oh my god, Perfecto had an M249, I think.
I saw it.
Yes.
It's on the ground. There is an M249 on the field.
Is that which Negev's the cheap one?
The Negev's the wind-up. The M249 will be left behind. It actually has really good first bullet accuracy.
It's also, yeah, it's good for B.
It's not a bad gun. Harry would convince you to pick that thing up.
They missed their mid-smoke.
And that will cost them a life. Serrato taken aback by Electronic. And Art retreats ever so slightly. More CT utility usage here in mid. And Furia just gonna try to get one of those quick timings, but Simple, that's such good cover. Boomich needed him to pull that off. Yeah. Imagine being Boomich, where you can just run into ramp, ignore the guy on the left side of your screen, and just know that your teammate's gonna scoop up that first kill so that you can get the guy in the background. That's so gnarly. And because of it, we've got a comfortable 5 versus 2 turn 5v done. Bit finishes things with a 13th round for the CT side of Navi. This is an uphill battle for the Brazilians. Can they show us resilience?
Yoshi asked how we keep performing under pressure. You know, in our team we have 2 psychologists who are working with us, and you know, like it's like a real sport right now because we are working like on mentality, psychologists, a lot of work on boot camp right now, like these 3 weeks for us. It was really hard because start of the season, after the vacation, and you can feel this pressure because after the previous results in the previous year, you should do your best right now at the start of the season, and you can't be like calm down, you know. So we feel some pressure, but we're working on it and trying to think only about our game and how we do the next wins on the tournaments.
It's hard to imagine the playoffs in Cologne without Nadas Vincer, and 2018 was no different. However, it wasn't just Navi making it to the grand final that made that year in the Cathedral of Counter-Strike special. The German team big and their almost miraculous run throughout the whole tournament made Navi the antagonists of the event, and some fans will say it's a shame that Big Cinderella story didn't receive a happy ending. Big may have leveled the scoreline by taking dust too.
Gambit left nothing to be desired. Knew that there was a possibility a player would turn around and check it. Zeus tries to hold off. They knew he'd gone into the corner. They find him. Edwards in the sight, but they already pushed back through tunnels. Tizian gets the shot.
But Navi's Electronic became a herald of what was soon to come.
Great mid-round calls. Now it's on to Electronic trying to isolate. Here we go. They completely surround him. How the hell do you turn that around?
To do nothing about this. What?
Oh, he reads it. He reads it. And an arc. A power surge right through 2.
What the hell just happened there?
And so we return to the battlefield drenched in Brazilian blood. I'm telling you, Furia, this is a tough pill to swallow. They looked so good in their last series. It looked like this new machine was gonna work, and we praised the new pieces of the Furia camp because they slotted into the Furia identity. It was fast, it was aggressive, and it was really, really sharp.
You know,
but not as sharp as Navi.
You're a romantic, and when we talk about teams, sometimes we want to believe they can all be top 1, but there are levels, and you know, teams when they get in the server, they understand that. And right now, Furia leveled up for sure with this lineup, and we can look forward to their future. But if Navi play at their best, we have to be, you know, harbor our expectations. Is kind of like when we talk about big. You know, you can get excited about an upset or some good series, but there are teams that are just so far ahead of them. And right now, Navi are playing like it.
If they win this pistol, it is safe to say things are over fast. And I may be a romantic. It's the French in me. But this one, man, let's just let Furia tell us otherwise. All expectations, Navi close Mirage. Kserado will be found out, but the second CT is not safe. Gonna deliver 1 kill before he's swarmed by the entirety of Navi. And now with Drop having the Incendiary and Flash, there are some tools for this 2v4 retake attempt. Bit goes deep within the window. They're saving in a pistol.
Yeah, it's hard to get back in.
Done.
That was so clean.
They're so toast.
That was a guillotine. We've watched a couple of matches. Now we watched this Vertigo game yesterday. Like, you never want to cast and be like, this game's over. Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like,
I also can't lie.
It's tough. It's really tough. When you see Navi playing like this.
Yeah.
But it's great for the storylines no matter what. You know, if it's decisive for Navi playing as well as they are. Furia making this close wouldn't have been unbelievable because they probably were pretty confident after their last win.
For sure.
But today, in this game, on Mirage, right now, Navi are two rounds away from closing it out in what feels like 30 minutes.
Frustration.
It's insane that you can do it to players like Yuri, KSerado. You know, there are some serious talented talents on the other side of the server, but I just don't think that Navi really respect them.
You know, and to keep things romanticized, at the very least, we're not talking a lower bracket matchup where Furia show that they're not able to even compete. This is just the best in the world taking the quickest route to the playoffs. You know, flying ahead as they should. Furia, bro, there's no reason that they can't go down and duke it out with the others. We've got Nuke after this. Navi,
Yeah,
you know,
that should actually be pretty fun. I mean, even when Navi do eat them alive, and again, I mean, the one win they got was actually a couple of series ago that Furia were able to take them in a couple of close matches. It's always exciting between the two. Like, it's always an entertaining game one way or the other because obviously so fun to watch Furia play no matter who they play against.
Yep.
And for whatever reason, they just have this kind of symbiotic relationship with their play styles that just lead to the most fun rounds.
Navi very much taking their time with this one, but Simple will be the front runner, and it feels to me like Safe hasn't realized this timing happened. Scout shot missed, and the T-side start to run outwards, closing that gap to the A bomb site. 25 seconds on the clock to make sure that this goes well. Bombs just being thrown over, and Simple tries to give cover, but Art over the top of the stairs attempts to crest and is sent to bed. The tap from Simple as him and Electronic just tear that A site to pieces. Ooh, that's the kind of Simple I like to see. KSerado on the flank, dead to Electronic, his 3K, Simple's 2, a full house on the Navi squad, and a 15th round secured. 13 map points. Good luck, Furia.
Navi gonna have to do a full workout after this game just to use up all the energy from the meal they ate before this game started. 20-6 from Electronic.
Crazy.
Yeah. Landtronic, I should say, because online he's unrecognizable. Who is this guy?
Definitely.
Come on, Electronic.
One of those guys.
Yeah.
One of those drop-offs. Furia, 3 MP9s, Desert Eagle Scout. It ain't the best recipe. And with, again, the successors of the last round popping off for the start, we finally get somewhat of an answer here. Yuri gonna try to make things problematic, but ooh, he does reposition nicely. Something to write home about. We could have a kill from KSerado towards mid. His Desert Eagle, no. That one's gonna get denied. Bit's gonna find himself on the scoreboard as Yuri now behind smoke, his cover fades, and so do the very, very slim chances of Furia's run back. 16-2. Navi, they don't just beat them, they consume them. And the only silver lining here for Furia is that this is a best of 3. So, let's go ahead, everybody walk away. Pretend you didn't just see that onslaught, that slaughter. And we'll see if things can get reset for Nuke. It's not gonna be an easy day for Furia, but it could be a quick one for Navi.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area. Meeting the stars. Entering the arena. The nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends. And when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions. The defeated. Lifting that trophy. Writing esports history.
My expectations would be playoffs. I think that's a very good thing for us. Right now, winning, I don't feel like we are ready to win. Of course, CS is just like one of those games that you can just win no matter what. You can have a complete and win. We can play like Lionel up and win. But we're gonna, of course, do our best to win. That's gonna be like huge. But right now, I would feel comfortable with going to playoffs because I think it's a process for us, and I think we if we win, it's gonna be awesome. But if we reach playoffs, I think it's gonna be very good for us because we are gonna play a lot of matches and improve a lot more. My only focus is improving. That's the most important thing for me.
Yeah, I'm gonna go for the back guy. Okay. I'm on the back guy. 2. Oh, I didn't heal. I had 2 medis. There's so many little ants down there, actually.
Oh, this is gonna be hard.
Oh, go below rush, below the water tower. I'll show it.
Yeah, good luck. Looks good.
Oh! Oh my goodness. Both.
Going.
So getting pushed by the zone, coming, going around the back. Yeah, I caught that on can to can.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go
here at the red hut at the back. Okay. At this red hut rush. There's a big rock.
Going.
In the water one.
I got the water.
In between the rocks. In the smoke. A knife.
I was just waiting.
I lost 50 HP and didn't get where I needed to get, so. We'll put that one in the blooper reel, I think, right? 2 lighthouse front door. I'm just going.
Okay.
I got no idea. Oh, I'm on 1, on 2.
Coming. I'm going for the goom.
Close to me.
Oh.
Oh dear.
Oh lordy.
I was in orbit.
There is a well-known expression applied across competitions, skill-based games, and it's there are levels to this. I think Navi showed us perfectly how that expression can be applied to Counter-Strike, just leagues and leagues ahead of Furia, winning out on Furia's pick, Mirage, 16-2. Alan, Maniac, let's try our best to break it down.
Yes, let's try to make sense of the madness that we have witnessed. Look, there was never any question about the issue of that map. Navi were the better team. They had individuals fired up. We're going to touch on Electronic for sure. Simple was in it for the show. Furia quickly ran out of idea. I'll give them some praise for trying to figure out how the hell they were supposed to play Navi. But that's the trick. Navi are unplayable when they have that form. They are simply unplayable.
Yeah, exactly. And when you're playing Navi in this sort of form, they just expose all of your flaws in a way that other teams just do not at the moment. And in that game, 12-3 in opening duels for Navi. That in the first place is a death sentence when they're on the CT side with their kind of 5-on-4 sort of conversion rate. But yeah, when you're going up a team like Navi in that sort of form, you can just see for Furia, they've had some good showings in other games, but in this one you could see lack of team play, fundamental mistakes that just wouldn't get pulled out against other teams. And you just look at Furia and you say, it's just too early for them. They need more time, they need more set rounds, they need more structure to take on a team of Navi's caliber.
Yeah, and I mean, if they don't have that, let's assume, I agree with you, that they might not have all of these protocols and mechanics quite ready. Let's at least hope that some individuals will shine and freaking take the fight to Navi and make the difference. Yuri had a couple of moments when he was sort of putting together a resistance. We mentioned Kesarado, beast of skill. He, 4 kills, 48 ADR. Of course, ours right behind with 3. These are numbers that tell a story of a battle that never happened. It was just Navi all the way.
Yeah, you mentioned Yuri. He was the only player on the side of Fury that broke double digits in kills. Alan, what were Furia doing wrong, or was it just a matter that Navi were too ahead of the game?
It just felt like Navi was such a class above. Everything Furia tried wasn't working. They tried a lot of different rounds, mid-control, fast A hits, fast B hits. Nothing was working at all. Maybe they could have tried getting more aggressive with the spawns, doing fast mid-control, taking those fast window smokes, using some of their really aggressive players, but when you're in the moment and you're trying to call that sort of game, imagine being Art in that game. Nothing is working. You're trying all your set rounds and you can't even open up and find any frags. So I feel for him, but in terms of their playbook, they just had nothing to go into to take on Navi.
That's what I was going to say. I don't even fault Art for this. I don't even fault Furia for this. They've obviously tried much different approaches, how they wanted to get into these rounds with change of rhythm, strategies or not, duel or not. But when you don't find any kill, I mean, Counter-Strike at the end of the day can be a very simple game, right? You either win your duel or you don't. And Navi won every single one. Just look at these numbers.
Yeah,
man.
we have the team stats on screen now. And Navi, everybody doing their part, but Electronic and Simple were just running the server. You know, they were the server admins.
They were. They had everything. Look, with Simple, it's never a question. And this is where it really hurts when you play against Navi. For Electronic, when you're on LAN, it's also not a question. There you go. You have the double take, always here to destroy you, and Bit is right here as well.
Let me jump in just to direct you guys a bit here, because we've got a round that we want to talk about. Round 16, the second pistol round. Alan, Matthew, take it away.
I mean, when it rains, it pours, right? You're Furia. You basically have the setup that you need. You have a lot of CTs stacked together on the A side, and as we could just see, not anyone being able to find it. You have that double stack into Shadow. First player is being found. Yuri is supposed to have a multi, doesn't, gets traded instantly, and just like that, it falls short for Furia. So I looked at that round and I thought, oh man, I feel you. I know what you mean.
We were all talking about that round backstage, Alan, right? Because it seemed as though Furia were set up in pretty good positions to sort of deal with what was coming from Navi, but what happened?
Well, on that round in particular, they made the perfect read. They said, we're going to play 4A from the start with no information. Had the perfect stack, but when it just came to the duels, didn't win out. Setup falls apart. Team play looks quite bad towards the end. And for me, it was just so symbolic of that game overall, where even when they make good calls, even when they put themselves into good positions, nothing on the way of Furia.
Let's get our Air Force aim high up on your screens. We're taking a look at Electronic versus Yuri. And again, to remind everybody at home, Yuri was the best performing player on Fury. And if you compare those stats to Electronics, it kind of tells the story of that 16-2.
Yes, and it's a testament to Electronics' value and quality on LAN. I repeat, he might be one of the very few top elite players who at times disappear online. He really goes down a level. But when you go back to LAN, and when the prestige is here, and when importance is here, then you know you can count on him. It's incredible. He's an incredible player. People tend to forget that it's been, 4 years now that he is in the 6 best players in the world of Counter-Strike. Just because he's got next to him Simple, who obviously is getting all the attention, rightfully so. He is still an exceptional player on who you can always count and will always deliver on LAN.
Listen, imagine a world where Simple didn't exist. We might be saying Electronic is the greatest CIS player we've seen for a very long time, and it's just a product of him being on a team with Simple. Simple gets all the spotlight, but Electronic, especially in some of these positions, CT side, Mirage and Connector, he is such a monster, and as Maniac said, if it's not simple, you're meeting electronic, and that's just
And he got bit behind as well.
Gentlemen, any final thoughts before we head to a short break?
I think the break's going to be as short as this first map. That was quiet. It's easy. On to the second one. I just want a game. I want a game. I want to see a fight. That's all I'm asking for. I mean, we know Furia can bring it to the table. We know they can pack a punch. I just want to see it happen. I want to see a fight.
Listen, we had this conversation in the final of Challenger when they were up against Virtus Pro, and the first map was a disaster for Furia. And we were just saying, throw everything at them. Throw the whole kitchen sink at Navi now. Use your skilled players. Use your spawns. Get aggressive, and at least give us a show in this series.
All right, everybody at home, do not go anywhere. After a short break, we'll be back with Nuke.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose teen badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium. The complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming. My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Почему все медленно?
My God, the fakey boys are coming.
Ой.
Нет! No, it's incredible. I'm not pretending it is, but that's what I'm giving it.
Денис, ты не.
Валера.
Тихо, тихо. Как это выиграть?
Ну у тебя, походу, нет шансов, братан.
Ну спамьте подсказки.
Ну я спрятался очень жестко.
Это что за... Очень интересно, конечно. Нам нужен обзор.
You would really be questioning your existence right now. We're going to trust these American noobs.
Да не прыгай, я тебя настроил уже.
Нет, ты можешь убегать, в смысле?
Не-не-не, это...
В смысле нет?
Прикинь, как кружка может.
Ёбаный, тебе надо попасть.
Или у тебя ничего не светило вообще там, да?
Ладно, я понял.
Бля, ты такой чел, просто Кирилл.
Да ладно, не убегай, братан, я не могу попасть, невозможно попасть.
Или прикинь, ты проиграешь.
Не, я просто не понимаю, нахуй он убегает.
Не, ну убегать, кстати, реально
Тебе
нечестно.
догнать нужно. Это нечестно, когда ты говоришь, что ничего тут не смущает.
братан.
Да не, забей, у тебя шансов нет. Денис выиграл, короче.
Easy вообще, да? Я слился. Клюк.
To be brutally honest, that prop hunt game looked a little bit harder than Mirage. Now that we're back in with Nuke, maybe Furia can turn things upside down, but this is just a world-class performance from Navi to begin their day. Now, of course, it is Furia to the CT side of Nuke. Maybe that's the saving grace. Maybe they can just lean back, relax, rely on some sharp individuals that we know they have, but that were just outclassed when it came to that opening map.
Yeah, looking at the map picks. Oh, yeah. Oh, wow. Navi picked Nuke. Oh, yeah, Navi picked Nuke. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I was like, oh, why are they starting T-side? Navi typically start T-side in their Nuke games because, of course, they're really good at it, so it ends up being the map they choose. Okay, what are we going to do? Boomich running down the A site.
Gets the kill to Art.
All right.
Perfecto's going to help out. We do get an answer right away, though. Drop, double kill, KSerrato solo, Perfecto within this bomb site. Remember, you're not allowed to run away from him. Once he finds you, you're not allowed to run away. KSerrato right on the edge of this, bro. Perfecto's going to give it up. Now, the bomb's been dropped in the meanwhile. Ooh, simple. He's got the back of KSerrato. Just as long as Perfecto doesn't go... Oh, hold on. KSerrato piecing this one together. But Simple crouches down into that headshot and leaves Drop, who's already given us the most success from Furia's CT pistol. Wow, he's going to have to get 2 more kills and clutch.
Maniac did put it this way, where like a round like this is a good example. I mean, the strat is fine, but Furia are not caught off guard. They're ready for some kind of A hit. They just don't keep up in the frag department. There's so many 50-50s that go the way of Navi. And in the 1v2, Navi are just going to make sure that they win this round using the full extent of the time. They can, of course, walk onto the A site whenever they want to, but just want to see if Drop will give him the free frag. And he's outthought himself. He's downstairs, so this will be a free bomb plant. And maybe a free win.
Drop doesn't want to make the sound. He's going to have to walk slowly. That's going to buy a good 10, 15 seconds to Navi's favor, but at least he's got the kit, so he'll regain a little bit of that timing. And it'll boil down to just how clean can Drop truly be. He'll take to the heavens. Both players still on site down beneath him. It's Perfecto watching it, and then Simple even deeper. Ooh, it is over.
Yo, after that prop hunt game, dude, Perfecto, he's not going to confuse anything for anything else. Right? If CT shows up on the screen, he knows that doesn't belong on the map. He saw it all in that game.
I mean, the Ferrari in Garage. That was I love that concept. Props to ESL. That was really nice.
Very fun. I was crying.
Sign me up.
Perfecto was not having that much fun. he was very. I wish I wanted to win something as bad as Perfecto wanted to win prop hunts.
Right. It matters, man.
Yeah.
It matters. So force buy here for Furia with the triple MP9s. They'll see if they can hold it back with a little bit of aggression. It can be limiting at times, your aggression into the lobby when nobody's here to receive it, but they will find Bit in the corner. Now, how do Furia move from this point onwards? Electronic and KSerrato have crossed paths within that smoke, and Boomich takes the ace. Check, this is weird.
Yeah, that is very weird. The bomb, well, KSerrato is going to see one.
Uh-oh.
Lots of damage here.
But
oh, they've got the flank.
Yeah.
That was the key squeeze. I think KSerrato made the interesting play of the round to work on a lobby flank with the teammates of his inside of lobby. Yuri goes up high. Everyone's in such a unique spot.
Oof.
And they're still being found. A little bit of prop hunt might be a nice warm-up.
Right?
To get used to weird situations on Nuke.
Checking every corner, every spot. Art in a 1 versus 4. Unfortunately for him, it's so much utility, going to be zoning him downwards, and then on top of that, he's outnumbered, outgunned, and soon to be outdone. Navi shooting for that 2-0 start.
We had a good match from Art yesterday, and that was a real big reason why Furia looks so good. He always takes the, very low percentage plays, and in games where he just wins a lot of them, he's got so many good players behind him that they can snowball, but he didn't really get much done on Mirage. Not that anyone did, but that's just to say. Art giveth and taketh away. I watched him play chess. Sometimes he'll play Lee chess games on Twitter, and he'll invite random people in.
Okay.
So
Cool.
and you can just click the link and watch. He's pretty good.
I'm not shocked.
Yeah.
To be honest, I remember Blame F for a little while was on the chess train.
He wasn't so as good.
He was okay.
Well, he was new, but Art was actually like decent. Like,
Okay.
I think Art was like 1500 rated or something like that.
And what are you?
I'm a big noob as well.
Ah, well, at least you can admit it. You may suck at chess, but at least you're humble.
Yes.
Flashbang for Quesarado.
Actually, the most humble.
Yeah.
By far.
More than anybody else.
Yes.
Simple looking for the MP7 kills quickly on the A site. It is completely open because Furia were entirely outdoors. And that is where they will stay. They're not allowed in.
The freest site of all time.
And even then, Navi are still pretty cautious with this one. They're going to go boosting up onto the rafters. You're not allowed to do this. This is CT positioning. Simple, turn from the flash. And now, going a little bit deeper towards heaven, he'll be met by Quesarado's Deagle, which was good enough for the one bang. But Perfecto's nade finds him. Leaves him sprawled out on top of the rooftops. Navi 3-0 start. Now may the game begin. Furia, good luck. And check this out. We've got triple MP4s, triple M4A4s on the side of Furia.
Was it?
Dude, they're like, okay, maybe we got wrecked so hard by their A4s. That's why Mirage was a blowout. Guys, let's take their guns.
Yeah, but
the A1S era is over.
It's kind of nuts how many people are switching back to the A4. Maybe time has balanced it. I still don't believe in it personally, but what do I know? And even on Nuke, man, especially.
Yep.
You know, smoke spams on the cross, smoke spams on Squeaky. We'll see if it works.
That we shall.
Navi are going to do some of the same, actually. All right, well, Navi are not the best team in the world T-side Nuke. They are very good, but they still have some problems sometimes, and we'll see if Furia can exploit them. This is a good start. Bit is always going to be chilling in front of Squeaky, trying to either drop vent or put pressure on Squeaky. And that is, it's like a fun guy to kill early, you know? Because how many times do you die to a guy spamming a smoke in Squeaky? Almost all the time.
I've been pretty keen to the whole, you know, the new, like the two-man boost behind the vent. To just look over the rounded part in through Squeaky. I like that. If you've got an extra piece floating around the A site, and if, you know, Navi haven't been pressuring you too much, then that was one of the adaptations of the A site that I'm a fan of. But this one's been pretty quiet from Navi. Looking to play a respectful 4th round to their T side.
It's kind of a little bit like Mirage, where they're like, all right, let's see what Furia push in the early rounds.
And nothing too much. So with Art above on Hut, Quesarado spots a limb. And there are flashbangs here for Furia, but that's about it. We've got 15 seconds as the man advantage is lost, but Safe will be under pressure in the back of that A site. They've got a timing.
No, oh my God, they can actually make it.
They can indeed.
Wow.
And the CTs, well, they've got a player here. Drop's gonna find that bomb, and now there's no time to plant. Drop's position is what makes the difference, and Navi lose the round.
Okay, shout out to Drop. He makes that possible. Could have been a 2-on-2 situation if they didn't have to panic in that spot. But yeah, Furia, the time was on their side. When it came to hitting A, they got 2 frags, and there was still 2 more guys upper. So Furia were well prepared for a site hit at that point in the round. Look at this, still 2 guys backside, but it's the key rotation from Drop, or not over-rotating one way or the other. That was really important. So nicely done from him.
Crucial moment. Perfecto didn't even look like Perfecto was looking for the duel or the possibility. It looked like he was just running bomb out. So there could have been, you know, a little chance, but no, sir. It is Drop to be the insurance policy, and Furia find themselves on the board early in the CT side. A Bumblebee.
Top 3B?
Top 3B. I don't know what that means, but you're looking at me funny.
On the list of great Bs. Variations.
Oh, yeah, okay, I suppose.
It's a top 3B.
Yeah?
No bumblebees, there are no humans.
Okay. The best Bumblebee is the Transformer.
Yes.
Here's a
they're
fast
going
one.
fast. Yeah, they're dropping this early.
Screw waiting around. We're just going to murder you. Art and KSerado, though, they've got other ideas. Solid hold within that A site, but a bit more damage on the fire means KSerado is barely holding on, and Simple's going to keep this one sharp. Fires into the heavens, and now on the back site, we've got Art into the 1v1. The AK swap is quick, but he doesn't expect Simple to have pushed that far forward. A 3K from the best in the world to give Navi the round right back.
God damn, that was such a crazy round. That's another round where Furia have so many players upstairs ready for that defense, and it looks so good at the beginning. And then Simple does this crazy thing where he starts spraying at everything, breaks the vent open just in case, and then is ready for the smoke push. As Safe is like, that's my way in. Again.
Didn't reload, had 6 shots for that last kill, and gets it.
Damn. I don't even know. You know, oftentimes, I always like to say, Navi dangle that A exec over your head for like a long time into the half. 6, 7 rounds pass and it doesn't come. This time, Navi throw it in early. And it's the perfect idea. But it does exemplify how much stronger their entry pack is, you know, versus these CTs who are... If you have 4 guys on the A site, you can't lose that round ever. I mean, that's just way too many outs. You should be able to put up a suitable defense with just 2 people, you know, get 3 kills. That's what your, you know, advantage is with all of the positions that you can play, top hut, back of the site, inside of hut, like... Very, very strong CT location, so that is not a very great sign for Furia. Even though they put themselves in a good spot, they can't keep up with the frags.
This positioning from Simple could definitely find him off guard if KSerado has to move. It's Art instead to make that little bit of a peek. Just hoping to gather information, instead he gathers lead. And we've got Navi pinching down into this B bomb site. There's a little chance that Drop can deliver something. He's got space to work with. Bit tucked into Squeaky. Confirms 2 players from A to B and kills 1. Drops cleared, and this could be a flawless round. But it's not, because Boomich will be fragged. Bomb dropped in the end, but so be it. That's still 4Ks up for Navi. 4 AKs up for Navi. And a 4-round lead to boot.
We'll try to buy again. It's a deflated Furia. It's not really great. Again, you know, between the coach and IGL, they've done their job, but firepower department is understaffed at the moment. So still opportunity to wake up. However, full kits, op on safe. Actually, I say full kits. They literally don't have any diffuse kits on this round. Any post-plant situation will be a nightmare. Nice frag from KSerado to kick things off. Safe looking for one on the cross. The late flash is beautiful.
Art's almost lined up 2 players there, but Simple catching him through the fire and the flames. There's a heaven peak.
And they'll actually jut back. They leave one lurking outside.
Not a bad idea.
Yeah, I mean, because Furia are going to be scared of Secret, they have no choice but to respect it.
But
this is going to worry them. But look at Yuri.
Ooh, accidental shot.
Oh my
God. Are you really going to expect him to be up here? Oh my God.
I mean, it's so loud. It's so loud. I mean, a footstep is different.
Oh, that's so awkward. Now, KSerado, as long as he doesn't shoot, but Simple's already posted.
Oh, he didn't show himself.
Okay. Safe's coming as well. So KSerado and Safe are going to have a good crossfire here. Perfecto takes the front so that he can be traded. They confirmed the operas here, and now maybe that puts KSerado in the most perfect of positions. But check out Electronic. He's also made his move. He swapped from Garage towards the outside of Heaven, watching Secret instead, trying to call out that Drop will come hunting for him. Oh, Boomich comes in from top. Simple will still trade, gets dinked in the process. A Molotov to cut off Safe. Safe is in the fire, but still clips Simple's wings. 10 seconds as Electronic gets through the hut, takes a wall bang in terms of damage, and only has 5 seconds left at this point, so he cannot win this round. That is all Safe all day.
Wow, well done. Oh, he gets him after the time, too. Electronic, I mean, he has some money left over, but that's still a big win. Nicely done by Safe. Pushing into that molly was just the right amount of disrespect. I mean, absolutely necessary. Unlucky situation for Yuri, and Perfecto really actually wasn't aware of exactly where he'd be, but they knew he was somewhere. It's a great move. Yes, frustrating. He was so close to getting away, right?
I love how there's that flash of frustration, but then there's the smirk, because Simple knows how good that feels for safe. He's like, oh, okay, well played. That's a good shot. Oh, I hate you, but oh, I respect my opponents. Well played, Safe. Good moment. And a good opening for Furia here. Still trailing, but standing, ooh, I was gonna say, in a competent spot. Simple gets his revenge as quick as possible. Safe is dead to start this round and drop up close on the wall of ramp. Ah, it's Perfecto to swing out and trade. Good job. That primes Navi perfectly for this ramp position, especially with Electronic already having the vent rotate. But KSerrato kills Bit upstairs.
Do they know that 2 are lower already? They set up in post plants. They don't really have to think about it right now. One will make noise in decon. And Perfecto, wow, he's holding all the way to the left. Look how well he's reading this situation.
Oh, good trade by Boomich up close. KSerrato 1 versus 2. He's got more health than these 2 players combined. He's got utility as well to work with and a gap in the door to try and piece together the angles. But of course, that's going to indicate where he is. Right now, they know. And the T side, with 2 flashbangs, could set each other up quite nicely. With the clock this far gone, KSerrato has to concede it, and that will be a 6th for Navi off of the back of the ramp room success. Safe from the savior to the liability at the start of the round. Bomb pops, 1 player standing on each side. Electronic grabs op, so all things considered, Navi happy with that result.
Actually, an awkward amount of money here for Furia. Don't know if they can buy. You can have KSerrato drop a gun, but yeah, we're talking FAMASes, pistols, and utility if they want to try it. So they might just carry this 1 M4 forward and see if they can pull something off the back of KSerrato's weapon. They half invest, even out a little bit. Some guns. But still, I think Navi are pretty much in cruise control. They obviously still have to try. We could see on Simple's cam, you know, how much he really wanted to win that, but all things considered, good start.
A1S is inside the garage, nice and deep. Waiting to see if there's any kind of a wrap around the outer. Electronics had an affinity for that in a couple of these rounds already, but this time he goes down secret instead, and it is wide open for the taking. Nobody down there. We've got 3 pistol players on top of A site, 1 of which just dropped vent. Bit's going to be confirming all of this. And even Boomich is given a chance to cross over here. So slowly but surely, we do have Navi creeping their way to that B bomb site. And if Bit wants to attack it from the back, he's going to have to get by this Deagle. Not going to happen. Art, with a timely upgrade into the Galil, puts Simple on a measly 6 HP. Back to the sidearm he'll go. He knows he's pressured in this position, but he's still fighting tooth and nail. As Electronic takes his teammate down, Art is the playmaker, and he is put to the wayside. 3 versus 3, right back at it, but still, Furia not in the worst of positions considering where they began this round. Boomich able to cross that open B floor. Electronic will get caught within this fight, tapping between the 2 CTs towards ramp, and Perfecto no trade frag. So man advantage in the retake. Boomich pinned back bomb site. This is not ideal. As all of Furia start to trickle downwards from that ramp room, the numbers are unknown. And Navi no longer feeling comfortable. Boomich is still pinned behind those boxes. KSerrato wasn't ready, thinking instead he's behind the silo. And now Yuri, MP9 this far away, it just seems undoable. Boomich, he is the key piece to this one for Navi as they take their 7th.
Wow, he had barely any HP. He basically had no ammo for most of those fights, and he still pulls out 4. That is the epitome of awkwardness, and a round where maybe if Furia did fully force up, they could have won, but I think Art did all that without even having armor, so that was pretty good.
Yeah, fair point.
Yeah. Just got really rattled when he finally had to commit in that full swing with the Galil. Tried to take an off angle, and Electronic finally killed him. Finally, after all that time. Nicely done, Boomich. CT timeout called. Full investments. I don't know if, you know, we're going to see Furia take the aggression to the nth degree. It doesn't feel like that's coming for some reason, but why not lobby crunch every once in a while?
Yeah, just here and there.
They seem to be so worried about the upstairs execs above anything else. And they've been kind of right about it. They just haven't been able to win.
Ooh, that's a creepy
That's,
ball.
that's info.
That one had some extra spread on top.
Art beats out Electronic outside.
Okay, Serato takes to the corner of Mini. That is a great flash. Boomich doesn't turn back because he gets distracted from the heaven drop. Serato, clean turn on that second player, but we're into the 2v2. A spray from Simple. Art's atop the bomb, and he's got the player backside confirmed, but not down. 17 health. Perfecto with a clutch, and Navi taking 8th.
Ah, so close there. Serato, if he had swung out a little bit sooner, his teammate upstairs would have stayed alive, and then he tucked, ate the flash, and then was useless to come in for the fight afterwards. Ended up refragging for 2, but another A defense that does not go their way because their opening kill doesn't. And I think at least they were able to take out Electronic earlier on outside, but it doesn't, I don't know. You don't even... That's the kind of game that saps your confidence, man, the way that Fury are losing these rounds.
Yeah. This battering can only go on for so long. Can't forget that it's like dog-piled on top of that blowout within map 1. So Navi have slotted into their groove early, and they're just swinging around this track.
This isn't even the hard side. It gets worse.
Don't tell them.
It does.
Don't tell them.
They know.
Ooh. Drop's gonna give it to Perfecto. Bit swarmed within that lobby, but hey, there's Simple, 13 and 6. Cashing out a couple kills. Serato give us the dig. Just the one headshot to Boomich. Navi's 9th on the board.
And as we near the conclusion of the half, I think whatever Navi thought about that they need to be concerned of in this half have washed away. They can kind of do whatever they want. Will they turn this into another upstairs hit? We have the double op set up here for Furia. The one thing Navi really haven't tested is the early entry into ramp versus rifle rounds. They've saved that for the anti-ecos.
Another fast one, huh? Ooh, they just can't stop it.
They don't do this versus everybody. They've just done so many upstairs hits, and this is the round that Fury buy 2 ops because they're like, all right, they won't do the upstairs hit.
And then
if they buy the 2 ops, that is a sign that they don't believe the upstairs hit is coming that early. And then what happens? They just do it one more time.
Shredded, dude.
Navi are just playing with them.
Furia, just a pile of pulled pork.
Yum. How do you say the Brazilian barbecue? Fogo de chao? Something like that.
Esagaze?
Esagaze.
Biara Anazan?
Biara Anazan. Learned so much, but except for that. But we've had so many. I just don't know how to pronounce it. Serato dies to bomb.
Poor guy. Gets shot just before, and then he's going to look like a fool. The kill feed makes him look like a fool. But obviously...
Oh, he took some damage.
Guri goes... Oh, that's a... You know, sometimes we cry with everything except for tears.
Yes.
And in that instance right there from Guri...
That was that? That's what that was?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I mean, it's not gonna be a fun post game.
No, it's not.
It really isn't.
It's not. Another
They're
fast one.
They're literally just doing it again.
Electronic.
And oh, it's not working though. It's not working.
Okay.
Let's go.
Furia.
They stopped it.
Come on, dude.
Bro, this is like a scrim. They just tried the upper hit 4 times in a row.
Let that be a contrast, right? You said it last round where we come in with the double ops on Furia's side, so they're thinking to themselves, oh, there won't be an A hit.
Yeah.
It happens. Look how easily it goes for Navi. The contrast right after is, okay, guys, we've got to be ready. They are, and they win. So preparation You know, that expectant sharpness. It gives Furia a third on the CT side. Is it too little too late?
It's like sometimes in scrims, you try the same round over and over again just to see what's wrong with it. You let a team get good, very good, to the point that they can defend against it, and then you figure out how to, you know, how to do it some more and make up for that. Oh, this could be the... Oh, that could have actually been a great play from Art. I mean, it wasn't entirely ready. He just missed his shot. And they can't afford to miss a shot right now.
Smoke fades for Perfecto, so he's got a clean 1v1 versus drop, tucks into the corner, wins the duel, barely even damaged, draws Safe back up from ramp ever so slightly, and Safe will be chasing Ghosts because the T side walks away from this. Navi gonna slow things down in contrast to the last couple rounds.
I feel like every team that's lost to Furia and couldn't figure it out and got decimated and rushed down every round, it's just smiling ear to ear watching this match.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Sweet revenge.
Yes. Enjoying this. But yeah, this is how Furia make teams feel all the time.
Collateral though. That is
the third and dairy upper of Furia.
Points. A little U-turn outside of the doorway. From a 3v5 to a 3v3. You take those. Safe activates. There we go, the double op for 3 frags, but Boomich up above Yuri, dies out to the A1S, and now it needs to be electronic. A shutdown, a 3v5 victory from Furia off the back of the double ops. Can we get too excited? Maybe not.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's a fourth. You get a fourth, you get a fifth, you switch sides.
Yes.
Dominate. You know, it's just that easy.
Right. Hey, it was a good round. That was a nice shot from K-Serrado.
Lining up.
Yeah.
It's not every day that you kill Simple and Bit with 1 bullet.
Do flat earthers also think the moon is flat?
I don't know. I don't know.
Throw it into.
I don't know.
In the last round of the half. Hit you with that one. Hey, wow, Navi have no money whatsoever. So normally what that means is that a very high likelihood that Furia clean up easily.
And that's the 5-round CT side that, you know, they'll be content with, all things considered. Could have been worse. Definitely could have been better.
They're getting all the way around. They have vent control. The only rotation now is through ramp, and they aren't pressuring ramp, but they have this open. Art's, yeah, lots of pressure here on Art, but he hits a shot when it's important. Electronic will start to open things up. Art still going.
Nice. And easy. Turning that op back and forth within the B site. 3 kills for Art. So turns out ops are the name of the game. And the comeback on the T side is what is needed here for the Brazilians. It's an uphill battle. It has been all day. It's never easy taking down Navi. Difficulties after the break, perhaps.
Флэш? Дал раз. Дал 2.
Топ убил! Дефолт! И на будке! На будке упал! И мейн бежит, мейн идет!
Дефолт живет.
Дефолт и мейн! Дефолт или нет? Низ!
Еще дефолт ластай. Калаш взял.
Очень
Калаш
классно.
взял.
Братан, хорош!
And so Navi find themselves 1/2 away from guaranteeing themselves a spot in that beautiful spaceship-inspired Spodek arena. They're almost there. Quarterfinals at the very least, semifinals maybe. All they've got to do is maybe put a dampener on KSGO. Of all the things that went well for Furia, albeit limited in the first 15, his 19 kills are nothing to scoff about.
That's true. It didn't, he had that nice collateral rounds with the op and a few good rifle kills upstairs. Some of them were inconclusive, but at 19 kill half, I mean, that's not easy to do. This is, yeah, this is the tough half for sure. If Fury keep hope alive, so will I. But for now, I think Navi are just gonna chill and be happy. However, Art finds an opening kill.
I'll take another one of those, please, Art.
Not bad.
Make it a double. Ah, not gonna happen. Electronic finds the better of the timing. Perfecto whips out the dualies.
What?
Oh my god, how's he alive?
He's shooting so fast.
He's just jumping up and down on top of Hut. We do get KSGO's answer. Perfecto, he knows he's doomed at this point, but Bit looking to attack from the back. The door closed on him and he can't recover. That's awkward.
He could have hit that, but oh man.
And sometimes, once upon a time, we had Bit actually outshining Simple on Nuke.
Yes.
Right?
There was, okay, yeah. So the story was, it was Simple, the best rated player on every single map he played last year. And then Bit joins the team, and Simple's best map of the whole map pool was Nuke, and it was a CT side. But there were games that Bit was playing so well that he was out-fragging Simple on the map and actually, you know, taking away some of Simple's stats. And he was doing it from ramp, you know, getting space for himself. This game, he's actually, you know, not done much.
No, he hasn't.
So, we'll see.
Can't even shoot a guy in the back of the head.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
He is a very, very good ramp player, that's for sure.
So we'll see if he ends up being fed some frags. On the T side, wasn't really needed. Can't complain about a player who wasn't even needed. He's going to try to get something done as he falls away here. Towards the B site he'll go, drawing Simple closer towards ramp. There was a peek behind that Molotov from the T side, but they decide they will attempt to sink their teeth into B. Bit empty-handed as he dies to drop.
Some damage, but that's it. Still got control side getting approached upon. Door will swing open to try to scare Furia.
Ambitious. But the bullets have to go somewhere. That's how it works.
Yes, there must be an exit wound.
So Bit, no kill, just damage against Art.
What are you saying, he's bad?
I'm just saying that he's 4-14.
Yeah, he is 4-14. All right, predict Bit's scoreline by the end of the map. Go.
15 and 20. 15 and 20.
15 and 20. Okay, so long game. I will say 17 and 18.
Okay.
Okay.
Bet. Everybody remember, write it down.
Yes. Both expecting long games, though, here. So it's a vote of confidence for Furia.
I do.
And with both of our scorelines, Furia maybe win.
Maybe.
Based on that.
Maybe now. Settle down.
Win. Hey, within 3.
I'm just saying, KSGO is the best performing player in the server right now.
He's going crazy.
Nuke, 21 and 10. There was the damage done by Bit, but it's because the MAC-10s are always jumping.
Yes.
Okay, it's one thing to get spammed down by a MAC-10. It's another thing when they're doing it mid-air.
Speak your truth. You think they should stop that from happening?
No.
Oh, okay.
I think Bit should just get a headshot.
Oh, okay. I like that. Let's stop blaming the game. Blame the player.
He gets boosted up this time over towards ramp, where we do see Furia start to lean ever so slightly. The MAC-10's back at it. We've got a 3-player setup here. It is Bit dead. I believe yet again he was hit by a jumping MAC-10.
Yeah, he was.
Jumping MAC-10 headshot.
Upstairs is the correct play.
Because that makes sense. And we've got KSGO trying to follow his teammates into the upper site. Like you said, it makes sense.
Late molly, they're all up in heaven. They're getting into the back of the site.
And they're trickling down into their own deaths.
Okay.
The coffins were left open. They filled them right up. There, see, Electronic makes it look easy. Deeg to the forehead. Misses his chance to frag out versus safe. KSGO adding 2 kills to the tally. Furia adding an 8th round to the scoreboard.
Yes.
And making things interesting.
Hey, some nice pragmatic decision making. They go ramp, they say, don't, okay. to come back would be astronomical. Yeah, they're only 2 rounds down, but this is Navi CT side, okay? Reel it in, partner.
That was like a morbid slip and slide on the back of the A site. You know?
It was the waterfall, except there was no water at the bottom.
Just crocodiles.
Crocodiles, yeah. And jaguars.
Do you remember the difference between
panther?
Panthers? Yeah, panther.
Yeah.
Or pumas. We still haven't really
Pumas,
decided.
yeah, I'm not sure.
Have
difference between alligators and crocodiles?
Yeah, do you remember?
Just a few letters.
No.
It's the amount of teeth.
No.
One of them can climb trees.
No.
One of them runs 40 miles per hour.
Maybe.
Both like to eat hippos.
Bro, they would get wrecked by hippos, for the record.
Okay.
Secondly, go watch hippos eating watermelons on YouTube. Okay. Thirdly, it's the shape of their snout.
Gotcha.
And the shape of this offense is pointed towards ramp. Very quickly on the offense, Furia going to go ahead, challenge it yet again. And, I mean, immediately outwards. This time it's completely uncontested. Bit's not even in the ramp room. So maybe expectant of a far faster A play. Electronic will take up the mantle, back B site. Ooh, gets there. And as he gets swarmed by the other 3 players, it is Art solo outside. Boomage down to the decon door with the swing.
Oh,
and the hit.
Didn't hear that, really.
Seems not. Quesarado did just get the kill back down here in the decon door. Simple takes the place of his teammate's corpse, peeks back, drops bomb. 3v1 is where we are left. But the star of the show in Quesarado is the man at bat. And with a Molotov down towards decon, he's going to try to work this around in control, or at least create a ruse, a rumbling. A little bit of misdirection. Jump out from window, and Bit, welcome to the game.
All right, this is the first time I'm going to be, I'm going to point out a clear mistake here by Furia.
Hit it.
With the decon door open, they didn't have control side. They got Electronic dead on clock. They did not even listen for the decon door. They didn't smoke it. So they had no control on the perimeter of B, and instead all ran around the railings on the top side of the site, and then had to drop in and nearly got opped on their way down. So that's the fundamentals breaking down completely. I mean, they had a free ramp, they got downstairs, they went 1-for-1 versus Electronic, and they throw no utility.
Electronic now far more forward, fed Art. And Simple looks to chase them downwards here. They are definitely running into a more capable-looking setup.
They switched spots, huh? Electronics downstairs each round now.
Back to back, taking Bit out of position. Electronics now known to be back here. Utility's going to pressure him. He tries to move forward. Quesarado clips his wings. And we do have Boomage working around the control room. Everybody's coming downstairs now through the secret side. Bit the last man into position. Bomb planted, front sight. 2 stuck in dark. I'm talking 2 T's stuck in dark. There's only enough room back there for 1 guy. They're standing on top of each other as Simple kills drop in the back sight. That's going to take 1 player off of it. But remember, Quesarado, he's still on the rafters. So that could cause an issue for Navi. Maybe they don't even figure out the fact that there are 2 players dark. Quesarado, quick kill, but they find all of the pieces with enough time for the defuse. 3 men standing here for Navi. They waited, they popped, they succeed.
Honestly, it's another subpar post-plant situation. They're still all within the site. Doubling up on dark is not a really great place to be. You can't always get control side, but they need to fight for something, or they need to play that post-plant back from ramp, and then they have some outs. But in this situation, they literally are just so... I mean, it feels like they're so convinced that they can't even get in the site that once they do, everybody's there, and they haven't thought prudently about what to do in case they actually get odds of winning. And that's, yeah, that is a pretty easy retake situation for Navi. So yeah, another one that doesn't look great for Furia.
The starts of the rounds are there, and so is Quesarado. He's been pretty damn consistent. I mean, he has really taken it to Navi. 27-12.
That's ridiculous. I can't remember the last time I've seen a round score this lopsided with a player doing that well. 8 rounds, 27 kills. How's that happen?
Bit with the headshot onto Art, and Simple's here to help. So Bit back into his position on ramp. We saw that Electronic shakeup in 2 rounds back to back.
Yeah, that was interesting.
And his positions weren't like forward on ramp whatsoever. It was when he was actually playing B site, once from behind the top of the silo and a second time from the actual ground floor.
Yeah, because, you know, it's a far cry from his normal spot, and Electronic plays a very difficult spot on this map. You could argue the hardest on the CT side, inside of Mini. So there's no reason to play spawn-based for those two positions, I feel like, on this map. So not exactly sure what the idea is there, but maybe they are trying to just change things up. Ambitiously tight angle here from Perfecto, but he believes in it. And he's one of the best upstairs anchors for sure.
Who else do you put on that list? For the record.
Who else would I put on the list for upstairs anchors, man? He is actually the best example that I can think of.
That's fair.
It would be my number 2.
You think about it.
Yeah. You know, the problem is I keep thinking about all the bad upstairs anchors.
I was like, don't make a joke about Kyojin.
Yeah, because
don't make a joke about
we spent so much of last year talking about everyone failing on upstairs holds.
Time expires here for Furia, so Navi will continue with their winning ways. A 13th added off the clock. This time, it's easy. Bit's going to get that clean headshot. Simple right there for the secondary. And unfortunately for Furia, they just kind of fizzle out thereafter.
It sucks when you get ramp for free and you still can't convert. They're going to buy up into this.
Force attempt.
Yeah. 1 AK, a Galil, a couple Deagles, Tech 9, low grenades. Maybe a little bit of hope as they get another opening kill. K-Serrato, man. He is squeezing water from Stone, trying everything that he can.
Yeah, sign me up, you know. If he's offering, I'm watching. Electronic from the blue box. Saw Yuri's gun. That's going to be the indicator.
And look how he's playing that. Just sitting on top of that blue box. Open to every single angle. Just not scared at all.
Such confidence, man. Yeah. Such confidence.
And you're not going to clear it because, you know, who would be there?
Perfecto takes up a position inside of Mini. That's going to be the kill versus Art. And despite K-Serrato's best efforts with the opening AK kill, nothing thereafter for the T side. He's still shooting for that 30 frags. Simple posted inside of Hut. That's a collateral shot, but Safe survives it. His shins shattered as Electronic rocks it back into the depths of this A site. If he peeks to K-Serrato with K-Serrato's form right now, that could maybe be the A door open. However, just once he's off the angle. 35 seconds left. Perfecto's still tucked within Mini.
No, technically there is an opening towards Vent. I'm not sure if anybody's watching this.
You saying go B? Ah, no, it's
no, Electronic comes out. Okay, well.
Good headshot.
24 seconds.
K-Serrato's looking for it.
It's still one upper, but K-Serrato goes down safe. Last one, 1v2. It's the shot, one-on-one, 15 seconds. He can plant the bomb.
But it's Bit. Bit's gonna waste no time flying up the vents. Such little HP here for Safe, but if he can get a 4K on this one, shine alongside K-Serrato, keep Furia's T side alive and kicking, he stands and he waits and he holds and the tap comes through. Safe. Oh no, a missed shot, no. A missed chance, and a missed clutch. Stolen away by Bit.
That was free 99.
Ah.
That couldn't have been easier. That's unfortunate. I don't even know. It looked fine to me. I would have rounded up. Give him the kill.
That's not how it works.
40%. Let's play it back. Run it back. Another try. Don't do the replay.
Are we gonna replay it?
Do him a favor. Don't do the replay.
We're gonna replay it.
Don't do the replay. Oh yo. That's how Bit's movement is so good. Positives. Silver linings.
He knows.
Oh yeah. It's just unlucky. I mean,
that's an ego killer.
It's unlucky.
And
he played it so well too.
Exactly. It's unlucky, and after
he
all,
completely outplayed.
He did the nicer shots as well. Like he did the difficult ones. You know.
Plant. Bit saw that plant. He didn't even cross his mind. Safe could have been back.
Why are the easiest shots the hardest to land?
Yes. It's because when they're not looking at you, you don't know what they're thinking. If they're looking at you, you can rock, paper, scissors them. Are they going to strafe right or left? So when they're not looking at you, it's like trying to predict a bot. Not that Bit's the bot in this analogy, but...
Well, he is 8-15.
How dare you?
Luckily, he's got some of the best teammates in the entire damn world. So Navi will continue on their winning ways. A very difficult pill to swallow for Furia. That's going to be one of the what could have been moments of this T side. But this T side is also still alive and kicking. It's dying, but it is alive and kicking. Spray attempt from Electronic will get them nothing. This is a relatively clear B site until Boomich drops down the vents, lands with a thud.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
Takes off Yuri's head and keeps Art in this awkward position. Meanwhile, it's not actually the B site that's under question. KSGO takes to the helm of the A push, clearing Perfecto off of it, getting his 29th frag, and now Art just becomes a thorn in the side of the B rotators because Vent seems closed for business. But Bit redirects around the side, offers his backup again. Meanwhile, Simple's no-scoping noobs, and maybe pulling off clutches. They know Art's still downstairs.
I think he's
Facility's being thrown.
Flanked.
He is. There is a player coming back around the squeaky door. That's going to be safe. Simple's back turned. He sticks the landing, and Boomich gets deleted for KSGO's 30 bomb. So Furia, like I said, alive and kicking.
Yeah. You did say dying and alive and kicking, which there's no way that happens at the same time.
Well, I'm alive right now.
You did hedge your bets.
And I'm also dying.
Well, actually, that's not a bad. All right. It's a Pyrrhic victory, I'll give you that. Wow. Yeah, that's so weird to see someone who's 30 and 14, and yet you're losing 9 to 14.
It's crazy.
I've never seen that before. I'm going to put it out there.
You know, if I didn't trust ESL's production, I would say there was some kind of HUD bug.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. No. There's only one op that you've got to deal with this round, Furia.
Of all rounds. It's been Furia getting the opening kill like 4 rounds in a row and then losing, except for that last round.
Simple moves into position, gets wrecked by Safe. Bit's Desert Eagle just jumps back into the safety of the B site. He's got teammates coming down with him. Can anybody grab the op from Simple's dead body? I don't think so.
They're going to jump on it.
Electronic wrapping around town. Safe is holding
watching.
flank.
Okay.
Squeaky push. This could actually be Electronic's kill. Safe's not going to see the peak, but I mean,
they're being so careful about it. They're waiting for the upstairs hit.
It's a low-hanging fruit. Oh, he leaves. Electronic will never know.
We'll never know.
Until he watches the demo. So it will be the pistols of Boomich and Bit that need to deliver here at the 40-second mark. Flashbangs in their faces. Bit, nice headshot. The bomb delivered on him. And Perfecto is trying to cheese around the side of the smoke. Awkward shot with the CZ, especially with fire on the other end. And everybody's dead. Furia, double digits. There is a slim chance. Slim chance indeed. But at least they're within 4.
Yeah.
And on top of that, CT economy ain't in the best of states.
Yeah, it's almost in shambles here. So no op for sure if they want to buy. They could try it. It seems like it's a curse to get an opening kill in the second half. Whoever gets it loses. So they'll save. They'll play for 11. Doesn't mean they're out of it.
Nice timing on the
stack is correct here on the A side. One trade comes down, but the trades are even better for the T side. KSGO putting up more numbers.
There we go. That's what you like to see. Quick and easy by the looks of things. Bit getting baited by KSGO's jump. Bomb planted on the A site. Nice
flying.
movement, dude. Man's on skates. But he's also pinned in. So as he exits here, it's going to be the op shot from Safe. Furia on 11.
Yeah, another 2 kills from KSGO. He's at the. We're on KSGO watch right now. That's what this is. If
32 and 15.
You're watching National Geographic, KSGO would be the apex predator, and that would make you David Attenborough.
And as the alpha male finds the 30-second frag, we find ourselves back to the CT spawn. The planet is alive, but also dying.
The only thing you missing right now is being 95 in limber.
Yeah, right?
Traveling around the world.
Good for him, man. That's goals.
Yes.
That's goals.
Right.
KSGO's also goals. I mean, I'm still kind of in shock that this individual level was enough to keep them going, and now I'm starting to believe in the team. But Perfecto, he stays tucked on top of the A-site silos. Very good job at just waiting out the utility. I mean,
what are they doing there?
He's not panicking, but that's kind of because Furia don't force anything on him.
And I was going to say okay, hold on. Simple could actually just... Oh, dude!
Simple can
yeah,
what?
Right.
Simple can what? Simple can slay. And Bit's going to fall back down the ramp yet again.
Yeah, right, man.
Oh, and that was Quesarado as well. You know, it's not just some chump. It's the sharpest piece of Furia's arsenal that just gets flicked on. Oh, that's nuts. Boomich, he's got safe pin behind vent. It's a pistol out for safe. He runs through and loses his head. Yuri with the bomb trying to come up heaven, so Perfecto's going to be on high alert for this one. But Yuri's also not alone, so 2 targets to take down could make for a difficult job. Sprays there, no frag for him. Remember, Boomich just behind the boxes. Kills clean on both. Boomich gonna be the anchor within that A site. And just when you thought maybe Furia have something to give us, it is now all the marbles in this series. 4 map and match points for Navi. If only Quesarado didn't get slammed by Simple.
He didn't do anything
Check
wrong.
out this replay, folks.
That's just insane. As soon as he comes into vision, it looks like Quesarado's, you know, if he was standing a little bit farther back, he wouldn't have got spotted as soon. It's such a ridiculous shot from Simple, though. What can you say? When they first exec'd, I was going to say Perfecto is like the best at dodging flashes. That's what he's so good at upstairs. And they had him full blind for like 6 seconds sitting on top of the site, and he just tucked and waited, and they didn't exec. That was an opportunity to get up there. So I'm not sure if the idea was to do a false one, wait for someone to make a mistake, and Art would post up in the hut. But that ends up being the strategy that gets them killed, because Perfecto just chills. He comes to, sees Art in the corner, and it's a free frag for him. Heartbreaker.
Pressure now truly cranked to a 10. At the very least, you know, we come into this second map and all our analysts were really hoping for was for Furia to give us a fight, right? That's what both Maniac and Alan wanted. They identified that the pieces of Furia are there, but we just didn't get any of it on Mirage. You know, the fire wasn't quite lit. And Simple, well, he is a flame in and of himself. And as Furia try to stamp it out, all they're doing is pouring gas on the problem. Simple will walk away with 18 health. Boomich looking to pop back up through vent as Quesarado could commit. Wary of there being somebody inside Mini. It wouldn't be the first time that someone's this close, but the CTs seem very difficult to find all of a sudden, and they've actually given some excellent spacing here to Furia. Quesarado able to punish with a double kill. You give him a little room, and he's gonna rip you apart. Simple, forced away from heaven, bomb plant, easily secured, and that's just Furia given too much space.
Hey, that was a sneaky one. I mean, they thought there would be, you know, at least be a late flash as they started to scale. Furia do that sometimes. We see that on overpass with a walk-up long or walk-up bathrooms all the way to plant the bomb. I don't think any other team in the world does that. And yeah, it works here. It's a little pocket play, kind of a beautiful mid-ground call from Furia. In Navi's setup, it's very individualistic. They're not trying to hold any of the crosses out of the choke points, just sitting inside of hut, waiting inside of vent, both waiting for some information, or at minimum for a split to come with the help of a hut player. But none of that happens. Furia don't overthink the situation, and they win because of it. They even eliminate Boomich at the end of the round. 2-0 save from Furia. That's a cool one. And I think it's great every time Quesarado is the reason that they get the kills. 34 for him, 2 entries here on the upper site. The best thing about Furia right now.
Yeah, he's doing wonderfully.
It's going to be interesting to see his rating, his ADR, stuff like that after the game. You know, his KAST, like how many rounds that he was a part of that they won. So it's just starting to feel more and more impactful the more rounds we go.
For the record, coming into that last round, he was sitting at an 89% on KAST. He's been everything.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. Quesarado low. Oh, Quesarado out. 3v5. Oh. Gun here to upgrade for Boomich if he'd like to.
And this is when all of a sudden you remember that your CT side was nearly non-existent.
Yeah.
You had a fantastic T side yourself, but at the final few hurdles, Navi just a little bit taller. They raise the height requirement. And Furia, they've already been spotted. Electronic, a little pixel gap. He saw one player cross. He's gonna make his move. Bit on high alert. Can't pick up the frag, but Electronic gonna confirm that safe is all that's here. Such a tough spot. Swaps out to the AK-47. There is nowhere to go but forward, brother. And as he will, the CTs all stacked atop this mini. Boomich gonna get the team kill, makes things a little awkward. Safe 20 health, and an evacuation plan through smoke to potentially wrap the heaven. Electronic's actually gonna give him this space. What if he just goes ramp? We've got two players incredibly low, but Simple's the fully HP'd and the one committed to B, so safe. He just made the right decision to head back to this A site. We've got Boomich back in the site, and Boomich for the final round win. Navi surviving the test of an inspired Furia T side. It's unfortunate for Furia that we didn't get any of that on Mirage, and that as well, Nuke was a clean sweep for Navi's T side. But at least the tip of the hat, we got a little bit of fight from Furia. We know that KATOWISE is playing to an incredible level. But ladies and gents, it's official. Navi will be in the Spodek with a chance to lock in that semi-final spot. Quarterfinals at the very least. They have truly come as the #1.
Yeah, to be of the top and try to stay at the #1 team, it's a little bit harder because, you know, then you're going to top 1, you're motivating yourself, like, be the best team. Right now, you're the best team and, you know, you need the stability. And it's really hard to be stability in CSGO because it's a lot of teams evolving day by day and doing the new rosters and something like that. So I think be the #1 team, it's like harder to stay because everyone have more motivation to destroy you. So for me, it's harder.
Two rifles here for Fnatic moving into the second last round. They had a chance to break the economy of Liquid. They still have a chance going into the last round. But this one's not going to be easy. And surely we're going to see a fast play from Fnatic.
Look at this, Liquid want to get more aggressive in middle there. Not giving Elephant the space to breathe, but the spray now comes into play. It will be the Flames to finish off Olofmeister, but he's done. Crims and Dennis still stand, and they cannot be counted out at the moment as they are holding on to some pretty dangerous weaponry. They don't have utility to aid them in their eventual push, but what they do have going for them right now is time. They're very spread out at the moment, and Fnatic should be able to get engagements. What is that? Long-range shot connected by Crims. JW is history, and maybe there's a chance now for Fnatic in this round.
Two players now for Fnatic just holding up again. They're waiting for the peaks. Who's going to be the recipient? It is going to be Hiko. That's a big frag. Simple is creeping. They see him with the AWP now, and a desperate play into B comes in. You see double smokes in the same place there. Simple just jumping casually into the site. He's going to fall down again. What is this frag from Simple? Are you serious? What is that? You can't do that. he had one button on his mouse pad. He had one button. There was no zoom.
Welcome back to the desk, everybody. Natus Vincere do it in 2. They topple Furia and now have booked their place in the playoffs. It took place across Mirage and Nuke. We are going to focus in on Nuke now and I guess just give our overall thoughts on how that series went. Alan, let's start with you. Nuke ended 16-12. What's your breakdown of it?
I think overall, it definitely was a much more competitive map from Furia. That first half, it was 10-5 from Navi, but for me, Furia played a pretty good half, actually. They took a lot of rounds close. It was really in those after plants, I think, that let them down. And even in the second half, those kind of T-side after plants getting a little bit stagnant, maybe not always having the map control. So overall, a much better performance, but there's the same story again. The class of Navi was shining through.
Yeah, we got the show we wanted. We got the battle we wanted. We had Furia actually forcing Navi to kind of scratch their back and think, how the hell are we going to win this game? You talk about the first half. Navi took the easy route. More often than not, they abused that A side time and time again. It took a moment for Furia to figure out how to close that. And then we move on to the CT side. And you know, Navi had that space they created for themselves on the first half, but that was a hard game. Art found a way to make them uncomfortable.
I think Art found a way to make them uncomfortable by way of Queserato. That was an incredible performance on Nuke. 34 frags. Well, 38. That's across the series, guys, the stats on screen. But on Nuke, yeah, 34 frags. Unbelievable performance.
I know why you're confused by the numbers, because yes,
the first
exactly, he had 34 of these 38 kills on Nuke, so you have to commend the bounce back from Queserato. He was completely invisible on the first map, as was his entire squad, but man, oh man, did he show up on Nuke. Multi-kills galore. I mean, the man is a machine. He's a turret. He's the absolute definition of multi-kill. Every time I see him in that zone, I wish for him to have more success than he actually does.
Yeah, we talked about it going to that second map, saying even if Furia as a team is not on the level of Navi, we need an individual to grab this game by the balls and actually try something. And at multiple times in that first and second half, Queserato was playing alone, getting aggressive, trying to make things happen, and he was. And honestly, after a performance like that, I feel so bad for him that Furia can get the map over the line.
Look at some of these kills he was having in the highlight reel. It's really super influential. Like, this is not a stat padding 34. It's an actual difference making, stuck in it, making the difference. He was sneaking out a door. He was getting dured towards main. He basically did everything he could, but it unfortunately won't be enough. They still have a fight. They can fight, though. They're not out.
30 bomb. Big 30 bomb. Relatively deep. What could Furia have done differently? Because that T side for Furia, the T side, the first half of the match was 5-10, and then they managed to hold on. And
Navi's a very strong team on the T side now. We know on the T side they have Simple, but their game plan on the T side is much deeper than we think. They know how to tailor a solution for their opponent. Here, it was, again, the inside, abuse, quite fast. Furia tried to go with the double AWP, was not enough. But there's multiple different ways Navi can play on the T side. It's really easy to lose track of what the hell is going on. They have multiple cards that they can use, a lot of tools in the shed. This man we have on our screen is obviously one of the most influential yard player on the T side. We know he takes a lot of space. I just think, individually speaking, Navi have players who truly feel the map, and it makes it immensely hard to play against them.
Yeah, when you're going up against a player like Electronic, again, we spoke about it earlier on, he will expose all of your flaws. And for me, in this one, Furia, it was after plants and man advantage situations that let them down, especially in that second half. They were getting a lot of opening kills onto the CD side of Navi. It was just in the 5-on-4s, they weren't clean enough. And as we're saying, when you've got players like Electronic, if you leave a single window in a man advantage, he'll find two. You're straight about at an even scenario, or at least a disadvantage. And then from there, the map can be over. So again, Furia, it was a good try, but not quite enough.
Guys, closing thoughts on Navi's current form. With Boomich back physically in the roster, in the tournament space, where do you think they will end up when it's all said and done here at IEM Katowice?
I think that was a very reassuring performance from Navi, honestly. A lot of authority in how they dispatched with Furia. They make it to Spodek. We know we already have them. We have Heroic, we have VP. I mean, it's shaping up to be an incredible tournament. I think Navi is exactly where they need to be. Slow start in the tournament. They're ramping up a little bit right now, getting the energy high, getting the players activated. They have everything they need for the playoffs. They are still the ones that hold the crown.
Yeah, I feel like when we saw them in the Blast group stage, as well as that first game against ENT, we saw they are mortal. They have some flaws, they make some mistakes, but in this series in particular, they were so clean. There are a few little errors, of course,
but
a mini window. Overall,
have to find that mini window.
They were so great in this series, and if you're the other teams going to the playoffs, you're saying Navi is definitely here to play, and we need to beat them to win this title.
Thank you, guys. We can now head down to the floor with Heku, who has an interview with Electronic.
Hey everyone, I have someone that we usually don't see on the English broadcast because he always tries to avoid the interviews, but right now that I'm here, there's no way, there's no running away anymore. Electronic, congratulations with your win against Furia. When it comes to the first map, you just rolled over them. When it comes to the second one, you had a great start, and somehow we didn't see the same thing yesterday when it comes to ENGs, because on the same map, which was Nuke. Somehow ENGs were incredibly successful at stopping all of your aggression, from planting bombs or just they were kept on defusing. What changed? Did you just have a bad day yesterday, or did you bring in some last-minute changes?
Ну, мы в начале года у нас была плохая форма индивидуальная, соответственно, это был первая игра на турнире, плюс ко всему, и я думаю, что мы привыкали, плюс мы разобрали много ошибок на этой карте, поняли, в чем проблема, и сегодня были уверены в этой карте.
Well, he's saying that in the beginning of the year, it was kind of bumpy for them, and plus this was the first series of the whole tournament. But in the end of the day, they just sat down, they looked at the demos, and they checked out all of the mistakes, took care of them, and right now we see the result. Electronic, when it comes to your personal performance, it's pretty unusual because when it comes to many players, they usually struggle to perform on LAN. But sometimes, for example, they are gods online. You, on the other hand, you're the other way around. Sometimes you can have maybe a rough start on LAN, in online tournaments. You know, if you're playing from home or for a boot camp. But on LAN, no problems at all. Do you know why?
Ну, я всю жизнь играл на лане. Я думаю, что это играет свою роль в любом случае. Ну и плюс ко всему, я думаю, что на лане атмосфера другая. Ты чувствуешь вот эту вот дух, наверное, дух соревнования, скажем, наверное, правильно будет сказать. Вот. Только, наверное, поэтому. Ну и мне кажется, что в онлайне игроки играют чуть иначе, чем на лане, поэтому в этом вся причина, я думаю.
Well, he's saying that when it comes to him, he's been playing LAN during his whole life, so he feels way comfortable actually to play on LAN. Plus, some players that are more used to online, they play in a different style, so maybe that's another thing that he needs to get adjusted to. Plus, when it comes to him, you know, you come to a LAN and you feel this spirit of competition, so it feels way different. Electronic, we usually never get you on the English broadcast. Is there something you maybe would like to say to your fans in Russian, in English, but preferably in English?
Thanks everyone for cheering us. We really appreciate for that. Hope we're gonna win this tournament for you guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you once again, Heku, for the interview. Now, we've heard from the man himself, Electronic, about why he thinks he performs better on LAN compared to when he's stuck at home. Yeah. Matthew, it's something that you mentioned earlier. Would you like to reflect on what he just said?
Yeah, I think he nailed it right there. I think Navi, and he obviously as an individual, they have this killer instinct, which means that when the pressure goes high and the prestige goes high, a few players maybe disappear totally in the shell. That's not the case for Navi. They thrive for this environment. They thrive for the pressure. And when Bit is showing up on LAN, and then we know that Simple will, and Electronic has that preference too, that's why they're so scary to play against.
I feel like it's not just on LAN, it's also going into the stadium environment, like in the Spodek. Who is more experienced than Navi, other than maybe some of those Astralis players going into that sort of matchup? And it just feels like Electronic, maybe players like Simple as well, they just love that environment, they love the mood. and certainly going to the Spodek, they're going to be really enjoying themselves.
Guys, any final thoughts on this series as we get those brackets up on screen?
I guess maybe a final thought would be that what Furia showed us on Nuke gives me actual hope that the game versus G2 is going to be a show. It's going to be a battle. The first map, Mirage, didn't like it so much. I was scared for Furia, but now they showed us some teeth. They showed us some pressure and some passion on that game. So they're going to have a lot to eat.
It is tough, though,
It's
right?
not going to be easy.
To be dropped down by Navi only to face G2.
Come on, man. Can we have a break? Like, please?
It's crazy. Alan, your thoughts?
Yeah, I think what we saw from Furia, it wasn't their best play today. And honestly, going into a matchup against G2, fundamentally, G2 is not going to be as solid. They're going to have more holes in their play, and maybe the individuals can have a bit more scope. And certainly, if Kesserato shows a lot like that again, maybe we'll even get a 3-map series out of that one.
Guys, thank you very much for your time. I'm going to be sticking around here. I'm not entirely sure which analyst.
I'm out.
Okay, so you're off.
I watched Gambit Vitality. Let's go. I'm ready.
I'm still here.
Boys.
Alan, it'll be me.
And Yanko's coming on.
Exactly. We'll be back at 7:15 to set you up all at home for an amazing matchup of Counter-Strike. It's going to be Vitality versus Gambit.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Yeah, I've seen him. I'm going for this. There it is. There it is. It's taken a while.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, straight into a Goomba as well. Oh my lord. I see one guy over here is coming for their drop. I'm just gonna go.
Push late.
One more behind. Towards the tree. Go ahead. Sorry if I bumped you.
Go and screw it.
Alright, I see the last guy.
Enemy remaining.
Oh dear. I'm on a tree. Oh, dude, this is good. No. I got him.
I still got 3 breaches here. Ah, nice.
4 enemies remaining.
One below me in the town. That guy was about to bump down here. Oh. Oh. Yeah, one in the road here, Freshy. I might go for this.
Nice.
Oh, the poor guy, man. I was trying to throw bump mines at it.
Never did it for the fame, never did it for the game. When I picked up the mic, it made my whole world change. Started back in my bedroom with a double cassette. Had nothing to prove, no records to press. Never followed the trend, I just kept pursuing to be original. Now copy what everyone else is doing. Large in the charge, against all odds, I don't bite. And call that paying homage, I'm still doing it. Plugging my mic, the sound check. It's gonna be another great night, come correct. Got heritage, whatever kid, I'm not work for hire. And through it all, I never lost my desire, no regrets. Part of me for being such a dreamer. All these memories keep giving me the fever. I'm red hot, cause good times don't last. And right now, I think I'm just stuck in the past, cause I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. Play back on the 8-track, rewind the tapes. Check the meters to make sure the levels are straight. Press record and catch this moment in time. Pay respect to where it all began before the shine. Raw, authentic, cooked up and boiling. Mics get rusty, then it's time to oil them. Gotta plug them back in the decks and crown royal them. The good old days, the golden age. Recognize the difference between the fake and the realness. The wicked with the blue child, the whack and the illness. Eardrums are shot and minds get into it. Make you hungry enough to swallow and not chew it. And your face got you hanging on a fat shoelace. You're a hip-hop fan, just trying to maintain. Attacking with my jungle tactics. I'm looking at you with my face on backwards, cause I don't follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end. I don't wanna follow the trend. I don't wanna follow the trend. I'ma be this way to the end, yeah.
Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night and never day. Even when I wash the floor, the dust still comes. Keep on hoping for the break. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. I see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me, brother. Seems like I can't get away from the hot sun. Always night, it's never day. Even when I watch the floor, the dust will come. Keep on hunting for the prey. No matter how lost, need no light, no spark. I'm in line mode. With my eyes closed, I can see in the dark. I'm a quiet storm, far from calm. I know you feel me.
of the shadows. I've come to make a name, ready for battle. Cause I got a throne to claim. Think that I'll crumble, I'll show you your mistake. Where you see me coming, better run for cover. Cause I'm not soaring that I'm never going under. I survived the pain, I know it made me stronger. So meet the monster I came to conquer. Smoke clears, I'll still be on my feet. Forget all of my fears, cause I know my destiny. I feel a champion waking inside of me. It's set in motion, the legend's spoken. This is my moment. Can't break my focus, know where I'm going. This is my moment. disappearing. My head is spinning round. Oh, I hear now. Yes, the wolves are out. Inside of our reality. Satellites singing Send out a signal, please remember me.
chance to build a home. I feel this world coming over me. The pressure makes me fall. If I stay locked in the headlights, but you
Yeah, they done told me to be myself. So when I went and found myself, the ones who told me back then be true to who I am ain't think we was really gonna win. Now they watching us from the sidelines while we trying to victories like we in high tides. I'm getting my prize. Only thing my eyes is locked in on. Half a million mine. I want it right now. Don't waste my time. Family in a penthouse with a view sky high. Blood, sweat, and tears bring more to my eyes. Cause the whole gang winning. I done gave my life. Odds low, but we did it, ain't we? And we always moved in, never on the same thing. Now our lives are highlight reel. We like the thrill. This life's ideal. The hype is real.
We know it. It's just the way we live. We own it. Cause that we love the thrill. We know it. It's just the way we live. We're grown-up kids. We're grown-up kids.
Mini nuke. Ooh, I'm good on that.
Holy shit, door. It's so close range.
Where do you go?
Oh my god. Bro.
No, he rushed out. I didn't rush, it's literally next to spawn.
That door, actually. Oh my god. Up bitch.
What the?
Knife them. Should've knifed him, bro.
That's what a real teammate would do. Oh my god, what is this? Down the vent. Down. No.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
oh, no kit. Feels bad.
I have it.
Oh, nice.
This one, this one. What? Out nice. Mama.
This is uncomfortable.
Nice, nice. Get up. Oh. Oh my god.
Follow me.
Oh my god.
He's ramp. I said follow me, fell. He's ramping up. It's Crowley's just gonna fight your ass.
Oh, really?
Yeah, told you. Whoa, he's out of there. Oh!
Really? I could kill you so easy.
You could easily kill someone when he was running.
Yeah, but you weren't the same time. Oh, top of reds.
Nice. God, he's shooting my body. Toxic. To the rush god.
Oh my god.
He's gonna push ramp probably. He's been ramp most rounds.
How do you get up, ladder?
Oh. No, oh my god.
No, he's 1 HP. Oh my lord.
First secret entrance.
Oh my god.
I couldn't find secret, someone. I couldn't find secret, dude. Oh, push ramp, that scared the shit out of me. I don't know what that guy is, but yeah. Justin push ring it. He already crossed that angle. Oh,
oh my.
Nice, Justin.
Marco, instantly, when you can't move your shit in this.
My god. It's gonna be
hard, you noobs.
Well, one of them is gonna be pretty easy when you see him. We just say that. One of them is fucking stupid, man. He's not even trying.
We're laughing at
Pavel doing some stupid shit.
Yeah, of course, it's Pavel.
It's not shit, it's smart.
Fuck.
No, there is no way I can find him.
What he started being was absolutely stupid, man.
It's fucking stupid if I do it.
They're laughing. This is so
It's
stupid.
close, man.
So close, but yet so far.
Just in front of you is sick, man. What the hell? What's going on here? Oh my god, this knife, Marco.
Oh, I really also tried to get myself.
You were on the wall or what?
Yeah, what the Via Roma sign? That's
fuck.
Pavel is next level, I swear.
I'm quiet because this is boring.
Hello, how are you? I am under the water.
Yeah. I just got stuck to you. I couldn't see you. Oh, it's my tactic. Get stuck on everything.
Just been here, you should know how it looks.
I don't understand, like I can't see anything here.
You killed all three without seeing us, what?
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's go. Out of the cage, I'ma get them. All of my haters turn into a victim. Let off the leash, gotta sick them. They don't expect it, so we bout to hit them. Try to keep up with the rhythm. Never lose focus, cause we're on a mission. We're so determined, you looking for greatness, that's the definition. Call them and tell them get ready. Flow again, hold back and let me. You know who sit on the throne and who at the crown. I hope you get the message. This gonna be one for the ages. Gotta put us on your A-list. I hope that you came prepared. Who ready to win it on any occasion? Yeah. Woo. Let's go.
Alu, 32 kills to his name's gonna add another one. Alu with 2. This could be all 0 for Liquid. 20 seconds left. Alu 4. Ends up done it. They pulled off the upset.
That is massive. What's next? He's walking around and just walking in the stacks wonderland.
Yeah, right. Last man standing device. That draws speed. He's jumping and shooting. He gets one more kill. Looking for it. He's got him hunted down. Time is up. Oh my god. Scarrow, are you going to be kidding me?
We break all the rules with a defiance. We got it all from the small to the giant. Put on a show when it's electrifying. Guaranteed to show and prove and no competition. We can't lose. We got the hits coming summer to summer. 365 got the magic and wonder. Stay on top, we're never going under. Hey, whichever way you choose, yeah, it's going down and we won't lose. We won't lose. I promise we won't lose. Let's go. Woo. We won't lose. Hey, whichever way you choose, it's going down and we won't lose.
Got the bomb down, but where's Zywoo's frag? He's got to start posting something, but from where? Zywoo, he's just got a slight gap under the smoke, and it's enough to catch Boomich in transition. Zywoo he wants to pull it across the line. 2 frags onto 2 of the best. And now swings out for another. He's possessed. ZywOo won for another ace. Another clutch. It's Perfecto hunting him. No one has been able to knock him on his ass yet, and he's got 6 HP. It didn't stop him before, and it doesn't stop him again. ZywOo!
I mean, the biggest opponents, I mean, the most dangerous opponents, enemies, is the Navi for sure. Is for 100% because they're the best team in the world. So, yeah, but in my opinion, Faze doing really good right now. They added Robs, who is really superstar, I would say. He's really great player, to be honest. And I'm gonna say Vitality, but you know, I don't know what to expect from them right now. But I'm gonna say Vitality. And to be honest, every team, I mean, every team from top 10 is are really dangerous for us. It's because we don't know what to expect from them, what they did prepare.
We're going to jump into this, making space. Now, you two have obviously recently joined Vitality, so we know you bring a wealth of experience to this team, but also individually, you bring in a lot of extra firepower, right? It's a hard thing to balance out, but I think most people would agree that you two are upgrades over the other two. You have that factor where you come in now with the in-game leading experience from the Astralis days. Do you come in now as like the second in charge and help out Apex with that type of stuff?
Yeah, that's definitely my job, is to help out Apex as well. Obviously also coming up with calls, but also a bit more mid-round, so he can focus a bit more on himself as well. It takes some energy and it can be difficult, but I also love it. I also love being one of the guys who takes responsibility of you know, making calls and making sure that we get in good positions and stuff like that. So,
all right, so for you two on debut, we saw you play a bit of Inferno, right? And there's one example where the two of you were playing the A-bomb side together. You've obviously played the A-bomb side together before. Was this a situation when you come to this team that it was, we're going to plug and play you where you had played before, or was it what fits with Vitality? Because Apex and Masuda got to stay B, ZywOo got to stay Arch. Like, how did it just work out like it was a perfect fit?
Before we actually, you know, we just looked a little bit on the position and who's gonna be holding where, and on CT and on T. And I think on CT we changed maybe one player's position on all maps, and everyone else played the same positions that they were used to.
Okay.
I think it was just 2 on CT.
Masuda's gone to long, and you two are holding B.
And I think that's almost the only position anyone have changed from.
Everyone could play the position that they wanted. We only had a couple of positions where we had to find a solution. It's all about finding a good combination of what works for us in Astralis, what do we want to add, and then the guys from Vitality, they go like, oh, we used to do this and this, and then we maybe add this to our own playbook. Eventually there will probably be an issue with someone that think like, I'm having issues holding this bomb side, or I'm not feeling it, whatever. Sometimes it's also about shaking things up because it gets a little bit too familiar, and you will get into like bad habits, and you get too predictable in some way.
Yeah, you could definitely see that in the game, right? The two of you were like perfect synergy, of course, of what you would expect, and then the other three were doing what they do best. So the T side, though, there's obviously going to be a couple of changes, right? Because that's one of the things here where you look at Apex, and then you have ZywOo, and then you have Masuda. All three, you can make a good argument for they should be in the pack, or they should be taking like early control, but then the same for the two of you. Was that with the T side where it was a bit more up to Apex and Zonic of how they wanted to run the team?
Most of the time it's mostly being me and Kevin on the lurk sides, and then Dan Matu and Peter in the pack and just taking the map control and going for that. And I think it also comes down to a little bit sometimes who feels comfortable going where.
So Nuke is one of the very few maps where things aren't exactly the same for you. You said you're playing Door now.
Yeah.
Now, in terms of a new position like that, how do you go about preparing for that? Do you watch what the old guys in Vitality were doing? Do you go watch some of the best players in that position? Like, how does that work?
It's really a great mix, but mainly I've been trying to figure it out myself. Like, obviously, I've gotten my inspiration from some of the great players. Obviously, Sipex from Astralis, but also Rups from Faze. You know, I think
shoulder peaks everything, man. It's like
everything. I think it's kind of hard to like just copy one player one-to-one because we're all different. Playing Door and Nuke is really about finding a really good balance to it, because you can be a nuisance for so many teams if you lurk out Door and you do out, like, you can sneak into vents and you can peek from hot and everything. And it's definitely a more complex role than I'm used to. Usually it was just like holding down W and clicking hits. Now it's more about also having a lot of awareness of what's happening and what can I do and when should I lurk or should I not lurk and should I hold back. There's so many things. So it's definitely a learning process that takes a long time.
But do they let you do the vent drops at least?
Yeah, I try to.
Yeah, try to?
Sometimes it's about finding the vents and not running out to main, but it happens, you know. But I mean, like, it's all about practice, you know.
Ladies, gentlemen, everybody watching from around the world, it's time for a heavyweight clash of epic proportions. We've got Vitality versus Gambit, the number 3 and 2 teams in the world, respectively. But, would you believe me if I told you this is a lower bracket semi-final? One of these teams is going home when it's all said and done. We can see them arriving, the players ready and raring to go, just as we are on the desk also. My name is Parla. I will continue to host this desk for the final best of 3 of the day on this stream. And I'm still joined by Alan, but now we've got the wonderful YNK joining us. Yanko, are you excited for this matchup?
I am. I'm pumped. I think, low-key, this is going to be a super exciting matchup. I think it's going to be really close. One of the reasons for that is that Vitality actually had Gambit's number throughout 2021, pretty much. They only lost to them once. That was the last tournament of the year. Their lineup was already, you know, falling apart and whatnot. And I think that's why when you look at someone like Apex, he was never scared, afraid of Gambit when Gambit was at their peak, as you can see here, a couple of 2-0s, a 2-1 as well. They just seem to have kind of broken down Gambit and how to approach those matchups.
Yeah, and throw in that this is now for elimination and 2 teams coming into the tournament, where I bet a lot of people would have said almost locks to be in the Spodek, and now one of them is definitely going home. Both had shaky kind of series throughout this tournament so far, and I can't wait to get into this matchup.
Let's talk about Zonic, Vitality's coach. Now, he's actually been away until today. Do you think that could be a factor in this matchup, having that strong figure of Zonic back?
Of course, it's going to help having him around the players, you know, going into the game, having those team huddles, saying calm down, relax, is how the comms good going into this one. But I feel like it won't make an enormous amount of difference. He can still, you know, do things online and still be a part of the team. So
wait a second, Alan. Let the former coach of FaZe answer that from a coach's perspective.
Let's put it this way. I think they maybe don't lose that game, or at least we see a third map yesterday against Heroic if Zonic is there. Like, they lost a lot of those close situations. Listen, they don't need Zonic to tell them how to play against aggressive banana control, right? They need them when they lose some of those close rounds to kind of take a timeout, calm everyone down, manage the personalities, manage the emotions on that team a little bit, and kind of help them get through that rough patch. So I think it's going to be a tremendous help. And yeah, these teams in the lower bracket from different reasons. I mean, Vitality lost that close game to Heroic, but Gambit, you know, fumbled against NIP in that opener, the biggest upset we had in the tournament so far. Probably, and now they're in a situation where they have to play a very good team and win one more best of 3 just to make it into the Spodek.
Guys, in the interview that we had with Hobbit playing before we went live, he said that they don't know what to expect from Vitality. Do you think that could play in Vitality's favor?
I think it definitely, you know, there's still some question marks for Vitality, but they've also played a ton of maps. But at this point, I think definitely, you know, Gambit knows what to expect in the map veto. They're probably going to have to play Inferno against Vitality. So maybe a little bit in terms of there's not a lot of maps there, the quantity of the maps that they've played, but I think in general they can see already what the roles are, how Vitality is trying to play.
It feels like, though, when you look at the teams, you look at Gambit and you say, being such a tenured roster now, they should have less holes in their game. They should be more experienced. And we should be looking at Vitality and saying, yes, they're bringing new stuff, but surely with the age of this lineup, they're going to have some problems. They must be making mistakes that they haven't able to kind of get on top of now. So it just feels like, to me, in this matchup, even if Vitality at the moment look a little bit better, surely Gambit's experience is going to be a factor here.
Before I let you guys continue, we have an interview ready with Zonic.
Hey everybody, I'm here with Zonic for a short interview. Zonic, we have seen you on this tournament multiple times, but this is your first LAN with Vitality. Right now, your boys are in the lower bracket, but how are you planning to bring them back on track?
Obviously, we have been preparing against Gambit today. I think me being absent and coming back here hopefully can trigger the boys to perform even better. I've been watching the games from home, seen some of the mistakes that we've been talking about today, and yeah, hopefully we have fixed them.
Okay, hopefully you fix it, and good luck.
Thank you.
Short and sweet, thank you, Heku and Zonic. Zonic saying there that that he has already identified the mistakes they've made. Do you think he can correct them?
Yeah, I think it's the smallest of margins really in a game like Heroic yesterday, right? Double OT and whatnot, and some of their games have been really close. I think, though, when you look at Gambit, and yes, they're one of the few teams that didn't make any changes, them, Navi, Heroic, but you and me were on the B stream yesterday, and we heard it from Nafani, like they've been dealing with some issues, different players being sick at different times, couldn't really prepare as much as they're used to for this tournament, but if they have one thing going for them is that Shiro stepped it up yesterday, finally in that game against Copenhagen Flames.
Alan, thoughts?
Yeah, I'm not sure really how to feel about that sort of aspect coming into this matchup. I do feel like, though, coming into this sort of game, I think preparation is going to be so important from the Vitality perspective because you've got so much data on Gambit. We've seen them play so many times, and I do think certain players on that team, like Nafany, do have quite strong tells if you really know how to look for them. So I feel like in this game, I know they haven't had long to prepare, but hopefully they have put in that effort, and it's going to show on the server.
Let's take a closer look at Shiro versus Zywoo. Two players that we need to see perform on the server. And interestingly enough, one of the best players in the world, Zywoo, here at IEM Katowice, he's not really been firing off on all cylinders so far.
Yeah, even historically, it hasn't really been his tournament here, and he's not even the highest rated player on Vitality for this tournament. It's actually Dupree who's been playing lights out, and you know, that's definitely a good sign for Gambit. If Zywoo continues that kind of shaky form, up and down, that's obviously a great sign for them and potentially a way into the series.
Yeah, and on the Shiro side of things, he started off this year with, of course, the Fun Spark tournament. Looked brilliant there, and over 2021, uber consistent player. Every single event he got his numbers, and here so far in Katowice, I know that last series wasn't brilliant for him, but aside from that, he has looked great. So going into this matchup, I can't wait to see this all head-to-head.
What do you guys rate the synergy of this relatively new, dynamic Vitality roster so far?
I think it's pretty good. Like, you know, that comes from the experience of all the players, like the work they put in, you know, the kind of boot camp that they had, even the part without the PCs, right? That's where you kind of build the culture. I think both organizations actually are really good at supporting their players in that way and understanding how to build a winning team, a winning culture, which is really important, right? I mean, the knowledge is there for the Counter-Strike itself, but, you know, kind of battling those emotions and being able to stay level-headed in some very, you know, stressful situations is a way how you can come out on top against some of your opponents.
Yeah, I feel like when we saw this roster coming together, there was a little bit of concern, maybe a bit of a culture clash, maybe some language problems, but we saw in the Blast groups, they look really great, and for me, that kind of dispelled any concerns that this was going to be a big problem. So for me, I don't think this kind of matchup is a big problem. I'm looking more at the team itself and how they're playing.
Okay, and talking about teams themselves, what do you think about Gambit's synergy as a roster, and especially highlighting a player that we've seen is so important in that role is Nafany, the loud one, the guy that gets behind the team?
Yeah, for me, Nafany is amazing when he's playing well and when he's calling around himself. He loves to put himself in positions where he can take control of the game. A highlight for me, definitely T-side Vertigo. When he's playing on A, he's so good at taking that space and making the calls around himself. So for me, Nafany is kind of a good barometer for Gambit. If Nafi's playing well, I think they really perform.
Yeah, and unfortunately for them, he's their lowest rated player so far this tournament, and definitely leads by example, definitely the point man on some maps, Vertigo, Mirage as well, talking about mid control, right? So that's going to be important in case we see that map, which I think there's a very high chance if you consider that the Astralis player, you know, Dupree and Magus haven't really played a ton of Mirage in the last couple of years with Astralis, so that's definitely an option in the map V2.
Now, Yanko, a player that you mentioned that's been performing very well so far is Dupree. We're going to get his stats and highlights up on screen. Talk to me about what's impressed you from Dupree.
I mean, he's just been fragging hard, really. Like just the headshots and the fragging output that he's displayed. I said, like, for me, I have only 2 question marks about this Vitality lineup. It's the communication, right? Will they be in, you know, high stressful situation, high pressure, fast communication? Will it be good enough for them? And the second thing is, who's going to come out and be the star rifler of this team? Who's going to be the electronic for Zyvo, right? Like, electronic is too simple in Navi. And a lot of people say Misuta, he's the second lowest rated player, like, or no, he is the lowest rated player for Vitality in this tournament so far. I don't have too much faith in him. Like, I was thinking maybe Magus, but it looks like Dupree with maybe a couple of position changes where he can have a little bit more impact. Seems like he might be that guy who will, you know, step into the spotlight and kind of help Zyvo out.
Alan, do you agree? Do you think Dupree is going to be the star rifler of this new Vitality lineup?
I think he already is, and I think when we looked at the old Vitality lineup, the fully French team, we were looking at that lineup and saying, Zywo is so far ahead of all of his teammates in terms of the stats, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the impact. And when they made this move, we looked at it and said, finally a player of Dupree's caliber has come into this. I know he didn't have the best 2021, but for me, he's looked brilliant so far, and especially in that first series. I know they lost against Heroic, but for me, Dupree did almost everything he could to get that series over the line.
We have a small bit of time before our vetoes are ready, so I just want to ask you both, generally, how surprised are you to see these two teams in this lower bracket?
A little bit, you know, things happen in a tournament like this. There's a lot of good teams. That was a close game for Vitality. The Gambit NIP one was a big upset, but I think for me, for this match, one of the things to look out for is Vitality is one of the worst teams in this tournament in winning 4v5s, especially on their T side. Like, they have around 15% win percentage when they're 4v5 as T. So against Gambit, we'll see how much that will matter. They're not one of those more aggressive teams, the CT, right? Shiro is more about mobility and kind of playing the percentages and whatnot. But if they can kind of incorporate that into their game, if they can find some of those picks, Gambit on their CT side, that might be one of the keys to victory for them.
Alan?
Yeah, I feel like the Gambit series against NIP was reasonably concerning with how they were playing, especially that third map when it was really only Hobbit showing up over on Overpass, and rest of the players, and even Shiro himself, Nafany as well, not really performing on the server. So I feel like Vitality, they had a tougher road. That Heroic series for me was still a reasonably good showing overall, but for Gambit, I still have more questions about how they're playing at the moment.
All right, well, the maps have been decided. We are ready to get into it.
Right.
Thank you, Alan and Yanko. Let's head on over to our amazing casting duo. It's Scrawny and Launders.
Screw the amazing casters. I'm here for the amazing game. We've got Vitality and Gambit. We've got elimination on the line. It is not where either of these rosters wanted to be at this point in the tournament. The 1x bets just tell you how close this can be. Folks, buckle in, because this one could be something special. Vitality to the CT side of Mirage to kick it off, and Shiro, he will be showing that little bit of contact towards the A site. What a game he had just yesterday versus Copenhagen Flames. His Vertigo performance was popping off, and Hobbit is hopping off down into the B bomb site with Masuda now tested, but a clean headshot as he turns to Axile slows this somewhat. Bomb on the ground. We've got a lurk about to come through apartments. That's going to get caught by Nafany. Beauty of a play there. Patience is key. Apex and Dupree within that marketplace, waiting for Magis to come join them. Good call out in terms of frag grenades. I mean, you take that. Dupree's going to go pushing forward. Apex with him. Looks like Vitality want to go on the offensive, and that's why. Clean headshot with the P2K. Apex now, he's going to get a chance at Nafany, waiting for his teammates to also come at this, and it's Magisk to turn Inters into the clutch. 1 versus 3, he is done. Apex with 3 kills this pistol, Vitality open first.
Damn, okay, so nice start from Vitality, and that's a spot in the B site where they could have planted the bomb, but they decided they're going to wait for Vitality to make a mistake, and Vitality, didn't overthink it. They said, let's go ahead and get this retake over with before they can even plant. So that's going to mess up the money for Gambit a little bit. Nice start for Vitality. A lot of questions for Vitality as a whole. And for Gambit, the last we saw of them yesterday, they did amazing on Vertigo versus Copenhagen Flames. The rest of the series was still questionable. They had a few blips. And at this event, they had a series where they lost to time 7 rounds in 2 maps.
Ouch. Which
just shows there was a bit of a calling problem, a cohesion problem. They weren't themselves, but they might be back. And for all those reasons, this series is going to be insane. So we've got Inferno after this and Overpass as a decider if we get there. With Gambit, of course, picking Mirage in this position, which is going to be wonderful. Now, conversation that extended to Device when he joined NIP, and now to Vitality with Dupree and Magisk, is how much time have they put into Mirage?
Right.
So that is something where you can see them be uncomfortable in spots, and right now, Vitality are leaning heavily into the tournament that Dupree has been having.
Crazy that just yesterday I opened up stream, I see ZywOo with 9 kills while Dupree has 30. 24 hours earlier, Dupree says, you know, it's hard to keep up with this guy. The fact that his goal is to keep up with the likes of ZywOo, I think really is the testament that, as Yanko is alluding to, this question of like who stands next to the likes of ZywOo, who's the right-hand man? If it's supposed to be Masuda, that's one thing. He's not performing right now. Dupree is exceeding those expectations.
Yeah, I think Masuda has always kind of been overrated on the old lineup by a lot of people who looked at it because everyone was looking for the second star, and Vitality did have so much success. You thought, well, who's the second best player? The entire time it was really Apex. I mean, he actually was a big player in their biggest games, and no one really thought, oh, it's going to be the IGL, but honestly, Apex was that guy. Masuda had some standout games, but overall was very inconsistent, and Apex was a lot closer to a top 20 placing than Masuda in 2021.
Okay, that's fair. Well, Dupree will be looking to climb those ranks this year. See if he can be inspired by the ZywOo. This round opened up with ZywOo pushing with his teammate into the apartments, and they're just going to sit within that. So easy palace control for ZywOo here. He may not even be a part of this round, depending on whether Gambit can get success towards the B site, which they currently lean towards. Shiro's passive, hoping someone comes towards top mid, but looks like Vitality not leaning on aggression too heavy out of the gate. They got palace, that was enough.
Wow, an interesting exchange of utility. The slow crawl here from Gambit as they work towards an A split. Their plans will not be clear to Vitality, who are being quite stingy with their grenades, which is a good sign. Calling out this slow crawl. That might leave Gambit a little bit nervous because they've taken just the right amount of map control, conserved just the right amount of grenades. Like, we're crossing 35 seconds, 2 smokes still up, an incendiary on Masuda, and even 4 HEs. That will matter. 8 hits coming on, they lean this way, Masuda opens up.
Nice clean FAMAS frag. There's the push out from the ramp. Gonna start dropping the utility that's here. Magisk goes adventurously towards the top of the staircase. He's got support still towards Connector. That's his second kill, but Inters will clear Apex off this bomb site. ZywOo's activated, and that element of surprise worth its weight in gold. Shiro to the clutch 1v3, and there's just no time for this one. So the decision out of the gate to push ZywOo into Palace comes back to be the difference maker, because there was still the opening from ramp. There was still a kill to be had in Connector. It is ZywOo to close it, and a third for Vitality straight out the gate.
Yeah, it's harder than it looks to not throw your grenades early versus Gambit. That's what's the most difficult part, really, of the round for a lot of teams, but Vitality did an excellent job of doing that, and they were quite patient, quite calm, and of course, that opening kill helps out a lot, so shout out to Masuda for that one. And also, there is this strange but irrational fear that Gambit are holding every single position. That's another thing they're very good at doing. So you never want to push for map control because it feels like their default goes on for rounds on end. But there is always space. There are only 5 Ts, and eventually they do have to make a decision. And that's where Vitality called them out, took that Palace space. We're totally ready for A. So everything couldn't have gone better. Honestly, on paper, even if their results haven't been immaculate, I've felt like Vitality's CT sides have been extraordinary in terms of the variety in their setups, the smokes that they're using. They're doing some interesting stuff. We'll talk about more of that on Inferno.
Yeah, we'll see once Hobbit. Once Hobbit delivers. One Deagle kill and a second. Oh my god, no trade there from ZywOo.
That was a crazy... You got a little lucky on that third bullet, right in the head, though.
Yeah, I felt like that one just kind of found its mark, you know? And Hobbit gets away with the M4. Apex is going to chase this slightly, but Hobbit's making moves here. He's up top. There's Apex to at least bring it back. Now, the M4 can be picked up, but look how completely alone Apex is. He's already got 2 players within Con, one of which is that op in Shiro.
Wow, he's got all the way off the CT. They're going to be focused in on A ramp because that would be a perfectly fine spot to play in. And Axile actually comes back to it.
Clears it.
So maybe this is a round here for Gambit. So much pressure on Apex. He said, don't help me, I've got this.
Taking a lot of this pressure on his own shoulders. Still 0 movement from the 2 other B players. And Gambit getting dangerously close. They've cleared out jungle, they've cleared out ramp, and eventually they're gonna make this contact versus Apex. Don't forget, Axile has picked up that M4, and because of the incendiary on the ground, now suddenly Apex's position gets screwed over. That's such a nice thought. And as Shiro misses a shot towards Cat, it's still going to spell disaster for Vitality. A double Deagle play from Hobbit on the ramp. Now, once we get that replay, dude, I gotta see the shot because I'm shocked still that ZywOo didn't get that quick trade.
He was almost pulling down a little bit, and then the bullet went up. He was spamming. It's gonna happen sometimes. He was close enough, you know, it's legit. It's just...
Put a little twist on it.
Yeah, maybe ZywOo takes a little bit too long there, but it's a Deagle headshot they don't have to think more about. Nice play from Axile as well. Very industrious. Pick up that incendiary.
Presence of mind.
Yeah, and he's also the one to get the kill with the M4 as well. So that's actually a spot where I believe Apex could have got rid of the gun, but there were so many Ts still left over. They could have been in Connector. They could have been late out Palace.
Check this
so he didn't feel like he could get away with that.
It lands. But you are dead on, right? Poor Apex, especially knowing that his teammates weren't coming, whether that was his call to just leave him on his own, like, hard to control everything.
That's well played. Apex literally hasn't upgraded his pistol here. P2K, nades, armor. Okay, he's got a gun on the ground.
On the ground, but check out the T side, dude. 3 A1Ss.
Yeah.
That's a quick bounce back.
Absolutely.
Could be a quick bounce back. We'll see if the response is faster from Vitality.
Uh-oh.
ZywOo fumbling nades, loses 60 HP basically.
That's expensive.
We get Gambit right back to this B lane.
I'm very excited for this game. I think we've watched some games so far where it's been disappointing.
Yeah.
And this one doesn't feel like it's going to be one of those games. Both teams got some reps in here in the Kato group stage. Shaking the rust off, the nervousness. Got comfy in a LAN environment. Late crunch on mid. Eyes on ZywOo. He can't do... And they're walking up on Cat as well. The smoke will help him out because now he can focus up on just this higher angle. Oh, chance for him to die there. Doesn't realize how far they've gotten. And
right there.
He can even get peek from Cat. Yeah, okay, he has to flick upwards. They don't think he's still there.
Shiro wins the fight onto the deep A player. That's Magisk removed. Nafni, frontline runner. Masuda under pressure, but at least killing the Apartments player could have helped. Masuda, multi-kill potential. Yes, sir. 3 A's in the name, 3K on the backside, and a bit more damage done to him, but he's calling for Dupree to come help, and sure enough, there's another answer. 4 frags from Masuda.
Damn, the quadruple A battery.
Crucial round.
Yeah, that's nasty. Well done. Hey, things were really falling apart there. Gambit worked so hard, got up to the A site. I think they dropped they missed their top con smoke. It landed above Connector, and they crossed by ZywOo, and I think he saw an opportunity, but was aiming low, thought they might phase the smoke into Connector, come up into the A site. A wonderful hold. You know, a super standard but incredibly strong smoke. It can't be denied. If someone's sitting back there, they have the ability to jump up on Van. They can isolate a lot of the fights to the right side and not have to worry about the left at all, and leave it to Masuda. And I think, despite all his inconsistency, the reason that he garners so much attention is, and you said this before, sometimes he just gets 3 Ks, you know, where most people couldn't.
Yep. He is one of those, and you know what, this is one of the things that I think Dupree also brings to the table. These are 2 pocket players that go really hard with the multi-frags. And obviously, sometimes those players are far and few between.
Yeah, and we also have created a space for Masuda where, oh, window smoke is missed. They created a couple of smokes missed for Gambit.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds.
Sometimes it's on purpose. These two don't feel like it, but... Oh, wow. Apex asked for the flash to try to punish in this position. But Shiro's not blind enough. You know, that top... the palm tree flash, it's just not that strong.
It's janky.
It's something to displace you a little bit, but it doesn't last forever. It's very after image flash.
This opens a huge gap in the defense now.
Yeah.
Gambit no longer punished for missing that smoke. If anything, they get a kill off of the back of it. They can go through the murder hole. Jungle is there for the split.
They're getting ready to push Palace, I think, off this pressure so they can hold this. Oh, shot in the leg.
And dupreeh cleans up Hobbit. So Axile is going to be limping into this one. Magisk doubles in from the staircase. He'll take down Axile, leaving ZywOo to stay full focused over towards ramp.
A bad decision. Nafany does have a gap here. I mean, they don't know about 3, but they heard ZywOo. Magisk got a kill, and maybe they do know that this is open. They have to worry about the CT op, but they'll swing back around.
Okay.
And as Yanko brought up, lowest rated player on Gambit right now, and Nafany does make the difference on T-side, Mirage in particular. They'll start to run up. Masuda knows he's alone once again.
Smoke grenade to screw over Nafany.
That's a big one.
That'll deal with the thorn in their side as the rotate will come through. Masuda, 20 seconds to just hang on to this bomb site. Inters is going to have to jump down to get him. Nafany.
Oh, they just disrespects the smoke.
Oh, that's so sick. The timing to get away from the player in the jungle and find that kill. Plus Inters clears corner. Another headshot. Nafany with utter excellence.
Damn, dude. That was the only way that, you know, he could actually make something happen in that round. And even though they threw that smoke, they didn't know for sure that he was there. And that was the key for Nafany. He basically called a bluff and said, you can throw this down and expect me to respect it, but you don't actually have confirmation I've been sitting in jungle. So you might assume that I'll wait the full 15 seconds, but does what he needs to do with the amount of time left on the clock. And with Masuda alone in the B site, there's a chance that 3 Gambit players are walking out halls and he needs a rotation.
Yep.
And that rotation has to focus on the site itself. And they do such a good job of not simply jumping out of the window. They clear out every angle very carefully.
Yes.
And that's when Masuda's palms start to sweat a little bit. Okay, they're starting to ISO all these angles. My time is limited. A beautiful lurk. And people wonder how these IGLs can constantly find timings through window. You have to think on your feet. You have to be able to find a timing no one's thinking of. And that's a situation that exemplifies it the best. No more money here for Vitality.
Well earned, Hobbit. He rubs his hands together in delight. I would have loved to have seen that from the perspective of the Vitality player who came through jungle after Nafany had just gotten through the smoke. You know, like what was the timing there? How tight? Nafany slipping straight through. Now we'll have to see if Vitality can upset with the MP9, M4, and trio of Deegs. dupreeh playing default. It's Magisk to support him from jungle. Hoping for maybe some kind of a connector / middle play by the looks of it. Vitality, will see what is destined for them, but feels like Masuda's going to be left on his own this time. Boosting 2 players to get around Catwalk. Now that could still, of course, serve as an issue if Gambit decide to attempt this connector split through A. Also opens up Apex to double back and try to support dupreeh. That one footstep, dupreeh, killer instinct to the top of the ladder. A big fight versus Hobbit, but he's drawn right into the fire. And with that, the A site falls immediately. It's all about the mid play and whether these pistols can pick anything up, but by the looks of things, it's an easy 3rd victory for Gambit.
I think we've got a good Vitality, but this is the real Gambit right now, for sure. You know, this is exactly what we expect from them. So really well handled. They put dupreeh in such an uncomfortable position just by existing. Throwing that Molotov down, not peeking, understanding he has to come up the ladder. Of course, he can play under Balk with no utility on a round like this, where if he had full grenades, he probably wouldn't. But they have to take some kind of risk, and Gambit suss that out. It's just a matter of time in their eyes. 5 players alive. And Vitality even have to save with just this Deagle. So we've already got quite a real match early into the first half. This game is going to be an absolute movie if it keeps continuing at this pace.
Axile not letting anybody get away. Axile currently slower start compared to what we've seen from him at times in this event. The highest rated player for Gambit.
Don't worry, Overpass is coming.
It's coming, yeah. And when it does,
so is Axile.
Suddenly Vitality should have their hands full, but it is a 1.28 rating for Axile coming into this one. 6 maps in. Closest player on the server after that would be Dupree. Outperforming the ZywOo. For now. But also given a chance to do it here in round number 8. This is Gambit tying things up by the looks of things. Unless Dupree's Scout, Magic's MP9. The few tools that they will be able to lean on with this one.
This is around 2 days ago that you might think Gambit, if you give them space, they'll run out of time and the round will end because of it. But so far today, they've been moving at the right speed. They're about to turn the corner on Cat. Dupree's gonna have 2 enemies in front of him.
Ooh, 2 kills.
Oh my God.
3 kills.
Masuda.
Another tag. Gambit. They just walked into a 2-player bomb site.
Flanked by a P2K and scared.
No way. Apex gets cleared off of the back end. Magis comes through with the MP9 kill and through the wall, Dupree.
Okay.
Vitality say, do to us what we can do to you. And they turn that one upside down. That's what you're talking about. You said this was a movie, Launders.
Yeah.
That right there, that's Michael Bay, baby.
Yeah, that was explosive. Wow, nice calmness from Dupree.
Ooh, that's a stunner.
The pace is really good from Gambit. They get into the spot they want to. Cat splits a classic anti-eco strat. They find the 2 players they need, but both those players, they do the most with the least. A Scout and a Deagle for 4 kills.
Whoa. There is going to be an awesome battle between the minds of these 2 teams.
Definitely.
Right? Nafany slipping through the murder hole. That was his shining moment. This overstack to the B site with Dupree. Mwah, nice stuff. Highly rated coaches in this game as well, so you know that preparation is going to be a key piece, and we cannot underemphasize, or rather overemphasize, the fact that this is elimination. And even the winner is not, you know, I don't know. It's not the trail that either one of them wanted to take to the Spodek. Let's see what comes off at the back of this one. ZywOo feeling invigorated, maybe. Very slow start for ZywOo. 1 and 7 as Nafany taps him down on the catwalk.
This guy was reading a book there for a second, looking at top mid, had no idea that Nafany jumped through the smoke. They did a late flash for him, so ZywOo turned. So it was kind of by design. And now they'll continue to apply pressure. Nice pace, coming out fast into the A ramp. With the Opera down, the anxiety's gone. They know they can scale.
Apex is going to be met by Nafany within this smoke. That's just a barrel to the side of the head. And all of the marbles Vitality took off the back of the last round lost with this one. Gambit sharp as hell. All it took, taking down the Opper, and you saw the confidence boil over.
I mean, when you know the ops down, like 2 ops, maybe. On B, or 1 more on A, very unlikely. So they said, hey, we love to walk out A ramp. Let's do this even faster now. And again, Nafany tip of the spear. A reason that it all comes together. And someone that needs to be highlighted and criticized accordingly, because he is a risk taker in the game, but not someone whose stats, you know, suffer drastically because of it. He can really take over maps alongside his stars.
ZywOo had such confidence standing in the open there.
Yeah, he turned from the flash from top mid and looked back, and that's the moment that Nafany jumped through. So it was a really good tactic from Gambit.
That's 2 highlight moments from Nafany where he's able to just cheese through smokes.
Like 2 rounds, yeah.
Yeah. Round-winning plays, no doubt. I mean, in fact, it was ZywOo who was standing in market that also got 1-tapped by Nafany then, so... He is the cure to ZywOo for the moment. But of course, with players surviving, I mean, this is such a momentum shifting back and forth. But nobody's really ran away with the economy game just yet. This game still kept on an edge as we are in round number 10.
Specific focus of the game plan from Vitality was leaning into Palace when they felt like the rounds would take too long. In this situation, they haven't been overly aggressive about space. They've got a double A ramp set up. Of course, it's very powerful. If a connector play comes in, they can take cover inside of the A ramp. If someone comes towards the A ramp, they have a really great way to trade. It's kind of difficult to flash in there, and almost certainly they know they'll run into an anti-flash position. Versus this Palace play, they open up a nice angle. Let's see if it works for Magisk.
He's got to deliver here now. Keep Gambit at bay. First one's good. Can't manage to spray into Inters as he takes a wider swing, but ZywOo
he goes up the ladder.
No scope to the forehead of Inters. Hobbit swings out from ramp because ZywOo was drawn forward. And Hobbit sensed that moment, but that's a big pickup from dupreeh.
The patience.
It pays off.
2-on-2.
Drastically, but dupreeh running forward, not going to expect Hobbit to have tucked into the corner. Hobbit sharp as ever.
Wow.
3 kills on the delivery at this A site to tie at 5.
Man, that's weird. The only thing is the decisions there. I feel like Magisk, you can see him getting 2 kills, but it really felt like after the first one, you know, ZywOo is relying on him to stay alive a little bit if they're not going to push forward into the A ramp. And instead what happened is this guy has to do parkour to get up the ladder and no-scope someone in Palace. That's not how that reaction is supposed to play out. They just managed to get 2 kills, and I felt like if Magisk disengaged after his first one, ZywOo could play it kind of however he wants, but instead is forced to make a weird decision, and then makes the most of it, but I'm not surprised Gambit win from that point on.
Sure.
Vitality now, no money.
Yeah, Hobbit really had the red carpet rolled out for him there with nobody watching ramp.
Yeah. Just a series of strong positional moves. The map is a chessboard to Gambit. And they are Kasparov.
So now here's the runway for Gambit. This is a chance to run away with a little bit of a lead on this T side. And I feel as though they sense it. We're getting this early pressure towards the B site, something we haven't necessarily seen. And unlike the last time when dupreeh's over here with his scout, Masuda's Deagle, it is free for the taking. Leaning the wrong way in round 11. Just a matter of maximizing the money off the back of it, really. And so far, so good for Hobbit, but dupreeh still finds answers. No matter what he has in his hands, he's putting bullets in their heads. That could be a weapon grabbed as well. Yes, ZywOo finds his paws on it and crawls back through the hole to escape with it. P250, there's a tip.
Nothing feels better than an open sight.
Right?
Gambit seeming to pick all the right rounds to release the tension.
I mean, we expected nothing less. This was supposed to be that masterclass. I think comparing this to a game of chess is what we'd hope. You've got big brains in IGLs. You've got great support in both these coaches. I say winner takes Groove's suit.
Winner takes the suit? Yeah, maybe that's why they're playing so well. They're trying to protect it.
Take the jacket off his back.
Also, it's only his only one or his favorite one.
And, you know, since Zonic's not wearing one, then Groove would get rights to Zonic's book.
Oh, cool.
There you go.
There we go. Can make it an NFT.
The buyback up from Vitality. AK kept for ZywOo. So no ops here for the defense. No massive outliers in terms of individual numbers, but of course notable moments. Nafi winning 2 rounds, killing ZywOo twice while he's looking the wrong direction, and Shiro just snipes Magisk down as he attempts to peek over top of the fire on ramp. ZywOo feeling a little flustered there, allows for the cross to top mid, and dupreeh was kind of bunched up on him. It's a good way to get the utility out of Nafi at the very least. But Nafi's also got support from the flashbangs. If he wants to try and cross back with a kill, he eats that from the CT side, but there's no hyper-aggression from Vitality. They wait.
That sucks, because there's one guy in mid right now. They can't even approach him. They tried to flush him out with that incendiary. Yanko also brought this up. Vitality have a terrible 4v5 win percentage right now, right around 15% at the event. And so far, Gambit have converted easily after getting the opening kill.
There's no reason to think that stops. Exile. Oh, he's been posted on this angle. Don't you look away again. Because the headshot's there for the taking. ZywOo also dead, dude. No trade. Exile just tears through what was that B site. Maybe Apex can deliver. He just looked away from Hobbit's head.
Bomb's gonna come
Right
towards
there.
him. There's
It's
a lineup.
You know, he's not able to snap it back, but dupreeh, that's an execution to the back of Exile. And there is potential as he jumps beyond the op of Shiro.
He avoids it.
He's got a smoke grenade to work with, no kit on him, but still, Shiro posted up. And now dupreeh walking in wounded. We've got tons of utility here for Gambit to still just lock in this post plant. And dupreeh desperate to fall some kind of wallbang damage. He's forced back yet again. And the further he walks away, the further the chances slip through his fingertips. Shiro toying with him as he jumps around, and this A1S too valuable to just throw away. Apex could have gone one better, but ultimately it's Exile getting both of those kills over towards the apartments.
That's what I'm talking about. It just feels like you want to take space back, but Gambit are very good at changing it up, and you never know how long they're going to be in a position. That's the other biggest thing. They basically make you regret every CT aggression that you pull off, even if you know mid is been taken over, or it feels like mid has been taken over. They make sure that you take your eyes off of the spot on the map, and then they hold the other one. And Vitality walk right into it. And Exile has pristine crosshair placement. I mean, there was really no chance for the first guy. The second one was just his duel to win as well. And with ZywOo playing like he is fallible. He does bleed. A god last year, but only a demigod at this event.
Showing signs of mortality. Magisk. A morbid experience on that ramp. A couple times he's been cut down early. Shiro waits, longing for the push into the palace, but it's now ZywOo on his own at the A site. Potential peak for the top mid here, but it's really got to be dupreeh through and through. Apex loses his angle, and as he falls down beyond underpass, Hobbit drops him by 90. Still, dupreeh sees nothing. And if he thought that Hobbit was going to give him another fight down underground, it's not there for the taking. If anything, dupreeh's now removed further from the eventual hit onto this A site.
So he's going to take some time to clear out B apps so there, you know, Masuda can rotate out. But by that time, the A site hit will already ensue. And look who's just chilling in mid anyways.
The Hobbit walking around as he pleases. ZywOo tucked underneath the palace. Missed deagle shots and a crisp entry from Gambit.
So good right now.
Minimal utility, good prediction on the positions, and Inters wastes no time to take over Staircase and gun down dupreeh. That solo A1S. Shiro on point, sharp as ever. Finalizes the round for Gambit as they find an 8th on this T side, and they shoot for double digits in the very first half.
Yeah, and we're talking about 5 rounds where they had 3 or more players alive when they won. That's how clean it's been for Gambit so far. Vitality just trying to put together the remaining balances that they have to make buys happen, to give themselves a chance on the ecos. But Gambit have scored the most amount of free rounds that they need. They could lose everybody right now and still buy in the next. ZywOo, sharp angle here to the top of mid, and Shiro's looking for the connector pick. This could transpose into a run boost, though. I'm not sure they'll try it.
They hold for the peak and nothing yet punished.
Yeah, this is actually potential that Nafany gets up onto the bench.
Yep, again.
Wow.
3rd time.
They just don't believe it.
dupreeh's at least here good enough to support and trade, but then Exile finds him jumping. The utility usage screws him over. Magisk not able to claim back another kill.
And Inters is literally so careful, he doesn't even engage with this duel.
Hobbit walks out through the apartments. That's going to be Masuda dead, head on a spear. The sheer amount of timings
it's crazy.
And opening kills blindsiding the Vitality defense is ridiculous.
This is so classic. Like, this is when they're playing their best. It was true that on Vertigo, they got back to form. This is right now, the best that we've seen Gambit play at the event. Not stuff.
Which gets me excited because right before this match, we saw the best that Navi's been.
Right, yes.
And with so many uncertain storylines, with just, you know,
still
the
gonna be
debuts from the different teams.
Still going to be a Faze Vitality final, though.
Oh, okay.
So
you got the script early.
Yeah.
I haven't got that email yet.
Yeah. And we're going to have a little B-Stream update.
And what's going on over there? FaZe Clan 13-9 over Fnatic Map 3.
Ooh, Map 3, yeah.
Well, that's like you said, the script. You know, FaZe in the finals.
FaZe obviously are going to make it through this game. Didn't mean to spoil that one.
Keep yourself in check. As Vitality will have to as well. Saving inside of Palace, a desperate attempt at a 6th CT round win will be coming at you guys next up. Right now, Gambit, they seem cerebral.
Yeah, the
like
calling
somebody
is
gave
switched
them
on.
the crystal ball, and they just pieced together every play, every timing, and on top of that, individually, just so sharp.
Just nasty. I mean, you see Gambit, almost all of their kills, they're not flash tactics where people swing out. It's somebody walking into a position, either someone having no idea that they're there, or them just clearing something and finding a free headshot, and it looks absolutely tilting to play against. It's beautiful to watch.
Hobbit's going to jump across.
Oh, they spot two lower. This will make you scared.
Let's see what Hobbit can deliver us here. He's got reinforcements coming from the underground.
He doesn't even have to engage. This just gives you a speed up on the A site, and they can come out of Palace now knowing mid control's been taken over. All the CTs have their eyes forward in mid. Magix will be the last defense and connector.
He turns attention fast enough. Nafany jumping down to the site will catch Magisk, or what was left of him. Dupree, though, kills Hobbit. So it is just this all-in that was Inters from behind.
The double swing.
He falls to 12 HP as Shiro will find Plant. Man advantage for a 10th terrorist round win. That's what Gambit are gunning for. Dupree destined to death. The frag finds its target, and Masuda the final victim unless he can clutch in the 1v2. We saw good impact from that B site. And right now, he's got a smoke and a flash to work with. Nafany coming back from Ticket ends this. 10 rounds from Gambit's T side. They are omnipresent, and Vitality bleeding at the end of this first half.
It's gonna be don't see under, don't see under. One under dead.
Nice.
It's a B player, B player. Yeah, A.
The smoke connect jungle.
I'm only Palace.
I place this.
Palace, bro.
Oh, 50 dead.
Chill, bro. Don't die.
One connect. Dead.
Sandwich one and ramp AVP. Just hide there.
I'm in connector.
That's ramp AVP.
Nice.
You're good.
Is he safe?
Ramp. Saving guys. Just run, Pierre. You have weapons, ramp. Nice! Nice! Nice!
In my opinion, we have two star players in our team. I'm gonna say is Axile and Shiro for sure. Shiro is one of the best players in the world just because he's working hard. And he don't have so much experience. That's the main problem what he has. That's it. I mean, it's all about time. He gonna grow, he gonna step up for sure in the future, and he can be the best player in the world if he gonna grow and improve every day like he's doing nowadays. He's watching a lot of demos. He's trying to fix his communication stuff, aim, everything. He's trying to improve every aspect what he has. Yeah. That's the main thing why he's one of the best players in the world. And if we're gonna talk about Axile, he has huge talent, huge. And of course, we have a system, we have a structure and system how we need to improve ourselves. So everyone is doing it, and yeah, Axile showing the best performances. Yeah.
Off of the back of some martial elegance, it was Gambit Esports to take that 10-5 lead over top Vitality. They didn't shock us. They didn't blow anybody out of the water, but they simply did everything right at the right time, in the right way. They kept it clean, and they minimized mistakes. Yes, we had that moment where dupreeh and Masuda get that pop off on the B site, but other than that, it has been Gambit from start to finish. And a quick one here from Vitality by the looks of things. Elimination on the line. Map 1 beyond the halfway point now. Axile, he loses his teammate on the back of the site as Magisk and dupreeh will open up. But Axile still here. Maybe he buys time patiently. He awaits his teammate in Shiro, and look at that push. He jumps out from Market, gets 2 headshots. dupreeh, I believe, was on the reload, but dupreeh is also in with the clutch. As he shuts down the first one, goes for the repeat. Shiro tucks close, and Hobbit trying to get into position. Those coveted dual Berettas of his. An eventuality through the marketplace. dupreeh with a chance to exit, but by looking over towards window, he's lost his chance. Hobbit crossed over to the bench.
And now they can solidify. The defense have made their moves. dupreeh misses the timing window. Lots of time to get back into this, but will he read that Hobbit have moved into this powerful position on his close left?
Such a difficult thing to predict. Shiro's moving within the bomb site. Hobbit's actually just right behind bench now. Oh!
Gave him a chance.
A little one. The slightest of shivers sent down Vitality's spine as they thought maybe they could clutch this, but no sir. Gambit right back to the winning ways on the defensive half.
That's got to be because of Axel, right? I mean, he stayed alive at Get Right that whole time. Site almost got overrun, but these peaks are just so ridiculous from him. It was also impossible to punish, and because he existed in that position for so long, Shiro knew he could get comfortable, sneak out of the window, and join the fray. So his kill looks easy, just because half the site defense went well enough.
ZywOo doesn't even get a chance to survive. Didn't see a damn thing. The amount of times ZywOo just gets wrecked while scoped up.
Yeah.
Hasn't been able to offer us much at all. He's been
he just
very
looks
countered.
like another player right now.
Dude, not just, and he doesn't look like another player. He looks like the worst player. He's 2 and 13.
Wow.
Hands down, lowest performance in the server.
Not Zygote.
Axile gonna survive Magisk's push to the top of mid. dupreeh also now down for the count. So everything goes well towards middle for the CT side. Hobbit just hiding in his hole beneath the palace. Shiro's rotation upwards. Gambit are putting on a clinic.
Gambit, again, one of 2 teams coming out of 2021 to not make a roster move.
Yep.
And we look at Vitality, and you give them a little extra slack because they should get better as the year goes on. Gambit have to come in with high expectations and are allowed to be rusty. But within this same event, you could call into question them as an entire team, a team that knows how to play every map together as 5 with the same coach. There's not really an excuse for them, and I think right now you see them just re-reaching a level that we already know that they can play. Vitality's ceiling is unknown.
Yeah, tapping back into the potential of 2021. Little push from bottom mid. Shiro and Navi tearing him up. No success whatsoever here from Vitality. And while we do give time as the benefit to Vitality, I will say that, like you mentioned, right, we don't know their skill ceiling. This is a team that was put together not to be middle of the pack. This is a team that was put together to win events. And yeah, okay, time may be that crucial element.
Yeah, this is how good ZywOo was. Now we're looking at him 2 and 14, but in 2021 he had, it used to be the story that Simple had the weakest team for their results. He would always be so far ahead of his teammates. This year Simple had 2 teammates in the top 10. He's never had that before. ZywOo didn't. He was the #2 player of the year, had 0 teammates in top 20 at all, and they hired Magisk and dupreeh, who have both made multiple appearances in the top 20, to fill that gap. And now ZywOo goes on a siesta. Awkward.
Shockingly slow start to this series for him. But we can count him, 3-4 rounds where he's just completely blindsided. Shiro looking for his chance. That was so sick. Nafany serves up a great distraction onto Apex. He turns his head, Shiro swings. Now ZywOo was there still coming in from middle. And that trade frag could open the catwalk. But remember, Bomb is still back at the top of middle. So dupreeh within the ladder room has to hold off for the time being. Magisk didn't see anything as he looked towards that B site. 50 seconds left. The one thing that we will give Vitality is the fact that they have already pulled off some crazy comebacks. Maps that they had no business winning. And when you can do that early on in this roster's lifetime, it's going to serve as a good reminder in moments like these.
Nafany kind of has dupreeh tied up a little bit. Lots of pressure on the B site, and they can pendulum swing into it now. dupreeh can cut off the rotations.
Yeah, Nafany's
or at least, share the correspondence that he's starting to come in. Beautifully executed. I don't think it would be right if Gambit, ended this game 16-5 or something like that, because Vitality actually played very well to get the rounds they did. But at the end of the first half, into the pistol, it just felt so pristine from Gambit at every single turn that I feel like they'd make any team look bad right now. Even when I think back on ZywOo and, him trying to refrag or whatever it was, it's not like he ever whiffed. At best it was him versus Hobbit's Deagle, and Hobbit got that, third headshot, or Axile swinging on him in B-apps. That's where I did just feel like he looks like an, not an above average player, but it was more that Gambit looks insane. The Axile and that clear,
for sure.
They are handing out free haircuts.
It looked like Gambit had been given Vitality's playbook at the start of this series. Not even at the start of this series, a week ago. They've been studying them down to the minutia. That's what it felt like. They could literally do no wrong. There wasn't a single decision on Gambit's T side where we could sit there and question it. So consistent in unraveling Vitality like a simple ball of yarn. But Vitality answer, all right? It's going to be critical that they get off with an early success story to this T side, and it's a fast one as well, dropping down to the base of Connector. Axile going to be drawn here by the gunfire of Apex.
Interesting decision here to be made by Shiro. He knows there's a lot of pressure towards window, but since that information has been exchanged, it's not an appealing time to get into window. But
it's closed.
He does want to make sure. Yeah, and they make sure not to use the vent, so there's no rotation going to be allowed here. But I think Shiro just wants to make sure no one's close left, and then he doesn't have to be worried about it anymore. But it looks like Vitality are quietly organizing for a B-site hit, and I'll be honest, I don't think there are enough signs here for Gambit to over-rotate in this direction. So they'll smoke top con. This will be a missed signal, and this will help you actually get up cat as well.
Yep.
Pressure now on Inters.
Ooh, Axile here on the catwalk. Inter's allowed to just focus forward. Oh!
What?
Axile 3-4! All headshots! He knows where Masuda's at! He gets canceled out by Masuda, but a 4-piece!
Oh my god. That's what I'm talking about, man. Axile's going crazy.
Bro, tucked in the corner of Cat like a bouncing Betty. They step next to him and he just pops right off.
And I think the next two are inside of halls. Oh, that's ridiculous with the spray. With a straight back, Axile hits that spray. Everything headshots. He's a clinician.
And he's the one that we look to. Highest rated player on Gambit so far here in the Katowice group stage.
Maybe we won't even get Axile.
Who needs overpass?
Yeah. Wow.
There it is.
What a spirited play across the board. 15 and 14 kills for 4 players on Gambit right now. ZywOo has been absolutely neutralized.
We were playing textbook CS, we were scrimming it out, testing things. We hadn't had a massive pop-off. That right there, folks.
That shines a light on the talent, too. That was not a bad timing for Vitality to B-split. It looked well organized. It was under the guise of the top con smoke at a weird timing. But their firepower.
And it doesn't stop. He'll clear Magisk off of middle before dying out to Masuda, but even Masuda's going to be limping around with 15 points of health. Bad Molotov. Hobbit tucked within Sandwich. Working off the back foot now with the double Galil. That's going to be the quick ticket punched to a win on Mirage if Axile has anything to say about it. His team just need to follow up off of the start of this one. Shiro will miss the op shot, but remember, Hobbit's still tucked on Sandwich, unbeknownst to the T side. Apex has managed to get underneath the balcony, and that's a clean trade from Dupree to take Hobbit out of the pocket. No pressure being applied from the ticket booth. They could just wrap around and take default. Not that they know this. Shiro holding cross. This could be crucial, but no. Dupree wants to be the difference. What goes around comes around. And Dupree sent packing out of this one as Inters will attempt this clutch. Masuda plants, and it's a very rapid rotation. This timing could definitely screw over Vitality.
There's a world where he has a smoke to use.
Oh, Apex standing on the silver platter. I mean, he is going to deliver. Oh, no, excuse me.
No, he's inside Palace, but he can still get a kill and smoke defuse potentially, and Masuda is very low out of here.
Masuda leaves.
Oh, there's
Spotted
his
and
moment.
seen.
Doesn't know about Apex.
Still, the peek comes through. Apex cannot afford to die. Inters, just one left, 15 HP, bomb super far gone. He's got the kit, he's gonna stick it all the way. No, he gets off.
Wait, what?
It was very close. It was very close. Oh, the bomb blows up and that...
Could he have stuck that?
I don't think so. I think that was really close.
Down to the last half second?
Yeah.
I would say it was a misplay, but Apex, but he had the timing, I guess.
Little response from Dupree showing that he's got what it takes as well. But not as clean as Vitality would have hoped, right? They're still set scrambling to just close out that round. This one's looking like a bit of a quicker pace here. Nafany's gonna be under pressure. Tech9 dealt with. ZywOo dead again. 3 kills, 17 deaths, an immediate slaughter of the masses. Vitality, they walked down into the base of mid and they never came home.
Just like that, man. I mean, that last round, we had Dupree crossing the A site, taking out Shiro, who had an op on his angle, another rifler inside of Connector, finally dying. The entire time he had a smoke. I mean, he's almost playing mad, right? And I think there was even, a more optimized way that they could have approached the situation. But there's more to this game than just good fundamentals at this point. I think it feels personal for Vitality, the way that they're losing these duels. And it's starting to get into their heads. And it's Gambit to call a timeout after winning a round like that. They would.
As if there's anything they need to perfect. Vitality under pressure. Of course, Gambit, they wanted to start the series here on Mirage, and now I can see why. That round over in an instant. I mean, players running with backs turned to the top of Connector like that?
Yeah.
They thought they had way more cover than they did.
They can do no wrong.
Pickups made way too easy. So 5 Desert Eagles on the field for Vitality. I don't question the individual level of their players, but I do emphasize that of Gambit. And with Apex dead immediately, trying to jump down and play around smokes, Axile also just feeding. They are done. There is not a single point of damage dealt to Gambit. This is a masterclass performance on Mirage. And Gambit are cranking the dial in terms of individuals. Hell, in terms of team play. The preparation looks perfect. And the path seems clear. A run back in the lower bracket if they can take this next map. This one, no contest.
I mean, listen, you already know what happens at DreamHack and IEM Dallas, right? Okay, first, you have to snipe tickets for all your friends, getting you access to the DreamHack Gaming Festival and IEM, the way to the stadium, the other fans, enjoying the music acts, the festival party, crushing opponents in the LAN area, meeting the stars, entering the arena, the nerve-wracking 1v1s. Oh, you like overtimes? Those insane clutch rounds. Watching with your friends, and when the whole crowd goes silent. The champions, the defeated, lifting that trophy, writing esports history.
On bench.
See nothing.
One in connector.
Okay. I see nothing.
One shot.
Go pop.
Short, connector two.
One pop.
Short. Two short.
Short, yeah. One info for sure. One
Apps clear.
One B as well.
It's B. It's B.
It's B.
Okay. Could be one shot.
One
Short. It's
two.
B, guys. It's B.
Dead one. One more.
Nice.
One more.
Be alive. Nice.
Tag B ups.
Okay. No op. They don't have an op.
He's tagging kitchen. Two, I think.
One low HP B ups. One low HP.
I have it close.
And one unknown. And one unknown.
Dead.
Nice. Let's get tagged. Let's get tagged.
I don't know where he's.
No! Get some weapons.
Let's go.
Hey Future Pros, we have another execute for you and your friends to learn. This execute will help when you are taking the B site on Mirage. For this setup, you will need at least 3 Future Pros and 3 smokes and optionally a bunch of flashes. Let's break this down. Future Pro number 1, you'll be throwing one of the arch smokes. To do this, line yourself up with this corner of the cracked stone floor. Aim at the left side of this dark squarish smudge on the wall, then simply jump throw the smoke. Since you threw this from close to mid, I would recommend wrapping around cat to get to B or maybe holding off rotations in mid. Future Pro number 2, you will throw the other arch smoke. To do this, line up with the middle part of this window. Aim to the sky and position your crosshair so it is in the middle of the antenna and the overhang. Then throw the smoke normally. Future Pro number 3, you will be smoking off the window leading into the B site. To throw the smoke, get yourself into this corner. Aim at the corner of this large tower, then jump throw the smoke. Nice and easy. With all 3 of these smokes thrown, taking the B site should be much easier than it would be without them. To make this even easier on your team, get your players to lob as many flashes as possible over the top of B. And as always, good luck.
Gambit getting off to a perfect start, 16-7, winning their map pick, Mirage, over Team Vitality. I don't think that match is a question about necessarily what Vitality did wrong, but perhaps one of what Gambit did right, because there was so much of it, Alan.
Yeah, I feel like I certainly agree with that one. I think that T side from Gambit was brilliant. I felt like Navi was especially calling such a good game, and as we'll talk about later on, just totally eliminating Zywood from that match, 3-18 overall, and it felt to me like he never really had any opportunities on that CT side.
I don't think I've ever seen ZywOo had such a bad game. I'm sure someone is already on Twitter, right, and calculating whether it's his worst performance ever at such a big tournament on LAN. But yeah, he was completely negated. And we were talking about Navi, how he had a kind of quiet tournament so far and how instrumental he is on a map like Mirage on the T side, and he has proven it time and time again. I mean, there were a couple of rounds where ZywOo was just getting shot on the side at the start on mid, like he's going cat early on. He doesn't even know that the opponent can be already that deep down mid, so it just seemed like some confusion also on the side of Vitality.
Yanko, you've coached some of the best players in the world. This might be a difficult one to answer, but with ZywOo having such a negative performance that's so out of the ordinary for him, could that affect him going into the next map?
I don't think so. Like, he seems like one of those guys who just not really affected by anything. He wins like a 1v4 in the grand final. He just fist bump. You know, he gets knifed in a 12-12 game. Fist bump. Like, nothing changes, right? Which is what you love to see, that he can always kind of maintain the same attitude. So I don't really think he's going to look towards this game and be like that he let the team down. Yeah, he had a bad game, but I think they were just outplayed across the board, and not much would have changed.
Now, Yanko, there is a specific round number 6, that you wanted to dive into deeper.
Yeah, I think this was the turning point, really. Like, Vitality was up 4-1, and this was kind of the last buy for Gambit, really. You can see that they opened. Apex tried to, you know, peek with the flash. As the guys pointed out in the cast, that's not like the one of the best flashes. So that's a 5v4 that then Vitality manages to bring back, get 2 kills here as Gambit is setting up for a split, you know. And this is where the round dies down a little bit, because Navi is in such a great position. And I'm going to show you how now they managed to play around him and kind of outplay Vitality in this situation. We're going to go here to our nice little Telestrator piece, and I'm going to point you, pay attention to, so Navi is here in window. His teammates are kind of lurking around mid, waiting to see what is it that he's going to try and do. Vitality was in sort of a gamble from the start of the round. Misuta is alone on B. They have 1 player towards CT and 2 guys kind of also towards A. And they start rotating towards B, knowing that this is a possibility that Gambit is going all the way back. But the mistake is that Magis, who's here, he's going to rotate and run toward jungle. First off, it should have been Dupree. He's the closer player. And they should have both gone through CT. Like, Vitality knew this was a possibility. I think it was ZywOo. ZywOo even smokes off window, but still he's kind of torn. When he's holding this angle towards Abs, he can't help Misuta and watch his flank at the same time. Nobody was watching his back, so that's what allowed Navi to play. He had great timing to sneak through this smoke, see ZywOo, kill him in the back, kind of buy a little bit more time. He heard Magis, who was running like an elephant over here towards window. He heard him, and then they just knew that Misuta has to be somewhere on B. And the 2 guys from Gambit on the B bombs, they did a great job of kind of picking and prodding, managing to find that kill, as you guys are going to see now. And that's how they turned it around. A 3v4, but they really didn't have any money left. And if Vitality won that round, it's 5-1, it's 6-1 after the eco, and they might have run away with this game, snowballed the half. But actually, the opposite happened. You can see ZywOo, I mean, how many times Navi killed ZywOo in the back or on the side? He's going to have nightmares for a couple of days.
I love seeing the Yanko weatherman come out, you know.
Yeah, we've
it's a real throwback right there.
We've stepped it up a little bit over the years, right?
Alan, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I just feel like, as we said already, the Gambit T side was so well called, and as well, the individuals were playing so well off each other. I do think from the Vitality angle, and we heard on some of those comm segments, they sounded really flustered to me, and it feels like, especially with some of these rounds where players are getting in behind and Navi in mid, getting so many kills just coming out from underpass and seeing players in the side. Maybe the communication was a little bit off. Maybe it's inexperience on the map. I'm not sure.
Yeah, they'll have to rein it back a little bit for Inferno. We saw yesterday that series against Copenhagen Flames, Gambit on Inferno. Me and Maui were losing our minds, like how timid they were in some of those situations on the CT side when they're in a 4v5. Like, they play really passive. I think that's something, if they rewatch that game, they're going to look and say, hey, like, this is a little bit too much. We can't just, if you lose one guy and they make the correct call, right? Like the round is over for us. We need to try to make a little bit more plays. And yeah, we mentioned it for Mirage, the 4v5s, right? For Vitality, they're just not great on either side, and it kept happening time and time again. They need to be a little bit more, you know, play a little bit more together, perhaps, like try to at least get the trade if they lose the first guy.
Guys, before we go to a break, I just want to give you both a quick moment to predict Inferno, map number 2.
I think Vitality manages to bounce back. I don't want to see them go out 2-0 here. I predicted a great series.
Yeah, I feel like Vitality equally going to take this one. And someone we mentioned going into this series was Zonic. And certainly after a performance like that on the first map, he needs to speak to them and say, guys, reset, calm down the comms. This is our map pick. We're very experienced here, and we can still win this series.
All right, everybody at home, do not go anywhere. Up next, it's map number 2, Inferno.
You love it, you wear it. What's your style? Get your merch at shop.eslgaming.com.
Choose nades, choose a smoke, choose a flashbang. Choose team badges to support your favourite CSGO team. Choose an ESEA Premium membership. Choose routes you know bring in wins. Choose pro video tips. Choose the fan club wars. Choose behind the scenes content. Choose good grades. Choose guns you know you can shoot right. Choose bingo. Choose the equipment you know is going to get your team the win thanks to heat maps. Choose the CSGO Hub Premium, the complete package to help you and your squad achieve all your CSGO goals.
Hey Future Pros! We all love doing A executes on Mirage, so I thought I'd show you a slightly different approach to help secure the T-side pistol round. This strat is almost as old as Mirage, but it's effective and still used by some pro teams today. 100 Thieves playing under Renegades at the time will be my pros to help guide you through this execute. The idea behind this strat is to take CT control using smokes and flashes, which can give you a nice and easy post-plant situation. For this execute, you'll need 2 smokes, 4 flashes, and at least 4 willing Future Pros. Future Pro number 1. You'll be throwing the jungle smoke along with 2 flashes. To throw the jungle smoke, hop up here and line up with the left side of this thing. Line your crosshair up so you're in line with this brick section and also where the post meets the wood. Then toss the smoke. Jungle is a right pain to smoke, so be aware there could be a slight gap on the left side of the smoke. After you've thrown your smoke, hop down to this door. Get in front of the left side of the right metal grid. Aim to the top of the lamp and throw the flash. This will blind anyone looking at ramp from the CT side. Then make your way to A main with your team. Once the coast is somewhat clear and you have a teammate close to triple box, pull out your flash and lob it into CT. This will allow your teammate to bring the pain to any defender in CT spawn. After you have some ground towards CT spawn, make sure you plant the bomb for this newly acquired territory. Future Pro number 2. You'll be throwing the stairs smoke along with 2 other flashes. Do I really need to explain the stairs smoke? You guys already know this, but if not, hop onto this ledge, aim at the middle of this thing, then place your crosshair in the middle of the lower part of this gap. Then just toss the smoke. After you've thrown the smoke, head to the ramp and lob your flashes towards jungle. This should flash anyone playing close to the smokes and buy you some time before the CTs try to look for a one-way or push the smoke entirely. After this, just hold towards CT to support Future Pro 4 from afar. Save your second flash as maybe you can get some use out of it in the post plan. Future Pro number 3, your job is to take Palace control. Make sure to be aware that a CT player could be pushing Palace. Once your team smokes come in, this is when you can peek out of Palace. Keep an eye out on the jungle smoke and also peek CT when needed. If everything is going well, make sure to stay up in Palace, as this is a very useful position. Future Pro 4, you are the point man for this execute, so make sure you did at least 4 hours of DM prior to this round. You'll be pushing towards CT spawn with a flash from Future Pro 1 to assist you. Your flight path for this push is important. Fight your instincts to push onto the side, instead push in front of the triple boxes to get close to CT. When you are close, call for Future Pro 1 to throw their flash. You can now explode into CT and take as much control as you can. If you need another flash, call for Future Pro 2 who will have a backup flash. If you have all made it this far, you probably are set to win the round. Make sure to keep control of CT as it will make any kind of post-plant situation so much easier to win. Good luck, and I'm sure you can nail this after a bit of practice.
Map 2, do or die. Katowice on the line for Vitality. The worst LAN performance for the second best player in the world. And now suddenly we see a bit of an aggressive looking Vitality sitting back down in those chairs. They need to fire this machine up because the machine looked like a dud.
He was laughing for some reason.
Haha, they don't know what I'm about to do now.
Yeah, it's moments like this. A lot of people don't know, but he doesn't even run his own social media because he doesn't read it. He doesn't go on social media, nothing like that. And that's probably for the best.
After a map like that?
After a map like that,
it's for the best.
His poor social media manager who has to go through the mentions.
That's why they pay him the big bucks.
Oh, man. Let's see if Zygoat can bounce back or if he's going to be Zyhu for map 2.
Inferno, this is where Vitality wanted to take us. And so this is where their tournament life is on the line.
I don't even think Zyhu likes this map that much.
No?
He stopped opping on it when Navera came in. He was, oh, perfect. I don't have to op, perfect. Then he started MP9ing in the B site. I mean, he's still fragged out because he doesn't have to try that hard to be better than everyone, but...
A little bonus nade.
They need him to be good. Probably. And I mean, this also wasn't Vitality just playing bad. In my opinion, this is so much about Gambit playing insanely well. So, my sympathies. That's also made it very fun to watch.
Smoke's being set from Apex. And Magisk as well with the utility dumped down into the pit. Nafany's going to be forced to change position. And Zywu turning it up a notch. All right, let's see it, folks. Axile. He's going to get the headshot. If there's anybody that's going to just cancel all of Vitality, you'd feel like it was Axile.
Oh, that nade could have been a kill.
And instead, it's a
dud.
Apex
dies. He's low. Another nade. Oh,
Perfect.
It's over. Axile saves the day with that 3K.
Now Magisk.
Zywu's back.
Yeah, right. A couple of kills as he falls out from pit. Regardless, there was still a chance, despite that frag grenade.
5 kills over 2 maps, Zywu.
Yeah, I mean, listen, dude, it has to be a step up. And when we look at the step up, it's not as though there's a bunch of free frags on the other end of it. I think you're absolutely dead on, dude. As much as we're all going to sit here and the high, you know, that's the problem with headlines. It's going to be second highest rated player in the world, performs worst map. This was about Gambit.
Jonah Jameson.
And there's no clear route back in. Zywu's not just gonna, you know, push over these players. Not in this kind of a form from Gambit.
Yeah,
so
they're all playing so well right now.
Bomb plant couples nicely for Vitality's attempt at a bounce back here. They've got the double Galil and AK, and it's Zywu with the AK. So clearly, the belief is there. But the performance needs to be as well. The rebound necessary. Magisk over top of the logs finds Hobbit.
Oh.
There's so much damage done here, so the AK's instead given back over to Apex. He's the player with no armor.
Yeah, this is a kind of a crazy round because utility could still make the difference. Guns are not great. Nafany will find the first kill. Zywu's low, he's down there. And Shiro is going to be quite careful to use his utility early. He still has the HE, which is an interesting decision. But Zywu's too far away to frag, so that might have been the right one. And it looks like they want to try to call this out. Shiro will run back to spawn to grab a smoke and delay. The better gun is on the A site. I feel like Axile is going to put up another multi-kill right now.
Yeah, you feel that?
That cat round we saw, that pistol round.
Oof.
As much as everybody's playing well, Axile's still kind of the brightest star. But instead, they'll turn towards Inters on Arch.
The moment he's shown contact, he falls away from it.
Now, they could actually walk B. You know, it's unlikely, but they're turning the corner 30 seconds. It's going to push it down to the very last second, but there is a timing on Shiro, so we'll see how he plays this.
Puts his smoke down from Banana. His back is entirely turned. Gets the gun back out in time.
Gets one. They have to run through Banana. They're hoping that it's some kind of fake. They're not even going to go for it. They're actually not even going to go for it.
Please come back to A. No, sir. Vitality piecing together.
Nice call.
A force by win, yes.
Nice call.
And that's what it's going to have to predicate on, because that's the one thing with Gambit on Mirage as well. You know, I said it, dude. It just felt like they knew exactly what Vitality were going to do every time. That Yanko Weatherman segment, you know, unpacking one of the most crucial decisions from Nafany, where it wasn't just his decision in the round, but also his play.
Yeah. You know, I did an unluckier bat on ZywOo on this other lowest rated map.
Overpass versus complexity.
Overpass versus complexity. And I watched it, and honestly, my conclusion was that he was unlucky or just got absolutely blasted away every single frag. It was just, you know, ridiculous shots being hit. And looking at the Mirage game, of course, there are some really, really nice kills from Gambit, but there were a couple of those rounds, like you brought up, where he was on the corner of Cat, no idea about a timing and underpass, just got outplayed, you know, 3 rifle rounds where he had an op in that position and shot in the side of the head. And that was probably a bridge too far, you know? So, of course, I'll have to take a second look, but CT timeout will be called. So Gambit will just... Maybe this is a money timeout, just to figure out how to exactly spend here, because they're going to be reinvesting, but they can't afford all the guns they want.
Groove looking very vocal if it's just crunching numbers. Maybe making sure everybody's on the same page as well. Maybe some kind of an issue there needs to be smoothed out before the buy and the round resumes. How crazy it would be if Axile can keep up some of the numbers that we've seen posted from him.
They did well to avoid him and abused the low nade situation. So here we are, off to round 3.
Life taught me anything, Wanders. It's that you can only avoid your problems for so long. And Axile, he is inside of this server from start to finish. Dupree's gonna chase him. As the nade's thrown deep, he does jump back, side by side with Inters. 0 play on lane, nothing inside of the apartments. Interesting situation. And we do get that creep up from Apex, so he's sizing up the apartments, and he's gonna walk out and be completely free. And then, of course, at that point, he calls for them to come around lane, and...
Well, he doesn't see anybody. You're gonna be late out of halls into lane. He's still listening. And the bomb is so slow, but they've taken over so much map control on the A site.
Setting themselves up for maybe a back-to-back save. You know, all of these tools will be useful. I feel like you've blocked off the archway, you've cordoned off top banana.
Wow, they sussed this out really well. That's beautifully done.
Masuda's dead.
The first kill does go the way of Gambit. There is a potential to rotate back in, but they're still low on grenades. So I'm not sure they're convinced about a retake, but they'll start to organize while there's still time.
There's also an extra weapon to pick up here as well, so definitely rearming the forces before the push. Now we're talking about a smoke and an incendiary on Nafi.
No kits, no kits.
So it's gonna have to be fast, or just look for exits and try to make this costly, but I don't know, man. They're still on the cusp of trying to force this issue, and ZywOo, he's gonna cut down Axile, a headshot immediately onto Hobbit. ZywOo starting to push up the numbers, and Magisk offers us a double, so there was nothing there to stop it on short side on the actual hit, and then when they finally take short themselves, Gambit mowed down.
Maybe that was a curse to get that opening kill.
Without it, I'm sure they just, you know, it's easy. You recede off of Arch, you save 5 players in B site, and you'll have a bunch of tools to try in round 3, but instead, Vitality, they convert.
That was weird because they didn't have a kit. If they did, I could understand the attempts. And what's funny is, like, Gambit basically never try retaking things, so in that position, it felt like, oh, they were gonna take the decision to leave, and now they have nothing actually. So, man, honestly, I mean, Vitality have shown that they can call a good round, but they weren't keeping up frag wise. They were getting out lurked on that first map. Good signs though here in map 2. Very good signs.
Is it possible that ZywOo plays as badly as he did on map 1? In your mind, is that possible, or is it likely?
I don't think so. I would never bet on it if that's what you're asking. You wouldn't either, right?
No. Just feels like that was such an anomaly. But time will tell, as it always does. Inters, the only A1S, the only weapon that Gambit have to work with, and it turns Apex around. He'll be calling from the sidelines here in round 4.
That could be considered a lofty investment. Let's see if Magisk can win one back. Oh, Hobbit quietly takes this gun and gets off onto the rotation.
They're going to get onto this A site.
Yeah, this is a powerful angle from Shiro. I know it's just a P2K, but they don't know he's here just yet. Inter's spotting the cross.
Inter is able to peek out with Shiro's pistol. Oh, Dupree just lines them up, turns around with ZywOo, and this is that duality in Vitality. With ZywOo and Dupree, shoulder to shoulder, you know, that to me, it's the impact that we've seen from the roster so far. I mean, just yesterday, Inferno, like halfway through the freaking map and Dupree's on 30 kills while ZywOo has 9. So obviously this performance on Mirage is what's going to be, you know, again, the headline title. It is his worst LAN performance in terms of rating, but even yesterday's Inferno wasn't anything too impressive out of the gate.
He hasn't had a great tournament overall. And we kind of had that same start for Simple, honestly. I mean, he was still good. He was still good. He was much better than ZywOo overall, but still slower, not himself exactly, and only at the end in that last series started to really look insane again.
It's
I kind of want to extend that to everybody because for whatever reason, there's been so many slow starts.
I mean, there's no doubting that ZywOo's still like an F1 caliber engine. You know, the power is there, but there's the ignition issues. And that's a weird thing to see because... Box. Pit. It's just odd because it's so not what we're used to, but you know, new year, new team, new language. And if Dupree can pick up slack in the meantime, so be it. But that was a nice showing from the two of them, shoulder to shoulder. Vitality, the 3-1 T-side start. Buy back in from Gambit. Op, glass cannon in the hands of Shiro, posted alongside Axile here in Apps.
Look at the minimal amount of control. Everything rests on this one peek from Inters on Arch. They can smoke this out instantly. And he's kind of freely peeking, trying to listen for footsteps. But they can push him back so fast. Gambit have opted to try to hold grenades, play this slow. I don't know if Vitality do this properly. They go into an exec, they're going to have an advantage on either site. So Gambit take over halls, that's something. But I still like Vitality's position a lot.
Axile is getting curious, though, clearing out the apartments himself. There's a little bit of a movement from Library to the CT spawn here from Inters. He's under pressure, delivers one, and ZywOo straight away the trade. Dupree grabs bomb, and they're starting to move back, but that bomb gets cut off with 30 seconds to spare. An incendiary on top of it. Axile, he's kind of drawn between two directions, but he delivers another kill! And the headshot comes in from ZywOo, an answer. With such little time, 20 seconds, he's worried about the banana push, but that's not the case.
They Gambit, go back to A.
They've ran it all the way into this A site. Hobbit, he's going to be in the pocket by the time that they run in for this desperate attempt at a plant. And ZywOo killed with hands busy, Apex dead. Hobbit delivers the 2K they need. Gambit, their second round win.
Hey, the quickest, smallest shout out to Axile for that play down mid. Bomb was left in an awkward spot while they were already pushing in CT spawn. So Axile for that, for him, it's a gift. He's thinking about his retake on the B site. So this is a small mistake from Vitality, a well-timed push from Gambit, but also a situation, yeah, where primarily that bomb should have already turned the corner on Banana. It should never be but alone in a spot like that, and it was a little late. Even though they were still on their side of the map, it was a bit late. There can't be gaps like that versus Gambit at the... A wild spray from Magisk through the fire. And now there's some incentive to try to reclaim top Banana because Masuda could use this AK. Gambit did that last round with minimal map control, but compensated by coming in for a fast retake. Vitality do not do themselves a service of smoking off Arch and at least trying to spur a rotation on the top of mid. But they also are not getting any rotations out of Gambit.
No movement at all. Gambit's statues here at the 30-second mark.
There, now the support will come in.
Shiro moves through the CT spawn.
He's holding one key flash here.
Nafany posted on top of Nubox. There's Hobbit again, impactful, and Nafany lines him up. Easy pickup for Nafany. 4 frags to his name. Kicks it off on Banana and kicks him back down as Vitality push through.
Yeah, the calmness is great. I mean, even though we looked at it and we're like, they've only got 2 here, Shiro made it just in time after the smoke, like clockwork, in place to throw that flash to allow for both our Coffins player to peek at the same time and for Nafany to be in a strong position to pick up the rest of the pieces.
No contest.
Yeah, no problem.
And now there are problems. Economically, Vitality whimpering into round number 7. Already dead is Zywoo, picked down mid from Shiro, feeling the confidence of this broken economy. And trying to bury Zywoo at the bottom of the scoreboard where he was on map 1.
It's a lot sharper now.
Yeah, leading the kills for the Vitality camp, 7 and 4, as he has to sit out this one. Shiro, clean shot into the arm of Apex, making sure there's nothing giving to Free. And Dupree, grenade, bada boom. Shiro, dude. Oh, he took Masuda with him. That's so fast. 4 kills for Shiro. They're going to save his op. Yeah, it's anti-eco, but listen.
He's back.
It's fast.
Yeah.
Lightning quick.
Yeah, we talked about Zywoo. Shiro also had a really bad start to the event.
Yeah, that's fair.
He was...
Until that Vertigo game yesterday.
He was pretty much useless. I mean, he was putting himself in bad spots, missing his hard shots he normally hits. That all changed until, yeah, Vertigo yesterday map on Mirage earlier on.
You could see him speaking his mind through those struggles as well.
Yes.
You know, whether, we don't know the inner workings, but if it was some kind of discomfort he felt, if though, you know, he didn't think that he was being set up properly, he let them know, and he turned it around for Vertigo. Kind of reminding himself that he is a top 10 player in the world.
Top 5.
Yep. But now he's dead. Apex gonna take matters into his own hands. He wants to go IGL to IGL with Nafany.
Oh, there's actually 3B here early. They can't jump on this right away. And there are 2 players so low. Look at the rotation back to the A site. They're calling this out. The thing is, Vitality now, I mean, they're forced to slow it down a lot. They can still do a number of things in this position. Impossible to know exactly what Gambit are going to react with. But I think it's the right move. Put a little bit more pressure back on B. Make sure that they can't feel comfortable totally evacuating. But they know that no matter what, Gambit are going to stack in this situation because they will save.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so...
He didn't apply enough pressure to keep Nafany there.
Sometimes it's really hard to know. Now, 40 seconds, and they're entering B, so there is a chance the bomb can go back, yes.
Nice. I mean, at that point, 3 HP, why not? Why not? Go in, take that risk. And that risk is...
That's a really great call.
Yeah, coupled nicely with the reward.
They
Apex
set up,
takes the risk himself, and there have it.
They had everything set up so that they could basically walk into either sites and have enough time to do so. So it looks very calm, very collected here from Vitality as they suss out the situation. And it's way more tenuous than you might think. It's 5v3, yes, but Magisk and Apex being low. If they walked into a lane stack, I'm sure Gambit would be able to, you know, easily multi-frag and make that get ugly fast.
Now the question is just, does Dupree take a couple players down as well? Oof, not if Inters has anything to say about it. And the money's there for Gambit, so there's still a very real chance at a quick rebound off the back of this one.
You know, at the beginning of Mirage, it felt competitive as well.
Yeah, it did.
So we'll see how that goes for the rest of the half.
That it did. Hell, for a little while, it felt like Vitality were actually just going to, like, you know, completely churn through them on that CT side of Mirage. There was a time where Vitality felt like they had the series, and albeit super early, but in a really good start. And reality sunk in. So, CT pause. Gambit. Gonna chew through their options. Give Groove a chance to speak.
You think he does just listen to disco music?
Like that's why he chose Groove? Like he's just really into it?
Or he loves Austin Powers?
Yeah.
It could be.
Shagadelic, baby. Who's your favorite Austin Power character?
Austin Pears.
Who's
Bastard.
Everyone likes the smell of their own scent.
That's the exact line I was thinking.
Frag grenade down onto the alt mid, and it's a little bit of chip damage, so be it.
They should have thrown the one where they running throw it over top of the roof.
Yeah, I know, you're a big advocate of that. It's all Mohan ever wants. Skynade, Skynade. He's playing Apex Legends.
Okay. This one's free.
That's what they all say. Shiro is sharp. Look, Skynades. Molotov lands in front of him.
It's free, he's coming back, watch.
They're right there. They're right there. Looking plump.
And Zawu is actually opping. He hates opping.
Ripe for the taking here, Shiro.
Oh, what the hell?
Dupree in the hips.
Dupree knew the risk that he was taking there. Could have jumped up in ult, but Shiro hits a very hard shot as he jumps in. And we'll see if that actually says anything about the game plan as we cross the 40-second mark. But the CTs are stoic. They're impossible to read with even X-ray on if they're comfortable sitting here. They almost never play 4A.
Yeah, they're just so certain.
They just trust in the Axile.
Cementing themselves in these positions. 20 seconds,
Whoa.
Magisk opens. That's the library player down. That seemed quick, whatever it was. And Masuda finds the headshot to Inters, but Axile, 1 kill, and that's it. Apex, quick answer. B players nowhere to be found.
Wow, everyone was blind.
You don't rotate when you stay that far away, and when you don't have any information, you're playing in the dark. And if you play in the dark, you can get lost.
You can trip.
Gobbled up by the Krampus.
Yes, they can pull you under the bed. Grab your feet. I used to be scared. My light switch to the other side of the room.
Yeah.
I'd flick it off and jump on the bed. What was it you said Hampus is down there?
No, Krampus. I mean, maybe Hampus is under the bed too, and you never know with that guy. You gotta be careful.
Great exec.
Yes.
They are calling well. They look good. Their CT side will be very good as well. Those were clean entries. Gambit had good spots to multi-frag, but they made sure at least one person at all times in every crossfire was completely blind. And we caught a rotator early here with Magisk.
Definitely helps that he gets that one so cleanly.
It did a good job of being aware of the smoke that landed in front of Graveyard that Axel was trying to play off of without exposing himself to that risk until they were absolutely ready. And sure to clear everything else out. I think Gambit need to be a little bit more aggressive.
A little more aggressive.
I hate telling Gambit how to play because they make these passive setups work that are like in a way that other teams cannot.
Ooh,
but
again.
Yeah, they're trying to take the fights a little bit early. We go down 1-1 in material here at the minute 35 mark. Shiro joins him on B. Will Apex jump up? It looks like he will, and he'll regret it.
Half his health gone. Oh, but look, it goes 2 ways.
Wow.
Shiro also gets tagged by the other opper. And now, off the back of that Vitality, because they've seen Shiro facing at the B site, they decide, all right, let's take it to A and let's keep up the pace. Inter's going to try to lay down a smoke ahead of them, and there is still a chance that Axile shaves off one end of this attack. In fact, he could go deep and try to deal with Zywoo.
And Apex has a sliver of health left. They are right behind. Wait,
close on him.
Yeah. Oh my God, Inters, will you get spotted?
Suda, oh, he just caught Axile. Axile's got the cover of the box, turns it onto Apex. Now, all the Vitality have is this attack from the Moto side, and Inter's perfect position. A near 2 versus 4 unless Dupree comes in big. He sprays down the second. And when you're trying to fight head-to-head with the likes of Zywoo, the job is never easy, but Dupree is the top-rated player for Vitality so far here in this event, trying to get his team back in that Spodek with a 1v4 halfway there. He's already got Shiro encroaching on his left, so close, dangerously close. Dupree, just one more. Oh, but he doesn't even look away. He stays fixated on balcony, and Shiro will sideline him, a denial against Vitality at a tied game at 5.
With the op, too. That's got to sting if he had tucked. That's so unfortunate for Dupree, but Gambit, they pull one over Dupree by splitting up in the retake. Went out halls and a slow crawl from the arch, even though Shiro was there for all but 15 seconds. This was a position that you couldn't prepare for. Axel had to get creative. Sitting on the front of default, he was getting pressured from arch, did not get tunnel vision, looked to halls, took that duel out first, hoped no one came from lane, and then had a very powerful spot to deal with arch. Everyone loves sitting on default in that post plant, knowing the 2 arch guys are coming into the site. And of course, he plays them like a fiddle. But at least Dupree got a hell of a lot of economic damage off of that. In fact, his impact will be felt. Hobbit, $0 in a FAMAS now. And the only thing interesting that happens in that round is Gambit taking the early fight on Banana for once, going 4-4. But the rotations are very sticky. Vitality know it's their brand. It's still hard to play against. But I like the way that Vitality are taking their map control, and in my opinion, if they continue to do it this way, though, they're going to win the majority of the rounds. Oh no, Zaiwu cannot get out. No one smokes his molly.
What is that?
They all had nades, but they might have been, I don't exactly know.
That just seems so easy to stop, and yet here we are in a 5v4. Okay.
Yeah, they're laughing now.
Okay. It's because Apex doesn't op like anybody else.
He didn't pre-aim it wide enough, which saved his life.
He almost steps in front of the train.
What a legend.
Dupree's gonna get thrown up onto the monkey bars.
I won't lie, I've never seen this work well. I think Nico maybe pull this off one time, but I feel like eventually you die. Let's see.
Can't get a second. Shiro gonna shut down arch side. Dupree is just waiting and waiting for Axile to overextend, but as the Molotov lands at his feet, he's gonna push outwards. Apex still hunting for the pit player. That flash blinds him, but there's no...
They don't believe he's here or what?
No hit. I mean, they need to know. He put out the fire. He put out the fire himself.
They didn't see any nade go his way. They should have been aware of pit, and Dupree is just kind of stuck here. And this is the thing, it's really hard to scale, but he finds one. Okay, second chance of the 1v4. What can you do?
Hobbit's
one in
close.
cold. Dupree, will you clear it properly?
Oh, he's got it.
It's enough. Headshot in.
35 HP. Another attempt for Dupree. Vengeance and revenge on the line, but this time they're way faster. Pressure applied, Dupree. Come on now. It's up close. He doesn't know. And Shiro 2-0 over top Dupree.
He just doesn't move. B2K, he doesn't move. Damn, almost back-to-back 1v4s, both denied at the finish line by Shiro.
Dude, that's so frustrating for Dupree.
I know.
Like, where'd he go?
He makes it look so good. He almost did the treehouse 1v4.
That headshot versus Nafi, so clean. Shiro just P2000 headshot.
With a flick. It had to be a flick. Well, you know what? He's kept them honest. If not for Dupree in these last 2 rounds, Gambit would be loaded, and they have no money. So if Vitality win this round, they have kept the pressure on. Oh, it's maximum level, and there could be 2 free rounds behind it. But the same kind of goes for Gambit right now. Zaiwu just on this Tech 9.
Limited in his weaponry. Enters, eats the flashbang. Axile tracking targets. Will take one with him. Masuda, he's the double headshot. The jackknife of round 12. Jumps into the pit, grabs bomb. Apex here to work alongside him. Finally, Vitality finding a little footing on this A site, and it's not a 1v4 that's needed.
Ooh, Apex picks up a smoke along with Masuda, so they can re-smoke 2 things or re-smoke Arch twice.
Masuda also an additional molly. Where's that going down? Throws it onto the short side. Nafany waiting in Moto. This is going to be the 3-pronged assault, a trident of a retake here from Gambit, and they activate first on the apps push. Shiro's flash doesn't help Hobbit. Masuda pops right back, and that op too valuable to give away. Vitality will finally win their round at this A site.
Yes.
Dupree looks at his teammates and goes, thank you.
Wow, they pulled that off.
Thank you.
In the 4v5, yeah, in the 4v5 as well. So that is huge. Again, Gambit super low. So will they force behind it? That's the question. But Gambit could take a lead in this half. And the Dupree 1v4 attempts mattered. That's what we learned. And they're actually gonna force. They're actually gonna force. So the Dupree attempts were not in vain.
Unless this force buy works.
Yes. In which case, but hey, you could just maybe you could blame Zonic or something.
Okay, yeah.
Call the wrong strat for us.
God damn it, Glaive.
Yeah, blame Glaive. All right. Well.
Hobbit. Oh, what could have been. Nice flashbang at the very least. Dupree. Oh, he gets caught by Inters. A push. And look, Masuda just as uncomfortable.
What a crazy man.
Double 5-7 pickup. I mean, go towards B. It feels like a desperate attempt, but you know, you've got a smoke ahead of you. Magis, he's gonna push up close against Nafany, and they get beyond it. Frag B go, oh, almost destroys those two Ts.
Wait, are they gonna catch the bomb?
Almost, again.
They're giving them chances.
I mean,
Ts are so low.
You could feel that Vitality are frazzled.
Yeah, they're waiting for a push. Axel, will he win this duel? This is a big one. Yes, he will.
Clean headshot into Apex. He holds his Magis, cuts down Shiro. Now the 2v2. Still no bomb. That will be needed.
No smokes left over for T.
Guns back up. Zaiwu the full HP. Inters just saw him. Flash into the corner, a peek beyond it. That's good spam damage coming in from Inters as well. Oh, the 5-7 of Inters, 3 kills. And you hear Gambit roar. A full house between him and Axile. And they had no business winning that. Are Dupree's 1v4s in vain?
Yeah, I guess so, man. Those are the free ones. Those are the free ones. After that, that would have been 2 rounds over. Vitality could have 9-6 this half. No one to blame but themselves. That is so beautiful between Axel and Inters. Inters tossing his flash, Axel spamming the coffins, and Inters getting in some damage as well as P2K and finding the final kill. They earned that. That is a round to get excited about. Economy back on their feet. Vitality in shambles. If they weren't down a map already, thinking about the arena, it wouldn't matter as much. But this could be the last chance for Vitality.
God, just when they thought that they, had established the runway, they got the advantage. Inters 5-7 pop off. That round is chilling as a murderous whisper. Vitality gonna keep an eye over their shoulder now. Gambit breathing down their neck despite Vitality trailing still. 1 round the difference. CT side looking to finish strong. We've got the double deagles here between Apex and Masuda. Not the heftiest grenade. The better weaponry still on the side of Gambit.
A little bit of solace here for Vitality as they know they can get up to top Banana for free. Flash will come in for the retake. Nafany will cross. I don't know if he can stick around here, so they'll get some nades to push him back. And he's just looking to see how many players are on Banana for this time being, because he knows Vitality can't play a long round. They can't commit to top bracket control and Banana control at the same time. So this information is invaluable.
Oh, they're gonna go through that. Magis offering up his HP. Nafany, he falls from the boost, and Hobbit's gonna kill Zaiwu again to the fire. Burnt Baguette. Jump up, punished. They know that, of course, there's a second CT still nearby. The fast flank here from Axile. Dupree just getting into position, but the Galil will be bested by the A1S at Axile, honing in on what's left of Vitality. All 3 players within this bomb site, all 3 players halfway dead. Hobbit's patience could pan out perfectly, but no, they push beyond his line of sight. And Axile, who's having an incredible night, 16-8 right now on Inferno, is looking for some justice As he wraps around the corners of Banana, Shiro already starting to kick off this retake. Masuda, he's kind of cut off from Apex, but time is truly of the essence. And Masuda, he's going to peel one off of the bomb site. Apex locks in this round win, a tied game as close as can be. We keep going.
Wow, this is a scrap every single little bit. Vitality make it happen. And listen, the idea is pragmatic. They get the Banana control, they get Nafi back. There were a couple of moments there with the impact grenades where they were trying to shave HP off Vitality, but most of them missed. They didn't get all of that damage in. And when the round comes to its conclusion, by the time they get to the top of Banana, there's still only 2 Gambit players there. They never over-rotate. So they put themselves in a position to need to retake it. And of course you're going to give the advantage to the team in the post plant. They have time on their side. And all of those beautiful site positions to defend from. Gambit toss one back. Whoa. Pressure on Zaiwu, actually. And him from the underpass. Oh, wow. Nice. I can't believe Shiro goes wide for that one, knowing Zaiwu is down there.
Yeah, it feels like they feel the need to do something. Oh, Apex stomping Hobbit like a Goomba. And he's trying to get the follow-up. Will, in fact, shoot through smoke to kill Nafi. So Vitality gunning for that 8-7 lead on this T side.
This has been an absolute war.
Whew, back and forth affair as well. Gambit will be going on to their T-half, thanking that Inters was able to get that 5-7 round. I feel like, you know, that really does just take a little bit of the wind out of the sails of Vitality. The Frenchman not quite sailing to victory just yet, but off of the back of Shiro's flash, Apex pushes outwards. And a nice grenade here killing Apex, but it is still Vitality to end this first half with that 1-round lead. The Spodek is on the line, and Vitality better not feel comfortable yet because Gambit take to the offense.
Screw this. Gotta chill out. I'm in orbit.
Mate, I had a nice there. Ooh, blind bump. No way. Oh, he's jumping into it? What? Oh, Ravina's in the zone. I might go for him. Oh, it's not really in the zone. Secondary Ravina's in the zone.
Yeah, you can call it baby Ravine.
Okay, I'm heading.
Dude, I'm in orbit right now.
Okay, I'm going for a crazy plate.
The scout was still over there, right?
Inside the building you're next to, by the way. Yeah, that's what I thought, yeah. Oh, I do see a guy over there. I'm going for that guy. This is spicy, this. Oh.
Looking at me. I knocked him once.
godly performance from an individual on Vitality, but rather just a team-centric affair. I'm talking 11 to 8 in terms of kill difference on the Vitality side. They don't have either of the top 2 fraggers. That's Axile and Shiro. So can those individual heroics from Gambit really tear apart this Inferno T side? Or does this series go to overpass?
Yeah, we saw that they absolutely brutalized Vitality on the T side of Mirage. And I think it's going to have a similar philosophy on Inferno. And honestly, I have more doubts about Gambit on the CT side based on the way they play. So I'd be pretty terrified right now if I were trying to defend.
Oh, Apex will be that first defender. Magisk and Masuda with him inside this B site. They've seen nothing over from A. Nafany gonna be on the front end, fully blinded by Apex's bang. And the headshot right thereafter. We do lose Magisk in the middle of it all, seeing as he burns out from behind oranges, but maybe Hobbit has a little heroics up his sleeve. He's gonna need to, because Shiro has only a single point of health.
Man, they left it. Hobbit left the bomb.
Yeah.
But he left it in a spot where Shiro can take it and leave. Now, I'm not saying that that's going to be the attempt, but they can also try to double peek from CT.
That Gush.
Hobbit's going to see one. Man, 4 HP between the two of them.
Yeah, that Gush ends things, you'd think.
Hobbit makes, or Shiro makes it back. They don't grab the bomb. They die at every part of the round. Vitality shaved him down, dinked him, got them low, and you know, Gambit always have a chance. But Vitality makes sure to extinguish whatever flame was left in their mind. Put those hopes out.
Nice setup from Apex with that flashbang for the first. You know, if you cut down Nafany before he gets anything done inside the site, you're just leaning on everybody else. And then the numbers also to their advantage. Magisk committed to the cause as he's stuck back into the corner. Also Apex applying pressure by pushing out through that smoke blind, just trying to throw himself into the pistol.
Man, I look at this buy, I'm not even sure what's more scary.
Real quick. To the top of Banana,
they charge. Yeah, they actually do. Just a 4 Tech 9s, they've busted this site open.
Dude.
Nafany has a smoke as well, but the bomb, they weren't planning on this.
It's what they wanted.
No, this is really strange because there is the idea that Shiro could walk out of halls, but the plant is not free.
Oh, they're starting to leave. This is going to tell Dupree all he needs to know. Dupree hears this sound. It's planted right in the open.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Gambit.
That's so
if bomb
smart
had gone
Dupree.
to B.
Yeah, that's so smart from Dupree. These days, you know, people don't rotate as heavily. They got those 2 kills on the top of Banana. They think everybody's over there. I think Dupree sitting in the last position you'd expect, inside of mid.
Just tucked around middle. Plays the audio to a T. Oh!
Wait, is
but
this round still
hold
alive?
your horses.
And they're coming in from Arch?
You wait.
Nafany, put this MP9 away and pull out your Tech 9.
With eyes peeled open.
Use the gun that got you kills.
30 seconds. Inters is wrapping all the way around through the apartments. He's got a smoke grenade to maybe offer Nafany some kind of an opening here. ZywOo comfortably in the back of the bomb site puts an end to Nafany and should put an end to the hopes here for Gambit. But Inters has already blasted one. So he gets a taste of his own medicine as he exits through balcony. And Vitality do stabilize for their 10th.
Shiro plans for lane, assuming that the next closest player is at best Arch. But the entire time, Dupree was sitting there in front of Boiler saying, we haven't seen the bomb. I have rotations over to the other site, and they aren't putting it down. So why should I move? And ultimately, it's true. Gambit should have ran that bomb all the way back. But they also had to be able to smoke B, wait for their bomb to get to the other site, and know that most of the CTs are going to be there as well. Still, they regret it.
The shoulda, woulda, couldas stacking up in this series. Felt like most of them were on the side of Vitality with those near 1v4s, but now this one goes their way. Nafany pushes through the boiler smoke, just catching ZywOo off guard. Nafany shooting ZywOo in the side of the head. I feel like it's
Name a better duo.
It's replaying in my brain, and it's going to be stuck there. And if it's stuck in my own, then imagine how ZywOo feels.
Yeah, I really don't believe he thinks like that. And that's why he's just different. But
okay.
Yeah. I mean, do you?
How does he think?
I don't think there's much going on up there.
Okay. It's just carnal instinct.
No,
Yeah,
no.
no. Nafany, no. By the way, I speak perfect English.
Freya. His greatest deceit.
4 rounds the lead here. Vitality about to lose Dupree. Good flash from Shiro.
You're not supposed to flash through that smoke. That's so dangerous, and they do it. And Vitality are so upset about it. Dupree used all his ammo.
Apex is insane. He just jumps through the smoke grenade, then jumps back the other direction, dodging Shiro's sniper shots the entire... Oh!
Apex!
Insane! He drops Axile like a sack of potatoes.
Ooh, this is the perfect squeeze. Out to Arch. We'll see if the shot gets hit. Look how careful Nafany is. He comes in, Masuda with the dink. But
Not
now,
enough.
yeah, there's one player isolated on the site. Nafany's going to try to catch rotators. Magiska's here pressing up to lane. I don't think this is going to be completely unexpected. No, they wait for it. Shiro, so smart. But look, the bomb is trailing towards Arch. Like ships in the night, they go by Apex. Will he do more? MP9, shot gets missed. He baits it out.
Now the 2 CTs, they're going to wrap. Inters.
I think you just take it A on this in this situation. They know that
Fight down mid.
I was over on the B site. He drops a shot. Half HP's out of the round.
There's nothing he can do about this. They've already got their bomb plant and everything else they'd need.
God damn.
Wow.
Axel says, nice shot, Apex. :D. That was nasty.
What that really translates to
MP9.
is, I'm coming for you next week.
I'm going to remember you.
Ooh. I like this. I like this. Little wrench in the works real quick here from Gambit.
And that's the thing. Like, you can talk about how like patient and defaulty and careful Gambit are, but they will just pop through a smoke every once in a while. Like, I can't even remember the last time they've ever tried that. And that's versus the deep mid smoke, which means once you pop through it, you're not even at the top of mid. But they found the opportunity. They had Dupree shooting all of his ammo, thinking he's totally safe. And they said, no.
His safety a facade.
Yeah.
Look at this shot from Apex, dude. What the hell?
Bro got drilled.
Also, props to Shiro for staying sharp. Didn't get caught by that peek around short side. And Apex, if only he knew, right? He's probably assuming that there's a player coming to trade him from middle, but with 2 of those Ts in CT spawn, as if it belonged to them, he walks back into it. When really, if he pushes out the opposite side, of course, no way he knows. He's got bomb control, a clean sight. That opens the mid-wrap for ZywOo to come around. What could have, again, put it in the pile of the coulda, shoulda, wouldas. That's just the game we play. Big utility exchange here at the top of Banana. Nobody wants to give it for free. But here comes the woo.
Now, do they cheat and play 4A is the question. Bracken control will get taken over very quickly. We'll see if they even have Arch smoked in this situation. Looks like they'll press up and just look for the fights.
Apex, he's going to change positions, and he is fast enough to get around the corner, but a smoke lands right next to him.
Yeah.
Nafany versus Apex here on the corner of Arch Wrap.
He's waiting for it. No, Nafany could eat a flash in the position if Apex is going to swing again, but yeah, he does. Oh, but he remembers how to spray, blind or not. Uses almost all of his ammo. They'll reload, but now the rotators.
Pressure's on. We've got Dupree in the graveyard, Magisk in the pit. And Magisk's pit position questioned. Dupree's gonna activate now. They know that he's inside of the graveyard stairs. So difficult to fight his way out of this spot, but honestly, there's a window right now for him to just dive. Axile's gonna wrap around the apartments, and now that screws him over. Dupree can't manage, and it's gonna need to be Magisk. So he goes ahead and cuts down Axile, leaving Nafany still on Arch with the element of surprise. Magisk survives, and ZywOo delivers the double. Shiro's gonna take it down into the 1v1, and ZywOo's in the open. It's so damn close. Both players exchange a little damage as ZywOo backs up. The bomb plant's his for the taking, and Shiro doesn't know that this wrap around the bomb site could be the key piece to timing.
Oh, the disrespect. He's trying to make sure, and now he'll know that ZywOo's wrapped. The bomb is on default. He'll have to play it from close. He can't go all the way around, but ZywOo went to Halls.
Wrapped where? That's Shiro's question, and ZywOo about to give him the answer. The peek, the flick, the clutch.
Oh my God, that's just like the mind games going on in between those two in that moment. And Shiro will pick up his third 1v1 of the game. A nice attempt from Zaiwu. He was putting out impact here in this retake situation. Unfortunately, Dupree, who's been the real star of the show on their CT sides on Inferno, struggled to get that one final kill, and it is such an awkward type of pressure that Gambit are putting on. There's 25 seconds. They still aren't committing to lane. They're not up at the sandbags. There's still 2 alive. They're throwing nades from Arch, nades from lane, trying to isolate and scare Magisk. And Dupree and Magisk are trying to figure out when do they commit or not. And it feels like there's no time to do it, but of course it comes down to the last second. And Shiro finds a way. You gotta burn every calorie you ate for dinner to be able to keep up with Gambit. It's so mentally taxing.
Meanwhile, Gambit going to enjoy their dessert. Hard work in the last round, a third clutch from Shiro, and just pistols for Vitality here now. Essentially ensuring that they close this gap down to the 10-11. Shiro spots Masuda. Now he's sleeping with the fish. Zaiwu over the top of the boosts. Good damage with the USP, but Shiro's still standing. And the pressure slowly taken back. Vitality, no chance.
They've been pushed back. Extremely clean anti-ecos. 5 alive for Gambit on this one. Any bit of damage could have mattered. With a game this close, it could make the difference. That's a big find. I mean, hey, it's just the Mac 10. That's a full rebuy though. All the utility, an extra AK next round. And they'll finally close it with 4. Get into double digits. Starting to catch the tailwind of Vitality. Not enough money for an off. But Shiro has his.
No kit on the play for Vitality.
Oof.
Keep it in mind if a retake needed. Grenades exchanged down Banana, but Axile getting so close. Apex.
Oh my God, he's getting chased down
yes,
too.
He is.
Oh, and he'll die before he gets around the corner.
Masuda's chance. He's not having the best of maps, and now he's under pressure. Multiple players coming at him, but only one is needed.
That is so genius, dude. I don't even, dude, that last frag, the way that he pump fakes, jumps up over the smoke, sees Masuda fall back a little bit. That's a moment where Masuda thinks it's a reset of the situation, where he'll go back and throw nades, set up at quad, whatever it is, throw down his incendiary. Axel says, no, I'm coming forward into that.
This time, Gambit, they want to bust Vitality. They want to take everything from them.
He had such a good feeling for what the decision would be, and everybody starts to fall.
CT side in shambles soon enough. Hobbit chasing out from balcony. Gonna find the head of Magisk. And ultimately now, with hindsight behind us, we look at that setup. Apex spamming a smoke with no support from Masuda in that bomb site.
Yeah, that was a gap.
He was still standing on the corner mid-reload.
Yeah, that was a gap. Hey, Axel does that. Okay, we've seen some stuff that Gambit don't regularly do in this game so far, but Axel does do that very consistently. To the half wall, if he finds a gap that big, he will exploit it. Even if there isn't a gap, sometimes he'll push through. They've already caught a player in the middle of a reload at mid, and they took way bigger of a risk to go for that fight. So you better believe they're gonna try something like that.
Oh.
Vitality are frustrated.
Feels like they're just trying to crank the tempo in this one, attempt to fight down Banana. Instead, it's Masuda dead right out of the way. Apex chipped by the frag grenades.
Started this round with 5 smokes to try to get Gambit to juggle around over and over again, but already down a player.
I mean, we can feel this momentum from Gambit. Woo. Apex, gonna remind them what's up but it is still Gambit on the cusp of the 5-round win streak. We haven't seen Gambit fall to these types of buys from Vitality.
Yeah, they've been much cleaner on the ecos, it's true. But still, some interesting spots here from the CT side. The last smoke of the round here, however.
Hasn't happened yet, but better late than never. A buy like this and a round win, Vitality, oh, what it would do for them and their economy and their chances of closing the CT side. Dupree versus Hobbit in the apps. Not gonna happen. 2 headshots immediate. ZywOo's gonna try to dive back, but he's being chased by Hobbit. And that, my friends, is a clean round from Gambit as they take that T-side lead.
Last 2 anti-ecos, 4 alive for Gambit. A lead now officially, numerically, and I think in feeling as well. Vitality, they can buy. They didn't put themselves in a position to have an op. With the investments that they made, I don't think that they're gonna rely on it or need to. But it is something to know. However, what do we see? Navi, with all the money in the world, picking up a Mac 10. Understanding that this could be a round with fewer helmets, potentially. A Mac 10 for some of these entries can be better than full rifles. If they need to do something with speed, got 3 players who have decided to avoid helmets. As if the economy wasn't good enough on the T side, they can basically buy for 3 or more rounds, even if they lose. This has become a hell of a task for Vitality. Oh, and Magisk eats that fully flash, but he's got a teammate behind him, and he's aiming in the right spot.
And I am impressed by the fact that, you know, Vitality don't shy away from a little bit of a banana fight. With Masuda getting wrecked in the round prior, yeah, it's just the Deagles, but it just felt like Gambit have had that piece of the map. Maybe they want to cancel out Axile, and they do so effectively in round 24. Vitality will not simply hand Gambit the tickets to the Spodek. Gambit warned them, they'll take it by force.
Mac 10 becomes an AK. They'll start a slow buildup of pressure towards the small site.
Masuda, time to deliver. We talk about his multi-kill potential. Now would be just a golden opportunity.
Chance for a boost.
Good flash. Masuda dodges it, turns back into it. It's in fact Nafi blinded by his own teammate. Apex late nades. Whoa, the lineup. He's gonna find more than one as the damage stacks up against what's left of Gambit. Enters. He responds with a team kill and a frag against Apex.
Hey, he's got an op in the post plant. They're not rushing him down. 15 seconds, they could dive this. Flash comes through, Magisk will be first up, and he's dead.
Post.
3 up for Vitality. Op has now transferred to the CT side.
A bonus.
That props up their economy with the defuse.
Game tied at 12.
Thank goodness. Because what a snowball it would have been in the second half if that didn't happen. Look at the money for Gambit. They have 10K on 3 players, 12.9K on Hobbit, on T side.
Stacks on stacks. But while money will continue to be an issue for Vitality in the sense that Gambit have more than enough to churn through, it's also a question of can they cancel Axile as quick as they did in that last round, because he was the immediate 5 versus 4. There's no doubt that helped out. ZywOo's gonna go hunting. Shiro on the other end of this, and ZywOo doesn't want to stick around too long, so he falls off with a warning shot over the bow. Come get some, he says.
Man, if Gambit do something quick, there is such a big gap here as the rotations seem to be disjointed. They swap places.
Shiro's gonna take the helm of this short peek. Magisk, whoa, the shot.
But even that hey, Magisk showing himself right there, that's info.
Apex gonna put out the fire. little bit of Faze spam. He has been caught on some of these reloads, so he better be cautious. Nafany gets the better of him. AK over Faze. Dupree forcing his way through, but Axile, just a little bit of cover in that corner is all he needs, and suddenly there is a world of pressure on Magisk inside that pit. You said it, information. Gambit have already seen what's left of this A play. Now, they don't know where he got off to, and they don't know how badly Vitality want to try and hang on. Magisk doesn't wait for them. He makes his move. We've got a player up in apartments and a push through. Inside of Arch, 2 Ts reside.
Oh my God, there's so many lurks going on, but it's still going to end A. We just have one player who ran to B simply to walk through spawn, and ZywOo might catch another bullet in the side of the head from Nafany.
Every single time. His kryptonite tonight. Nafany over ZywOo, an open door to the B site and an open door to the Spodek kicked off its hinges. It is Gambit back in the lead. CT economy not healthy. The T side on coffers of cash, and the individual level, I tell you, Axile, how did he survive?
Man, what an absolutely ambitious mid-round that they pulled off, but Nafany was prescient. He could see that B would have had to be clear. The rotations were in emergency mode. Dupree totally fluffed the spray, rotating in from Arch. Unfortunately, again, has been a highlight of this team on CT side Inferno, but today has been caught off a couple of times. CT pause will come in, and so will a force. They do have enough for the op on ZywOo. That was creativity and ingenuity when they needed it the most from Gambit. Terrifying to watch. They found the openings, they exploited Arch.
Yeah.
And you could tell Vitality were of 2 minds for a second when they were swapping the rotation in CT spawn, and that's when Gambit decided to go a little bit faster than they normally do into middle. That's when their odds shot up.
ZywOo forced to play this one. Glass cannon, limited utility. Will we see something different? Such a daunting task to go peeking down mid, especially when any of those AKs mean aim punch. An overstack on the A site. Apex takes up the task, the massive task of holding back the Gambit banana play, which has been so successful.
They will time a mid-peak here, feeling insecure without top banana control. Apex with an MP9 only.
I mean,
but will it be too slow?
It's such an invitation, just spamming with an MP9 through smoke.
They're readying the God Flash. Apex going to be reloading. They're coming through this right now.
This reeks of desperation. Apex gonna try to restore some type of a defense if he wraps around, but instead he just stays here, and Vitality are gonna be scrambling, but Apex, as he burns to a crisp at the hands of Shiro, who postures over top this smoke. Vitality need to concede. They give away 14, and Gambit 2 away.
It's another perfect call. Vitality looks so silly to be there, stacked up in middle for that much time, but it's because Gambit did it. They just decided not to take over bracket at all, went right into the B exec. Apex is hoping to hell that they attempt it with a flash, a smoke on Arch, so they can time a flash for themselves to peek into mid. And if they call it the rotation to B, they can fast flank. Gambit just didn't even give them that option at all. They had the opportunity to save. It's worst case for them. They're still fighting against 14. That's fine for Vitality, but they didn't even get a chance to fight back in that round.
They have to let it slide, dude. They didn't have enough to buy back. They didn't have enough to bounce in. Apex.
There have been some amazing calls here from Nafany in this game, across this series, and he hasn't been one of the most impressive callers at this event so far. Seriously, a far cry from even yesterday. On the precipice of the Spodek.
I mean, the fight continues for Gambit. It's just about what victims they leave in their way. This is a scary version of Gambit as well. The winner of Ninjas versus Mouse would be their next target. Oh, but Inters is the target in round 27. ZywOo takes his head clean off.
What is that shot? Oh, are they going to peek into B again? How many times have the CPs died here?
The flash.
It comes through, but it comes back, and they get crushed.
Oh, the
again,
peek.
Axile with 2!
Every time he goes for this B site, it's a bloodbath. The Frenchman spilled as he slits his way through. And a bomb plant on top of it. If last round felt like a damning task, then what about this one? Frag goes deep, chips Axile further down, but still he stands for now. Another grenade destined for the corner. That one could do it. No, again, Axile. This guy's invincible. And with no answer off of the back of that, that could have served as the chance for Vitality to push, but now they will go for OT. OT or elimination.
Oh my God.
For this French and Danish fusion.
And Zaiwu, oh, he's got to be careful he hits this shot. Yeah, this is what it comes down to. Series point, Gambit are on. And they can go ahead and throw bodies at these exits because every little bit will count towards them. They have enough money for the rest of their time on the server today. Another round one with those jackknife frags from their top fragger, Axile, who exploits them on a timing, falling back. And it's them who try to compensate by flashing to the top of Banana to turn the corner. But Gambit had the exact same idea.
It's another failure between Masuda and Apex to hold that B site. The only time we've seen it hold was when they actually took a third player over there. When they killed Axile for the 5 versus 4. That is the CT round win ever since the initial 3. 8 of the last 9. Gambit, Gambit, Gambit. And they're looking to hammer it around the corners of the A site. Zaiwu, it is now or never. And his patience, he holds. The flash pops, he doesn't. Axile primed to take his head clean off, and if it's not Axile, it could even be Inters in from Boiler. Gambit, they hold. Magisk flashed, good attack. That at least drops Hobbit out of this one. A man advantage for Vitality, but at what cost? Apex, 44 health. Magisk in the teens.
Rotations are starting to make their way over back to B.
Right there.
I will eat one, though. That's a bomb as well. In his vision, CTs are going to start coming. He's going to layer it with grenades. Molly to protect it for 7 seconds. T's not panicking. Nafany on another lurk. Does he find a frag?
Dupree added to the tally of players who are lower HP'd. Nafany, he could serve as the split into this A site. Drops Dupree on the rotate first. A 3v5 primed to eliminate Vitality. But how do you deal with the players in the bomb site? How do you unearth Magisk from pit? Zaiwu burned, Magisk dead. Zaiwu down to a crisp. 3v5, and it looks goddamn flawless. Masuda, he is needed as he has been all map long. And we've got Nafany, 1 HP. It makes a world of difference.
Oh my God.
They continue their run. The returning champions one step closer, but one of the biggest targets taken down. Sayonara, Vitality. They come up short, and they will not be a part of playoffs.
Let's get into some more like team-oriented or game-oriented questions. So A lot of people in the last year, one of the few criticisms that people could have for Shiro was that he was too passive in their eyes. At FunSpark, I noticed that he took what I thought was more like openings. Are you guys trying to make him into a more aggressive player, or is that even an objective for your team right now?
Да, это было целенаправленно. Просто когда мы играем важные чемпионаты, я не могу себе много позволять, потому что у нас так все хорошо, я должен закрыть просто те точки, которые у нас слабые, и все. И поэтому мне не нужно ничего больше делать. Но именно на этом турнире новом я хотел что-то попробовать, я попробовал, получилось, мы выиграли турнир. На этом все. Я не знаю, буду ли я продолжать играть так же или что-то поменяю, но в основе своей я буду придерживаться той игры, которую мы выигрываем.
What is the objective at IEM Katowice?
I think the little aim is going to playoffs, of course, and I don't know, I think everyone in our team want to play in the final, so yeah.
I would say that brings me to another question about your guys' team. I watched some of your like team comm videos. You guys are incredibly precise about your communication when it's online. So when you lose some of that, do you think that detracts more from your play because things are just hard to hear on LAN? Or do you think it affects all the teams equally, the lack of sound?
Я думаю, что у нас в онлайне был очень сильный фокус на то, чтобы правильно давать информацию, и когда ты на лане не слышишь ту часть информации, которая важна для нас, мы теряемся чуть-чуть в игре, и нам становится тяжелее, потому что на лане мы можем не услышать каких-то микродействий соперника и не можем прочитать настолько хорошо игру, насколько мы читаем в онлайне. И поэтому это наш, я считаю, один из самых важных минусов. У нас немного не хватает скилла, и поэтому нам нужно улучшаться из-за этого и привыкать к обстановке LAN, а не онлайн.
Axel, do you think you are a top 3 rifler in the world?
No.
Okay. Sure, what are your thoughts on Monacy?
Я не могу ничего сказать. Мы играли несколько праков против их команды, и он играл уверенно. Ну, то есть для его возраста, ему 16 лет всего лишь, и он играет на этот возраст хорошо. Я не знаю, что будет дальше, как он будет проявлять себя на ланах, потому что когда перед тобой толпы людей, тяжело справиться с этим стрессом. Посмотрим, как он будет играть. Но я думаю, что он хороший игрок, и в будущем он проявит себя.
Okay, cool. All right. I think we can end it right there.
Gambit do it in 2. They send Vitality home from IEM Katowice 2022. It was an electric inferno to finish off the series. And yep, it will be they, Gambit, that move forward in the tournament. Alan, Yanko, it was a crazy final map. We're going to highlight one of those rounds and talk about it generally. What would you like to start off with?
Crazy final map, crazy final round as well. We'll get into it a little bit later, but I think this was really impressive from Gambit, especially if you consider they win the first pistol, but they lose the second round. So down 3-1 in the first half, lose the second pistol round as well, down 3-0, and still manage to win 16-12. When you take that into account, it's a pretty convincing win, and you can just tell in that first half how annoying they are to play against. Like every round that Vitality won was by the bomb exploding. Like Gambit is playing the percentages perfectly. Like 1 or 2 save guns here and there, it makes all the difference that they have more utility, more things to work with that they can eke out. You know, it should have probably been like a 10-5 half for Vitality, but because of those saves, Gambit was able to steal away a couple of rounds.
Yeah, in that first half, I think there were 12 bomb plants, which is a lot more than I'm used to seeing. And then going into the second, as you mentioned, it just felt like Gambit, especially in the 3-on-3s and the 4-on-4s, they were so much more composed than Vitality. And when it was going late, you could see the comms were good. They were like kind of isolating angles well and really playing well together.
You know, this is where I wish I could listen to Vitality's comms the whole second half, because that would tell you if things are a little bit, you know, if it's like maybe something is late a little bit, or it's too loud, or something gets lost in, you know, the chaos and maybe the translation a little bit, right? Because when you look at it, like Vitality has the more experienced players. Like those situations should more often than not go their way, right? But actually it was Gambit who was kind of out-maneuvering them, out-positioning them, and that's not something you would expect to see.
Now, we can't talk about the highlights of this match, and especially this map, without highlighting Axar's performance. 27 frags, 17 deaths, and having such an impact across Inferno, Alan.
Yeah, for sure. This first half as well, there were so many rounds where they're playing passive without information, just in late round setups, and Axar was bailing them out on A so hard, man, and they would not have got up to that 7 rounds without him. And then going into the second, the number of entry kills he was finding on B was just incredible. They had no answer on B from
I mean, here it is. It's like you're seeing, why are they showing the same round again? No, like it was 2 different gun rounds where he does the exact same thing. Like, I was like, is he like doing his best Nico impression or what? Like he became the point man for Gambit on Banana, and you know we saw it I think yesterday a little bit as well. Like it happens more often than not that he just goes in and opens up the bomb site by himself, and that's it. The round is over. I think for Gambit, sure, you know, Hobbit, Shiro, Exile is the core, but for me, the 2 guys that impact their win-loss the most are Exile and Nafani. And Nafani has played this series on a much higher level than we've seen from him so far this tournament, and if those 2 can keep that up, then Gambit is a dangerous player for everyone.
Yanko, Alan, we were so entertained watching the final round of Inferno. Let's get that up on screen, and perhaps you guys can run me through it.
Yeah, I mean, this one was a little bit weird towards the very end, right? Because you see Nafani is like sneaking all the way. He got a kill before that. Zaiwu is stuck inside. This is a great molly to kind of make him uncomfortable. You know, he tries to move, but he's burning there as well, like in a really uncomfortable position. And Nafani is holding that. Like they just really kind of pressure, despite being a man down, Vitality perfectly and managed to, you know, eke out around it. They never should have won.
Yanko, when we were backstage watching that, he said, Alan, create chaos to, I think it was Nafi that was going around long. Alan, is that what you saw there as well? Just chaos paying off?
Yeah, for sure. And I think Gambit are really good at what we like to call time management, slowing it down, putting the brakes on, letting Vitality rotate in, and then they can make the mistakes. And when it got really late and there was a play, I think it was headshot and one towards backside, they were so good with the comms really fast, saying, get that molly over there, we can trade out this headshot player. And it really fell really well. And actually, I think Vitality had 4 on towards A on that round. They had the read, they had the rotates, but Gambit were just too good as it went late round.
All right, let's head down to the floor for an interview with Heku and Shiro.
So usually we have interviews with Hobbit or Nafani, but today we'll have something really special because we never get to see or hear Shiro during the interviews. Shiro, congratulations with your win right now against Vitality. It's 2-0, which means like you're getting way closer to Spodek. You won Katowice last year, but it was online. Right now we are at LAN. We see that sometimes you are maybe like underperforming on LANs. What is causing that? Is it the environment, like that you are in new conditions? Is it the cameras? Or is there a different reason behind that?
На ланах на нас влияет именно важность турнира. Мы прощупываем с каждой игрой, мы прощупываем свою игру. И поскольку у нас первая игра была против Непов, и нам было тяжело, сейчас же мы играем более медленную игру, больше общаемся и тем самым нащупываем эту игру. И поэтому против нас тяжело, наверное, играть. Мы последние 2 матча провели, как по мне, нормально, и сейчас выиграли 2-0. Поэтому важность турнира и эта обстановка на лане нам помогает на данный момент.
So he's saying that the thing that influences the most when it comes to their performance is actually the importance of the whole tournament. That in the beginning, maybe like it was like